What is up, guys? Welcome to the 10th anniversary YouTube stream. All exciting. There's this little thing like right here. Hold on. Hold on. That's part of the stairs. Let me slide it this way. All right, here we go. Look at that. The master of wood himself. Wood is here. Thanks for being here, buddy.
Yeah, what's up, Sam?
Nothing, man. So, yeah, man, last week was my official, on the 19th was my 10-year on YouTube stream, or my 10-year on YouTube anniversary. And I wanted to do a stream because it's kind of weird that it just ended up being the same day, right? But we had some computer problems last week. I had this old Dell laptop, and I was outside with the neighbors, and then the thing timed out and shut off. So I hit the power button, and it went to the black Dell screen, and then it would just like circle, and it did that for like an hour. I had to shut it down, turn it on, turn it down. Finally got it up and running. So, yeah, I was like, don't want to go get. I have to go get a new laptop. You know what I mean? Because that's always a big pain in the ass. But I got a couple pages and notes, and then we could do like Q&A and just kind of hang out and nonsensical stuff. But I want to talk about how I started on YouTube. And like most people on YouTube, you sign up for your account and you catch AVGN, Game Chasers, Metal Jesus, sort of those bigger YouTubers. You got to think back, 10 years ago, what YouTube looked like. And I started watching gaming content like everybody else because I was caught up in this retro thing about 2007, 2008. And it was really cool to see it take off, 2012-ish all the way until now. But let's just get some shout outs real quick. Woody's obviously here. Mike, what's up? Secondhand toy dealer, Oak City. What's up, guys? Thanks for stopping by. But everybody's story on YouTube's a little bit different. I was just collecting games, and it always starts out this way, right? I'm just going to collect the games I had when I was a kid. And then within 6 months, you've got a room full of crap. It's like, I never owned an Xbox, but I keep finding them for $1. You know what I mean? So you just start buying them. So you have tons of stuff. And I went to this pawn shop downtown. It's no longer there. And they would have games sometimes. And I found a copy of Mega Man X2 and Kirby Superstar. And they wanted $5 each. And I was like, I will take those. And one of my biggest regrets was the guy's like, well, we got these too. And he had a stack about yay big of Sega Saturn games. And I didn't own a Sega Saturn at the time. And he was like, yeah, these are $5 also. And I'm like, well, I don't have a Sega. I wish I would have bought them all. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
But I sat in my car, and I'm looking at my Mega Man X2 because I'm a huge Mega Man guy. And Kirby, obviously is going to be worth more than $5. And I thought, man, I could make YouTube videos too. I could do pickup videos. I think people will be interested in this because, 10 years ago, pickup videos were a more bigger deal than they are now. And then that very next week, a copy of Demon's Crest popped up on Facebook Marketplace. I picked it up over in Hilliard, Ohio by Warp Zone Games. We went in, tested it, checked the board. I gave the guys like $80 or whatever it was. And I was like, man, because I knew I wanted that one in my collection. That's always like, it's on my Super Nintendo hit list.
That's a good one.
But yeah, that's sort of how I got started in YouTube. And I always say this, and we haven't live streamed in a while, but I started my YouTube channel. My first video, it's like I have no lighting. It's just my son's holding my phone, and he's doing this, and it's like dark, and he's like holding the phone, and I'm doing this boring pickup video, and we got off and running that way. And two of the girls that I work with, they had YouTube channels or YouTube accounts, so they subscribed. But my first ever YouTube gamer that subscribed to my channel was Corey from Collecting from Corey Zamier, who I love the guy to death. Super great dude. And I'm always grateful that he was, my first big YouTuber that subscribed to me because he had 300 subscribers, at that time. So yeah, that was just a crazy time back then. I would say the gaming community was a lot more fun back then. And Greg has got our first pinned comment of the day. Did I hit any garage sales this weekend? I hit a couple. I found for 25 cents a 3 Ninjas VHS tape, Knuckle Up. I think that's the second one or third one. And then I found Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits on cassette and Eagles Greatest Hits 71 through 75 for 25 cents each. So yes, I did a couple garage sales and found those. But inventory's all popped into the eBay store. And Yeah, I wanted to talk about how YouTube was different. Wood, when did you get started on YouTube? Do you remember?
I don't remember the date, but you were the first one to like shout me out on the
Oh,
channel and get me growing on YouTube, which I really do appreciate that. And it started with that NES or SNES, NES revisited video, which was terrible. You remember that? It was terrible.
well, I actually have a blurb about you on the second page, actually. So it's kind of fortuitous that you are here. But I think that the gaming community in general was a lot friendlier back in the day. Like we each had like our own little cliques and people that we hung out with on YouTube. But like if I had a click over here and Wood had his click over there, we would do like tag videos and challenge videos. Like, hey, how far can you get on One Life in Contra? Or what's your Mario Kart 64 Banshee Boardwalk best time? And people would share that, and that's how we would do shout outs and connect back in the day. And I wrote down some notes about how YouTube was different. There were the bigger channels, but the smaller channels sort of stuck together. Tag videos, challenge videos. I just talked about that. But I think there were two things that sort of came along about 2015 ish that really sort of changed the landscape of YouTube gaming. And the first thing was that money started coming into YouTube. And a lot of these YouTubers wanted to be stay at home YouTubers, they wanted the Patreons, the super chats, the tips, buy my merch, and I got on problem with merch or super chats or anything like that. But, they started to promote their products. These people were brands on YouTube. And I think that sort of brought the community element down. When you're always trying to climb to the top of the mountain, you got to climb over people to get there. I think it's a sad state for the gaming community, because for the longest time, even back in the 80s, we were all really like sort of connected together over these consoles and these games. And then the second thing that I always thought was a game changer in the gaming community, and I'm sure it happens everywhere, is these drama and these like sort of fake news channels where all they want to do is bang on topic X, whatever the hot topic of the day is, and they want to make 30, 40, 50 videos in a row about that because they know it'll get views. And yes, you want pigpiling on other people to achieve some type of YouTube success. Did you sort of see that same thing, you Would?
Yeah, I did. I mean, in the very beginning, it was like more about doing things you loved and just sharing it with everybody. And then all of a sudden it become a monetary goal on YouTube. And I get it. You want to get on there and make money. I appreciate everybody that does that. If you can make money doing it, more power to you is what I say. But it kind of lost the charm that it once had for me.
Yeah, I definitely think it fractured some of the clicks that we had, because some of those people wanted to hitch their ride. They wanted to hang on the coattails of some of these YouTubers that were climbing up and being financially successful and had more subscribers. So we lost some of those people to that sort of plague. Matty P is backstage. Oh my God, he's got sunglasses on. All right, everybody, give me a thumbs up if you want Matty P in the stream. Here he is, the maniac himself. What's up, man?
There he is, Matt.
Woodbury, I got a video game to say.
You better straighten up, bro. Down there.
I got a video game to send you.
Because we'll come to your desk, dude. We'll show you how to put a label on a video game.
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
hey,
I'm not
for
going
the
to
record,
I'm just going to send
if
it
the
to
sunglasses
how
are
many
too
RBI
intimidating,
baseball labels do you have left? There it is.
Oh yeah,
the Macho Man.
Right.
There it is.
Macho Man.
But Matt, why don't you talk about how you guys over at Oak City Gamers got started on YouTube, and how you sort of evolved over the years, maybe some of those early years on YouTube and into now.
Oh, I can tell you all about it, but like the reality is like, can you hear me? Yeah, we're good. Okay, I just gotta post up my. I gotta get Grogu, so I can see the chat. Secondhand toilet, what's up? No, actually, it's kind of weird. I'm actually here's F Google Plus in the background. He's right there.
Come on, Matt. We got some stuff
Yeah,
going
when
on.
people
Here.
say, yeah, I got plenty of stuff here going on. Anyway, what I'm saying is, no, I remember the early days. It was like basically, man, it was me. Like, I was gonna make a Nerf channel. You see, Nerf gun, right there, Nerf gun.
I remember that.
Yeah, and Joel and I were like, we were going to a game store at the time, Gamesters. Which, if you go back, you watch all of our old stuff. That's a completely different Gamesters than the Gamesters that ended up being. Another guy bought it, and it was a different time, and we were making videos a lot because it was good pickings. And there's an episode I think I do where I've got like the bandana over my face, and I'm like, it's been weird times, and we really couldn't. We got shut down during COVID, but at the beginning there, it was like we were doing an episode a week, which is what I'm doing right now at Matt's desk. Check it out, Matt's desk. And doing a weekly video is really tough if you're not like planning for it, really. And we would just call each other up and like, hey, let's go do this, blah blah blah. And it was such a weird, like, we're not like thinking about like how we would make money off of it. We were just going out, kind of having fun. I think a lot of it gets missed by a lot of people, but we like always tried to make sure we were joking a little bit about the community, or like game chasers, I think, in general. And also like Joel is very interested in making the show kind of more like game chasers. And I think our first episode has some similarities to that. And part of the reason why I leave it up there is because it's where we started. I think like the stuff that's really good is the stuff in the car. The stuff that's not really good is the stuff we did right over there, which is me and Joel just like, hey, what's up? We picked up these video games, and I got this wooden sword thing. It just was really awkward. And the next day, like, Joel hits me up and said, I'm working, I can't come out. And he kind of came up with the format for that show, right? Famous Mr. Venegas.
Hey, Matt.
Mr. V, what's up, man?
Is that when the shitty game started?
Yeah,
the shitty game part of the franchise started was after that point? When it was all about shitty games at that point, remember?
I think shitty games is something that's been there since the beginning. I think it's in the first or the second episode. But Joel came up with the whole format. The second
That's
episode,
what I'm talking about, yeah.
Which is where where we're in the car, and like as we go, we show the games, right? Like that was always like I think a better format for us because that made you kind of want to watch the video. You knew it would have to, and I missed those days. Actually, like I was talking to someone, and I said, I enjoy the stuff I do now, right? But it's kind of designed for me to enjoy it. But like, do I have fun doing it? I don't know. Like, maybe sometimes. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
I always thought of those original Oak City Gamers episodes as that's real life. That's what game hunting and game pickup really is.
Yeah.
Because I jump in front of the camera and I go, this is all the cool stuff that I got, but I didn't tell you the 8 hours that I spent at garage sales and you know what I mean? And then I'm not showing you all the misses and the no's and all that stuff. And you guys were really like that. Like, hey, because you can see it in your face. Like, hey, we're at this Goodwill and we're going to go in there, see if they got any stuff. And then you pan over the games, there's nothing there. And you can almost feel as someone that hunts games going, God damn it again. You know what I mean?
Well, we never shied away from from like
Retro
showing
Bro is
the
here.
wall.
Thank you so much, Retro Bro, for the $10 dono. Yeah, and that's great because not a lot of people do that. Retro Bro, thank you so much for the $10 dono. Retro Bro says, happy 10 years, bro, from one OG retro YouTuber to another. Listen, man, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate our friendship. Retro Bro's one of the guys that, you know, I can call him or text him at any time and ask him a question about anything. But that sort of leads into the next thing, you know, Matt, is on my list was how sourcing games was so different 10 years ago compared to now. And it was like there was like the pre-2012 retro game boom. You could almost go to any thrift store, any garage sale. Like Mike said, people would give stuff away for free on Craigslist. And then about 2012 to about 2020, it got sort of hard to go out and find these games, but you could still find them. And then when COVID hit, man, everybody was working from home and everybody turned into a professional reseller, you know, and then we give away the farm, at least in the gaming community. Like, hey, if you see NCAA college football 14 out there, make sure you pick it up because it's like $100 game. And then, you know, now you never see it out there. When you used to be able to find a stupid sports game, which everybody would pass on, you know, you'd be able to find that kind of stuff. But yeah, sourcing has definitely changed. You got to have a little bit more money to buy bigger lots. That's how you're going to get stuff super cheap, unless you just get lucky at a garage sale, you know. But yeah, so that's how it is for me. I live in a Target-rich environment, a lot of yard sales, a lot of thrift stores, pawn shops. You know, some people aren't that fortunate. So I can only imagine what it's like in some of these more rural areas where you may have one local pawn shop, one local thrift store, and your garage sales are, you know, 20, 30 minutes apart. You know what I mean? Where you're chugging to get to these things. So if you guys have any of those types of experiences, please share them because, yeah, it's a great topic for 10 years because it encapsulates how different it was now from 10 years ago. So, Wood, you got any crazy story?
So if we're just talking about like flea markets and yard sales and stuff, we have one local flea market down in town. It's like 5 minutes from the house. Everything else is like an hour away or more. The Goodwills are like that far away from where I live. So I'm in the hills of Tennessee. So I am, you know, the old hillbilly. So it's a lot of traveling to go find stuff and to go spend all that time every day because, you know, I've lost my job. It went to Mexico. So I'm a full-time reseller. Also, boo, right? Everybody says boo about that. But anyways, to go to all these places and all these yard sales like you were talking about and also Matt was talking about and come up short all the time. I have whole days like that. And driving.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like 8 hours. I mean, who drives 8 hours and rides around all over the place going to these yard sales and thrift stores, flea markets and all those places and comes up with like $50? Well, guess what? You just paid for your gas.
Yeah, right. And that's the thing I was going to say. Like, I remember when gas was like $1.29 and my little Toyota, it'd be like $18 to fill it up. It's $35 to fill up that little bastard now. And that's even when I use like a 40-cent Kroger, you know, rewards thing or whatever. But yeah, I just, that's why I say like it's almost better just to make a deal and get a big lot off someone on Facebook. You know, there's nothing more heartbreaking than going to a garage sale and the people say, well, on eBay it goes for, or they've got the printouts. I went to this lady had all these vintage Barbies, like 60s, 70s Barbies, and she had eBay printouts for every single one. And I'm thinking, lady, you don't have to pay the 12%. You don't have to pay the 30-cent transaction fee. You don't have to pay to ship it. I can't bring it back if it does. I'm getting my money back.
You don't have to buy the shipping supplies. You don't have to buy none of this.
Well, no, and that's
worry
the
about
other thing too. Well, hold on. That's the other thing too. Is like sourcing from eBay was way easier back then too.
Hell yeah!
Like, lots were so much cheaper.
Yeah,
You're talking about like 30. Dude, I bought 30 NES games in the early days for like $20, and there were good games in it, right? Like good games, right? You know. Now, when you go and you look,
now my Goodwill, they'll put 360 games at $7.99.
Yeah, I've seen that too, Chris.
You know.
Yep.
Oh, what did you tell? 3? Hold on, wait.
Like scratched up, like broken center ring disc game.
I already cleaned it off.
It's crazy.
Actually, I'll spoil an episode.
Get some ABBA.
Dude,
Nice.
I had to buy it.
Mike says his wife worked for Savers back in the day, and they'd give him a heads up on PS2 games, 2 for $1.99, and NES games for $5, and PS1 for back in the day. I miss those days. Greg says, I agree, rural areas have it rough. I always think about that whenever I complain about the lack of garage sales. And I live in Denver, which is a pretty big city. Genovi's here. What's up, Genovi? Man, I haven't heard a lot from Genovi. Dude, are you still making videos? He says, what's up, CM?
Hello,
Congrats on the
Genovi.
milestone. Rare to see someone
We're
remain
looking
active
directly
on this
at Genovi. We have to connect with the audience.
And Genovi just leads right into our next segment, which, I want to share some stories about people that I met on YouTube, but I also want to run through a list of names. I went through my old videos and wrote down names of YouTubers that I had interacted with, or they sent me a package, or they sent a packet, that kind of thing. So I'm just going to, if any of these sound familiar to you, let me know. A. Crosby, Liquid Wayno, he's from Canada, Blast Mode 7, Water Music Retro. This is the guy, Water Music Retro. He did video games and like vinyl records. Great channel, and just shut his channel down. Like I get life comes up, but man, put all your stuff in private and come back to it if you want to. Don't delete your whole channel. That's crazy. Long Shot, who I just posted a video about when we used to do the Shooter Up Showdown. Throwback Gaming, Canadian Retro. I love that guy. Joey Mowry, Alex's Arcade, The Game Hunter, COE 33, and Leaf. Love those guys. They're out in Washington. Video Game Cadet. Yeah. Henry, you're not normal, Henry. Henry's in the stream. HG, my man. Tight White, Shad Juice, Dan from Rebel Gaming Club. Some guy named Woodbury and Retro Game Hunter. I don't know him.
Rebel Gaming Club's still around. They just changed their name. Rebel Gaming Club's like the Rebel Record Club or something. Roaming Dan, loved Roaming Dan. I guess I said something on a stream and it made him mad, so I'm not sure if he follows anymore. Tony Morales, video game collector. Tony is one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. His daughter went in the Navy, actually, so congrats to his family and her. Hope she stays safe. And Tony, the video game collector, man, super great dude. Jason Rotbergs. Jason used to be a really good friend on the channel, but he actually unsubscribed and sent me a nasty text message because I had Tommy Tellerico on my live stream. I sent him like a box and television and all kinds of stuff. It's crazy. Carly's doing her own little thing. Everybody loves Carly. I used to interact a lot with JLove81, Retro Gamer 717, Thrifty Gamer, and then the last person I want to talk about, and we talk about people on YouTube and online sometimes, but specifically on YouTube in the gaming community. Our lives are so intertwined and we come into contact with each other and we break and maybe come together a couple of years and break. Jamie Harvey was this guy in Michigan, and I did an NES collection video years ago. And then the next day I went to check my comments and he said, hey, I made a reply video. So I checked out his NES collection video and I was like, hey, he had a box for Batman, but I had the cartridge. I was like, hey, I'll send you this. And then I noticed he was missing Super C. So I sent that to him, and he was overjoyed, over the moon. The guy died like 8 months later. He had some serious health issues. So, I was about to say, I can think of one guy.
But I just want to say that, like,
watching my channel since the beginning is Henry G. Here tonight HG's awesome. In this chat. Yeah. So I mean, like,
but when I heard that Jamie passed away, I messaged his sister and I said, sorry for your loss. My name's Chris. I haven't seen, I sent your brother some games and stuff like that. So I hope you guys are doing well and all that stuff, like the whole thing. And she was like, yeah, he really, he remembered you and we all know who you are. And he was just taken aback that you would send something like that to him. Cause I sent him, a couple of Nintendo games I had doubles of, and from Ohio to Michigan, it's cheap shipping. But I'm glad that I could provide some type of enjoyment to his life, not knowing that 8 months later, man, and it's just a reminder that how fragile life can be and how our lives sort of, like I said, intersect and then they kind of bounce off and we never hear or talk to each other again. And that's just a crazy, crazy thing. But yeah, so when I started kind of getting on YouTube, do what?
I said you only get 3 lives in Pac-Man. You
right?
get a quarter to play the game.
But the first
three
group
lives to play Pac-Man.
the first group that I started to hang out with was Tight White, Shad Juice, Dan, Hav, Bad Company Gaming, Wood, King Deathbreaker, and we kind of had like a text group. And that I worked nights, so I didn't really participate in it. I'd wake up and I'd be like, "You have 400 text messages." I'm like, "What?" Like working third shift. So that sort of broke up. I think there was well, I don't want to, but there was an issue with Hav and Bad Company Gaming. So everybody just kind of went their separate ways. And I do want to, since he's here, I will talk about Wood. Wood, very nice dude. But I remember like Wood picked up this huge lot of Super Nintendo RPGs, and somehow that got in my feed, you know. So I clicked on Wood's video, and Wood got all these awesome, like Earthbound, all that great stuff, right?
Terrible video.
But right up there on the recommended was a video for Kane Deathbreaker. And Kane, super nice guy, love that guy. And so I was like, oh, I'm click on this, I'll watch that. And that's how I ended up meeting Wood and Kane Deathbreaker, you know, through those recommended videos. And again, YouTube was different way back in the day where smaller YouTubers could actually get in the recommended feed and you could see their videos. Uncle Strange, this is a great story. I had just finished playing The Last of Us, and I wanted to play the new game Plus, and I was like, well, who else is streaming The Last of Us? I'll play my game and I'll listen or watch. And Uncle Strange only had like 10 people watching his stream, so I was like, I'll click on this dude, man. And Uncle Strange is one of my favorite people on YouTube. You know, I love that guy.
It's a cool dude, man. I like that.
He went over to Twitch. Yeah, Strange is awesome. Rob is awesome. And like I said, I got 100 stories like that, but, you know, specifically talking about how you found other channels. And again, our lives kind of intersect. They ping and they break off and they ping again, maybe down the road, or they
Oh, Sam, you're breaking up, bud. On my end.
I was about to say we're like two octopi. Like we like touch tentacles. Then
So Stampede Gaming just donated 10 and says congrats on 10 years.
I don't know, Matt keeps making these fast movements.
Oh, dude, I did $1. Yeah, it's literally the least I got.
Yeah, Stampede Gaming.
If I could
thank
throw
you so
$1
for the dono, and Joe says congrats on 10 years. Thanks, man. Joe is definitely one of those great gamers, man. These Contra games, these Ninja Gaiden games, all these really hard games, he for some reason is just very good at. And I think for me, when I watch Stampede Gaming, so Joe has a section called Game Breakers, you know, like break down how Silver Surfer works and that kind of thing. But what I really like is when he and Alex play Tecmo Bowl, because it gets crazy because they're just talking smack the whole time, and it's just so much fun.
I gotta watch that.
Oh, and don't you
Joe's
think
great.
I didn't hear you,
City Gamers,
Ty Lord?
thank you so much for the 99 cents. No.
I heard you, Ty Lord. That's right.
You guys are awesome.
Macho
Retro
Mac tonight. Here for 10th anniversary of
Mike says he's talking on drama 90% Instagram now. I've been busy creating my own site and starting YouTube back up soon. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, YouTube definitely has changed. So what are your guys? Do you guys have any really cool stories? We'll get Henry HG's in the backup here. We'll get him in just a second. So hang on, Henry. But do you guys have any really cool stories of YouTubers that you met, or how we met, or how you guys met, or how anybody in the chat met? Just anything like that would be super cool.
Go ahead,
Any cool stories?
Yeah, and it's actually meeting you for the first time. Because I watched your channel, and all of a sudden, it's like you're commenting on my channel, and I went in the house, and I was like, look, I got this awesome YouTuber that's commenting on my stuff. He's liking my stuff. And I was like, this is freaking amazing. It was like a whole life-changing experience stepping out into social media and doing this stuff on YouTube. I was like, so, I mean, and of course, Matt and everybody. There's a lot of YouTubers that's like that
look,
touched my life.
I'd say the exact same about Chris. I'd say the exact same story. He showed up to my channel one day, sauntered on in, Mr. Like, I'm CM Retro. I talk about games I found. I got a little bit of a sense of humor about some of it.
So I actually went to watching his channel, and I was like, you know what? This dude knows his shit about stuff, man. I mean, he's got knowledge about things and stuff, and there's a lot of other YouTubers that I met through him, like MC Murder for one.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know about MC Murder till I met Chris.
Yeah.
And then through Oak City, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, it's just weird how we're all connected like that. You know what I mean? Like you watch my channel and then you find someone else's channel, just like I watched your channel and found Kane Deathbreaker. And that's the way it used to be back in the day. You know what I mean? So yeah, very cool.
Well, I got to tell
Right,
you,
cool.
when you're too cool for school, you're too cool for school.
I was too stupid for school.
Okay. Okay.
Last thing I have in the notes before we can do like Q&A and stuff is, you know, we didn't do a trade show this year, and I'd like to get maybe early next year, get that going again. Oh, it's Dale. Dale Stark says, happy 10th anniversary. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. The trade show was actually a Tight White's idea, and he wanted to have it on his channel, but because his internet was so terrible, we ended up having it on my channel. And, you know, all those guys like Spruce Game Hunting, Smash JT, all of us, you know, we do that once a year, and we're like wee hours in the morning. I remember that first time we did that, right? Like we did all the trades and all that stuff. And then, you know, kind of done with the trades. And all we hear in the back, right? All we hear, we're like some Smash JT's like messing around down here in the corner. And all we hear in the back is just tape, just clear plastic tape. It's like, Jeff, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm packaging up these boxes. I'm like, bro, that's coming all over the stream. He's like, oh, sorry. I'm like, that cat, man.
Oh,
crazy,
Mr. Venegas, Mr. V Toys.
Long shot. Happy 10th anniversary, buddy. Thanks, Long Shot. Yeah, Long Shot used to kick it with
Venegas,
us.
Man, that's the dude I met for your channel, Mr. Venegas.
Thank you so much. $9.99 dono. I definitely appreciate it. You are awesome. Actually, you know, a funny story about Mr. Venegas is, you know, I liked the toys that I had when I was a kid. You know, those old 80s Masters of the Universe, G.I. Joe type of stuff. But it's because of Mr. Venegas that I actually started to get a little bit more into like the modern stuff and understanding that there's quality in the modern stuff. So thanks, Mr. Venegas, for making me spend thousands of dollars on Legos and new Star Wars toys, which I probably would have done anyway. So it's not your fault. I'm just displacing blame.
Oh,
but Mr. Venegas, thank you so much.
Chris.
Matt, I met him through your channel, bud. Through Oak City, I met Mr. Venegas.
Through mine?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's cool. I was about to say, dude, I remember when we all saw Mr. Venegas' name. Like you have to like be old school to know Mr. V's name. Let's just go by V from now on.
Yeah. You had a really cool intro, like you had like animated like characters, and I was like, oh, how does he do that? That's like groundbreaking stuff.
Oh, trust me when
Scorpion,
I tell you,
was like dancing.
Yeah.
Trust me when I'm telling you, man. Like this, like little desk thing that I got going on. It's dude. It's like a small piece of what I'm doing with my life right now. So, oh hey, yeah, real quick, Chris.
Yeah.
You know what this is, right?
A Zippo.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not going to show you the price. Can you tell me?
It's a Zippo?
Can you tell me how old this is?
You can't see the model number or anything. It's basically Zippo there.
Yeah.
So, here, real quick. I'll show you another one I have. It's hard to read. This one has the model number, the patent number. Right. Let me see if we can find the angle. Right there. Right there. No, it's upside down. Can't see very much. This is how they stamped them back. This is how they stamped them back in 1960. Okay, so you see those 7 notches? This is a 1966 lighter.
Oh, it's a little hard
This is my dad's from Vietnam. My dad had this in Vietnam, right? So when
thank him for his service for sure.
Oh, dude, my dad, like he wishes he had never done it. He got drafted. 1968, they were like, "Hey, you're going to Vietnam." He's like, "Fuck." But yeah, I saw the edge of this. This is a $30 lighter. It's a standard chrome. $4. I'm just
Nice haul,
saying,
but thank your
dude.
pops for his service, man. Even though he had to go,
Oh, nice.
he had to go do it. So I will
Well,
thank him right now.
sure.
Thanks, Matt's
I'm
pop.
gonna be real, dude. My dad was a nerd in the army. He was crypto clearance, like,
He went to Nam, bro.
but he was like, so actually that's another thing I'm doing. I'm gonna work on a show about my dad's old stories. So, but if you ever see a Zippo, go and just look up Zippos, right? And learn what like the little marks on them say. Some of these chrome ones from certain years are worth $50, but $30 on a $4 price tag. This is going in my collection because I collect them. I have, like I said, my dad's one from Vietnam. This has a bootleg insert in it. My uncle put in there probably in 1975 or 1980 or something.
Okay, Matt, I got one question before we get back to everything that we're supposed to be doing here. Can you light that and open it at the same time?
What, this? No, it doesn't have any fluid in it.
Oh, sad face.
I was about to say, hey.
That was the thing back in the day with the Zippo. If we're on it, open it and light it at the same time, right?
Well,
But anyway,
the flip
I had
strip.
one in high school that I had. It was just a silver one, and I took it to an engraving shop, and I had them inscribed "Fuck Communism" on my Zippo lighter.
You know, Chris, I actually, when I was a kid,
Did you gamer here? What's up, Did you? 10 years. Thanks, bro.
when I was a kid, I had a brass one.
All right, let's get Henry in here.
I had a brass one. And I had them right.
What's up, boys?
what up, Henry?
Henry G.
It's been too long.
It's been a minute, man. How'd the college years go for you?
It's the original
man.
I'm not going to like college, but I used to work like a year ago.
The OG.
Then I got injured. It's good to see you guys.
Oh no.
Hey, no, it's good to hear from you, Henry, dude.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I mean, last time I even heard anything, you was headed off to college, I thought.
Yeah, but everything like changed, so I had to like get like a job. Then I got like injured in the process, so now I'm having to file for disability.
Well, I hate to hear that, man.
Dude,
I hope everything's
really
good.
Oh no.
That's so tough.
It'll be all right though.
It's crazy. Are you still collecting? You were an Xbox
Yeah.
guy, right? Like you like the original Xbox?
Oh, absolutely. I
Nice.
collected a lot of like OG Xbox back in my day. I had like some of the rare like titles like Otage 1 and 2, Panzer Dragoon Orta. I remember like that one trade that me and you did like a long time ago. I gave you like that one Dreamcast game, and he gave me like Silent Hill 4 and Looney Tunes Sheep Raider, and I just got to it. It was a lot of fun. Did you ever play that Marvel vs. Capcom, Chris?
No, all my Dreamcast stuff is in a box up there. I was just thinking about that the other day because I also have Gunbird on the Dreamcast. And I wanted to play that, so I was like, if I hook up the Dreamcast, I don't want to just hook it up and play one game. But I was like, I know HG sent me that Marvel vs. Capcom, so I'm definitely gonna give that a try.
I'll be right back. That. I think run to the potty.
But I've never played a console version of Marvel vs. Capcom, so I'm kind of excited to play it. Actually, what's up, Tyler?
Henry, I love the fact that you haven't replaced the battery in the smoke detector.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen to a while, man.
Yeah, man.
That thing was
I just been
off
helping like my family out is what I've been doing. I know.
It's old school vibes, but I love it.
We'll get to fixing that soon.
Yeah,
but when I was working like last year, I saved up for like a PlayStation 2, and I got like a whole bunch of PS2 games. And I've just been like trying to like beat like the ones that I gotten so far. I just love the PS2.
The old powerhouse, man. The old PS2.
Yeah.
PS2
oh yeah.
It's my favorite console. I think it's the best console of all time. In my opinion, the PS2.
Without a doubt, I would agree.
It's a damn good console, man.
I would put Nintendo number 2, although I did play a lot of Super Nintendo the first half of the year, so I can see how somebody would like Super Nintendo more than the Nintendo. I can totally understand that.
The Super Nintendo's getting like really pricey right now, as far as I know. Because I remember like buying like Mega Man X like a long time ago, and it's like only like $20 to $30. Now it's going for like 60 or 80, I think, for the first one. As I recall,
yeah, that's got to be complete to go for that.
Really?
Yeah.
With the
as far as I know,
complete.
I could have sworn that it was like just something like cartridge only though, because I'm pretty sure it's gotten up like in there in price wise, as far as I was aware.
Because let's say Henry G won.
Yeah, our local store is cartridge only.
Henry G won our only contest, man.
Yeah, I remember that.
PS2 stuff.
I was gonna like send something over just to give me some time. I've just been really busy lately.
No, you ain't gotta send me nothing, bro. Man, I got too much stuff as it is.
No. I got it, bro. I got you.
Man. Thank you so much,
dude. Chris, this is what you sent me. There's gonna be a Matt's desk. It's gonna be a mail call and music or something. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Nice.
Like theming these episodes.
Adam says happy 10 years. Thank you. I hope you guys are doing awesome. Yeah, can't wait, man. You won the Toy Freaks contest, right?
Yeah. The only contest I've won on YouTube, and the last contest I won was from Mega Bloks. And there's a Mega Bloks Halo figure. It's worth like $600 or $700 or something.
Okay, what's that figure?
It's a Sage minifigure, and it was a runner-up prize to the clear one. And I think they only made like 50 of them or something. And I got like a big prize package with like a bunch of sets, a Halo novel set. I can see the Halo novel set. It was like I think it was like Halo Reach for free, or no, Halo Wars. And then I got I still have it. It's like a buildable figure, like one of these tall ones in Mega Bloks, and it's signed by all the people on the team who designed the block sets, which I thought was cool.
Chris, I think your laptop might be overheating, bro. Put a fan on it.
Now, just a heads up, my internet's a little wonky here, so it'll probably happen from time where it kind of glitches and then comes back on. So we can either fight through it or shut down the stream. I don't know. Whatever you guys want to do.
Fight through it.
Fight through it.
Fight through it.
Hey, if it burns, the wood will be the first thing to go up. Pretend my stream is like Ninja Gaiden. If the stream catch on fire, man, the wood's going to be the first thing to burn.
I think I've known you for. Tylord says he thinks he's known me for at least 8 of them. 8 years. You know, for the longest time, I thought Tylord lived in Canada, but he lives out on the West Coast. I don't know why. Somebody probably said that, and it just in my brain, oh yeah, Tylord lives in Canada, Canada, America's hat.
I always thought that he lived in like one of them Nordic countries where they talk like this. Hello, my name is Tylord. I'm happy to bring you to my house. My name is Tylord. We can play the retro video games. And then I saw one of his videos, and I was like, "Oh, he's just a dude. What the?"
Tylord and Tight White, and those were the guys that got me into stupid Laserdisc, which I haven't watched a Laserdisc movie in like 3 years. You know what I mean? But I'm glad that I have them in case I ever wanted to.
He's back. Oh yeah, the guy who could barely wear these things.
It's like Inception.
No, I was about to say, dude, it's your 10th anniversary. I gotta come up here with something good. Jesus, God,
it's crazy, man. I can't believe I've been doing this nonsense for 10 years.
Chris gonna find some video.
I need to start playing on my YouTube exit strategy.
Well, we've been on.
I'm glad everybody's doing well.
We've been on for 5 years, I think. I think when our anniversary came up, I didn't care about it I said 10s, 20s, and 25s. I'll be good on those. And I don't think I'm going to make it more than 25. So, cheers, folks. I'm telling you right now, this Dewar's
what else?
French cask, it's got apple brandy cask finish. It's delicious.
You know what else has changed? Is streaming technology, because Wood remembers he was there. We used to use Google Hangout as our streaming source, and now we use StreamYard. And Google Hangout, you could have up to like 10 people or whatever, but you could only run a stream for like 10 hours. And there were a couple of nights that we started a stream and it would shut off at 4 o'clock in the morning, and it was just me and Wood on the stream. So I was like, hold on, bro, hold on. And then I have to start up another stream, and we go for another couple of hours. But
Chris was like, just call into work. Just call into work. You're out today. And we actually did that. For real.
Well, bad influence.
Any more topics?
Tyler says, I remember when you thought I just went with it for a couple of years. I'm Tyler, from Canada. We talk all about it.
It's weird. Chris,
I'm sorry.
It's so weird you went this far, but I went so much further on the thought process on this guy. That's all I'm saying. Like honestly, for the longest time, I thought like his name was Svensson or something. So. Another thing, if you're old enough, you remember.
8 years old. It doesn't feel that, bro. Time flies, man. I don't know where that 10 years went, but I'm pretty sure I had a good time. 8 years, that's crazy. So in the next couple of years, you're going to be having a 10-year stream, which is going to be awesome.
Oh, I'll never have a 10 years.
Crazy,
stream.
Man.
No, I ain't doing streams for 10 years and stuff. No, screw that. Unless it's the party and we're all partying. We're like, retro. Come on, we're partying. Where are you guys at?
Yeah. Retro Heck says, in your last stream, I fell asleep and I just left. Yeah, I've done that before. I did that one time when Reggie was on. Radical Reggie was on. I was just like, I took my computer, I put on the avatar thing or the whatever, and I went over to my bed and I just laid in bed. I went, fell asleep with Reggie. But Reggie's a nice guy, you know what I mean? And I want to hear, he's knowledgeable about PlayStation stuff, so I want to hear what he has to say, especially about import. But I was tired, man. I've done that before on Geek Getaway. I've done that before at his live stream. It's knocked out, man. Listen, I work hard, and then I get up at like 6 in the morning to do eBay stuff, and then go hunt games all day, and then I come home, and then I'm like doing stuff around the house or whatever. And then by the time it's time to live stream at 8 or 9 o'clock, man, it's time to go to bed. You know what I mean?
No one said you didn't work hard, Chris.
Work hard for my peanuts.
You're the only one thinking you don't work hard enough. If that's the case, no one said you. We all get it. You work hard as hell.
Wood, I saw on your eBay store, you have like a Hot Wheel. It's like a purple truck, and you know the one that like you bang into the wall and it like
the Crash 87 Chevy, 84 Chevy.
Yeah. I had there was a little red sports car like that, so I'm like always checking your eBay store to see if you found one of those. It was like a little red sports car, and it was on the front, and it would flip, you know? I was like, man, I'd love to have that car back, but I couldn't remember what it was until I saw yours. I was like, yeah, those are cool, man.
Yeah, I remember actually getting some of those new back in the day and just rolling them against the wall or whatever to see them crash and see the damage. I thought it was really awesome. Because there had been nothing like that, you know,
yeah,
back then.
Yeah, and I always thought those were cooler than like the color changing ones, you know?
I've actually got one of those right up beside the 1987 Daytona Spider micro machine you sent me. It's a Porsche up there, but it's a color change car. Yes, that's something I wanted to bring up also. You remember back when all the trades actually started happening and you get a trade from somebody and there was like extras. So that's a topic I wanted to bring up. Like somebody was always super
Yeah.
generous back then, and then some people
Yeah.
would like
Be right back.
just send you what you asked for. So, Chris, I wanted to ask
And then-
you, since it's the anniversary, what would be the
Yeah.
best extra you ever got in a trade deal for free? Like somebody would send it to show appreciation to you and your channel.
Well, I have to be honest. Retro Heck is in the stream. Retro Heck is one of the best people to trade with because he always sends like I'm terrible at sending extras because I don't know what anybody wants. But I love Song of the Deep on PS4. I think it's a great game. Actually, man, I should stream that. But somewhere along the line, Retro Heck found the Song of the Deep watch with the case. You know, that went like this cardboard case that it came in, and he said that, and I was like, man, that's a pretty sweet deal there. I got something coming from Mr. Matthews that will hopefully be here next week. He was clean. Let me set it up like this. Not really a trade. He said he went to his mom's house and his mom's like help his mom clean the house or whatever. She's like, yeah, I got a couple of your toys from. Well, he starts pulling out boxes, and she's like, yeah, I would buy extra just in case, And so he's got all the sealed toys. He had a tote, like a 30-gallon tote of Ninja Turtle toys with weapons and everything.
Holy crap!
So he pulls out this whole thing of Micro Machines. He's like, I'm just gonna send them to you. But yeah, that was cool. So I told him I'd pay for the shipping. I'm going to send him something back. Hopefully he enjoys it. But those trades. One time you sent me a huge thing of like DS cases. Remember, like empty DS cases, and it's like, while I'm not ever going to go out and find Barbie on Nintendo DS, those cases are perfect for Game Boy Advance games. You know what I mean? And I do like those. That was a pretty good gift. But yeah, everybody's just so generous, Even if it's something small, extra, it's like they thought enough of you to say, hey, I'm doing these couple extra.
My best get, just like a bonus thing from knowing a guy, was from this guy named Chris. He has a channel on YouTube called CM Retro. And this dude, out of the love of his heart, out of the beauty and joy that this man wants to bring into the world, literally gave me a loose copy of Rocket Knight Adventures, which I can see right now. Right now. When I'm looking, I can't see it. So I got it right now. And he also sent me a friggin' PS1, like the mini PS1, to go in my PS1 bag. And he also sent me
PS1 bag.
The evil doll, which this doll used to be evil. Now it's just like cool. Like everything else that's in here that's so evil. Like I got like an evil jumping Mario from the Nintendo World and Nintendo store
I was happy to get that doll out of my house.
And then I have an evil Yoda figure from 1985. And then I actually have an actual figurine of the Death Star. So it's hard to explain, but it's also evil. I mean, everything I have here.
What about you, Wood?
Oh man, a lot of people's been super generous with me, especially like you. And there was a lot of good extras that was sent in almost every package I got. But there was one that stood out a lot. Hobjies. He sent a box to my house that weighed 70 pounds. And there was a note attached to that said, pass it on to this guy. So that's what I did. I won't mention their names. Take out what you want. And I just took out just commons I didn't have, and I just sent the package on. But it weighed 60 pounds at the post office. So there you go. That was the crazy thing. UPS, the guy was pissed off, dude, when he showed up here. He's like, what in the hell is in this? That's what he said. He literally was pissed because it was so heavy. And he was like toting
Yeah,
it up
that's
to the
crazy.
porch. I was like, "Hey man, can I help you?" Because I was cutting the grass and doing weed eating and whatnot. And I was like, "Let me help you, man." And I actually tipped him
Yeah,
because the box was big.
Hobby's
I couldn't
super generous.
imagine. I think I did a video on it. Maybe I don't remember. Should have been. But anyways, it was going on to Ring
Yeah.
Dan. That's where it's going.
Oh yeah, Hav is super generous. Yeah, man, Hav definitely like you. You get one game from Hav and you get a box like this big for sure. He definitely does it right.
It was
Chum
crazy.
Nasty says, "Congrats on 10 years." Thanks, man. Yeah, Hav is the best, man.
Chum Nasty. What's up?
He's super
Is
cool.
audio and video coming through good
Okay,
for me?
Yeah, I was about to say I've got to go and
I'll be right
grab
back.
a drink, and then no, I was about to say, Wood, you're the star of the show. I gotta go tell my kid to go to
Okay,
bed.
well, Henry, get on video, man. Jump in here with me, man. Don't leave me hanging, bro.
All right, got you.
Yeah, you got a beautiful face.
There
Come
we
on,
go.
man. Oh my God, there's a
There we
beautiful
go.
I'm
face.
here.
So me and Henry can.
Hey, when I come back, the next topic, if you guys want to think about it or maybe talk with the chat, are some of the things that you've sort of some of your gaming stuff that you learned from watching YouTube that maybe if you never watched YouTube, you wouldn't be into. So like for me, I can tell you some consoles and some games I never would have played or bought or thought about until somebody started talking about them on YouTube. But I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, so Henry, man, there was some trades and stuff that you'd done. What was the like extra that you got that really did surprise you?
Honestly, when I was trading with Chris a long time ago, I traded him a couple of PlayStation games, like PS1 games, and I got like Lords of Shadow 2 and a really cool game called Legacy of Kain Blood Omen. And I was shocked to like finally get like a copy of it because it's actually going for a lot like right now complete. So yeah, I think that was like the best like gifts that I got from him. But other than that, I think Silent Hill 4 is probably like the standout for me because I got like a trade off of that for the Dreamcast game I was talking about earlier.
Well,
it was
that was
good
in the
though.
trade show, right?
Yeah, that was in the trade show. I think like a year ago. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
it was a year ago.
So yeah, that's pretty ridiculous to get some stuff like that just in a trade and stuff. But what did you?
Yeah.
I want to ask you this too. What is the game that you traded that you really do regret trading?
Nothing. I don't regret anything because
like something you want.
Sometimes like that saying where you just have to like let go of something sometimes. That's sort of like how I felt. But
okay. Yeah.
I don't regret anything of like trading. I just trade for fun and just help a gamer out. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up, man.
But I just love for like what I got, and I just appreciate what I have, and I don't like regret anything. I just try to like just have fun and just put myself out there and try to like it's more of like a collecting thing. I like to collect a lot, and it's just I really want to like have more. It's just a long process,
Yeah. So
but
what like systems are you real like? If you had to pick one system that you really love and want to collect more for, what would that be?
PS1, honestly.
PlayStation 1.
A long time ago, I wanted to get Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and kind of lucked out. But I think I'll find it like eventually. It's just that income is kind of like a problem, so I'm trying to like save up money for like a personal matter. So I got to get that done. Then once I have like all that taken care of, I can have fun and spend like whatever I want.
Yeah. That definitely comes first, that's for sure.
Yeah, it does.
So you got any
I wish I
questions?
had someone to donate Castlevania Symphony of the Night to me. That would be like really appreciated, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the only Castlevania I don't have. It's that one. And honestly, I've played it, and I don't like it.
Really? Wow.
I'm probably the only person that's going to say that. You know, I like old Castlevania stuff, but I don't care
Mhm.
for Symphony of the Night.
You know, I think that's the same for me for like a Castlevania game that everyone likes. I don't like the third one, but I like the second one a lot, even though a lot of people don't like the second one.
Simon's
It's because the
Quest?
third one's like way too. Yeah, Simon's Quest. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, right here.
It's just that the third one is way too hard. It's just how I found it. You know,
Yeah.
I actually have the collection on a PlayStation 4. That's how I play it. Is on my PS4.
It works good too on there. The emulation's not bad
Yeah,
on
it does.
PS4. Man.
It's really good. I'm trying to get through Super Castlevania like right now, so trying to
Oh,
like
Castlevania.
beat that first.
Everybody's going to hate me for saying this, but my favorite Castlevania is on Super Nintendo. I love it.
Mhm. That's my favorite too, honestly. That's
It's a
like the
really good.
best one
It's
that I
got the
think that
whip
they made.
trick and all that stuff. It's just a really good game. And actually, I sent Chris a copy of Castlevania on Super Nintendo.
You did, and I actually beat that game this year for the first time. It's on the list. It was number 16. I have a list of games. Super Castlevania 4 for the Super Nintendo. I gave it an A minus. It's a great game, and I got the box. So now all I need is a manual, and I'll have that sucker complete. And I got that from Wood. So there we go, Mr. Venegas
That's Mr. V.
with a $20 dono. Thank you so much,
$20
man.
dono.
Definitely the coolest. Not sure if you guys
Nice.
did this topic, but what are your two favorite, your two games that you always go back to and play? His are Super Ghouls and Ghosts for the Super Nintendo and Resident Evil 2. Great topic, as that leads into what we were getting ready to talk about next, which are games that maybe you didn't really grow up with, but once you started getting back into gaming, you found that you really, really loved those games. For me, if we're specifically talking about Super Nintendo, though, it's got to be like Mega Man X. I really love Mega Man X. And a game that I actually had a ton of fun with this year, Super Adventure Island on Super Nintendo. It's cheap and it's not hard like the other Super or the Adventure Island series. It's actually pretty tame. You can beat it in a day, and it's got some really cool weapons. But yeah, great question. Wood, two games that you always go back to.
That I always go back to that I would play right now tonight if I wasn't doing this. Ninja Gaiden or Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden. The first
Ninja
one.
Gaiden.
Ninja Gaiden. And I gotta pick Castlevania on the SNES.
Yeah.
I have to. I could always play those.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Mega Man 2 and 3, I would throw those out there too, because I always stream those, and I stream them back to back, when I do stream. But HG, how about you? Two games that you can always go back to?
Okay, I agree with Mega Man X, like the first one. I've been playing that like this year, and I keep on going back to it. Like I just recently beat it too. Then the first Halo, I've been playing like a lot of that on PC on online. And me and one of my buddies, we just keep on playing customs over and over again. It's just way too much fun, man.
Good old Halo, man.
Yep. I have like the Master Chief collection, so that's why I play it like online on
Hey,
PC.
I got a quick question that's irrelevant to everything else. Did you ever beat the Halo 1 on Lasso?
I'm pretty sure I did.
That's pretty. Hey, you got my. Hey, hats off to you, bro.
But I can always beat like Halo in Legendary mode. I've played it ever since like I was 5.
If you collected all the skulls, Lasso is all skulls on. So there's no retinal on the screen. Aiming, none of that. And
I actually haven't done that yet.
I just had to write Halo down. This year I'm doing like 16-bit games I never played. So first 6 months I did Super Nintendo. The last half of the year I'm doing Sega Genesis games. But next year I thought about doing games that I've never beaten one game in the franchise, and I've never beaten a Halo game because I just wasn't an Xbox guy. Oak City Gamers,
and that's fair.
For 99 cents.
You don't like first-person shooters, though, Chris.
Yeah, but I feel like I kind of have to play it. And Final Fantasy VII's up there, you know what I mean? Like I feel like I have to kind of play those games. Fluffy Gamer, good to see Fluffy Gamer, man. I always
Where's
enjoy
he
Fluffy
been?
Gamer's videos.
Yeah, dude, I like his
And
channel.
he's like a walking encyclopedia on the DVDs and Blu-rays that you should be buying. So shout
He
out
was
to
like the
to Big
OG
Phil
of Goodwill
there,
back
man.
in the day, man.
Mark's Collectible says, "Where's secondhand toy dealer?" I think he's got to put more
I'll be right
brick in
back,
his
guys.
basement because. Yeah, secondhand toy dealer should be here. There's another super nice dude. There it is. Oh, that was weird. Like watching that scene in Ace Ventura when Jim Carrey comes out the rhino's ass. That's what I just felt like we watched right there. But that's pretty sweet, man. Little Spider-Man
Freaking
outfit.
multiverse.
Yeah.
This is from an episode. From an episode of thrifting game. I wore it in one. Your friendly neighborhood game finder man.
Do you guys remember when Fluffy Gamer was on that episode of Storage Wars with Renee and like Fluffy? He took a bunch of crap for like that it was fake and all that stuff. Like, you guys remember that? Like, I think Renee found like a storage unit with like a bunch of video game stuff in there, and a Fluffy Gamer was there. And, oh yeah, that's fake and this and that. It's like, I mean, I'm sure there's a little bit of not true stuff on reality TV, but I'm not sure if they could just salt the mine on every single storage unit. That would be an interesting story, man. I'm sure gamers had to tell that story over and over and over again. The Storage Wars story. But yeah, I always watch Fluffy Gamer on Facebook because he's like, yeah, I got this at Book Off for like $1, and it's like a $50 DVD. And then the next time I go to the Goodwills, I'm always looking for that. I think he got it was like Dogma or Dutch or something on Blu-ray. And I'm like, I know I've seen that out there on Blu-ray. I didn't realize there were $100 Blu-rays. Crazy town. Yeah. So,
I got like a question.
Matt, real quick. Sorry, Henry. Matt, real quick. Mr. Venegas asked, what are your two like go-to games that you could just play all the time, anytime you're down to play those games? What are your two?
Mario, Sonic.
Nice. I beat Sonic for the first time last night.
I'm saying Mario 3 and Sonic 3. Always pick them up,
I know.
play them. It's almost like a weird comfort food for me, like eating a pie. Also, I donoed again. That was another $1. I matched Mr. V Games and Toys the last part of his donation. I matched that 99 cents.
Yes, thank you so much.
No, don't
Gamers Manuel.
Don't thank me. Don't thank me.
Thank you.
Don't.
Gamers Manuel says today the anniversary. It was actually last week, but we were having some computer issues. I was not very happy. Matt will tell you.
Oh, I talked to you.
In a good mood last week. He called me.
I talked to you.
He called. I was inconsolable.
You know how upset I was.
Henry's got a question.
Yeah.
Yes. What games are you guys currently playing? Because I'm currently playing Ape Escape right now, and I'm trying to beat it. It's a lot of fun, dude. It's kind of like a 3D platformer, like a Mario 64, kind of. It's got like that vibe to it, and I really look forward to like beating it like right now. So I'm curious to know like what games are you guys playing right now?
Nice. So like I said, last night I beat Sonic the Hedgehog for the first time, and today because I want to kind of focus on Genesis stuff, I threw in Steel Empire, but I also have Wings of War and then Royal Rumble. Retro Tiburon sent me a copy of Royal Rumble, and then I definitely want to play Lotus, Lotus Turbo Challenge on Genesis because I do like 16-bit arcade racers. But yeah, for sure. What about you, Wood? What games are you playing?
I'm playing Ninja Gaiden 3 right now.
Oh,
I love that game. I did a casual let's play the classics on it. Watch it. Give all the good pro strats.
Did you beat it?
My second favorite Ninja Gaiden. Oh yeah. I won Death Ran it, and the one death was because in that last section 7, you're on a very strict timer, and if you can't do it within the time limit, you're just gonna die. So I always get to the last section of the 7 or whatever it is.
7-4,
and then I die
yeah.
because of time, and then I can beat the rest of the timer. Yeah, it's brutal. But
What is the
yeah,
stuff
that's my
flashing
second
up on the
favorite Ninja
screen?
Gaiden
Y'all
game
see
after the
that, or
first. I'm
just
trying to get
me?
all the Ninja Gaiden games.
Matt, are you doing something over there? You flashing stuff up on
No.
the screen?
That's us.
No, I mean,
No, I just did this.
what is this?
No one. That's us.
Fluffy, watch my Let's Play the Classic on Ninja Gaiden 3.
Oh, hey, real quick, the games I play, I come home every night and I play freaking Fortnite for at least an hour because it's kind of my palate cleanser for the day. I like a disposable experience. And recently I've been messing around with one of these. So, yeah. Where'd Henry go?
I don't know. Where'd he go?
Where'd Henry go?
Matt, you don't play no in television.
Ooh. Ooh.
So before we went to break, I was talking about what has YouTube sort of gotten you into, the gaming community gotten you into. Oh God, the whole thing. We're dying.
Hello, I hear you. You said we're dying.
Because I was definitely a Nintendo and a PlayStation 2 snob, but now I really like all kinds of games. So I'm just kind of curious what games you guys or consoles you guys have learned about and enjoy. Since you've been on YouTube, that you learned about them. Woodrow.
Hey, Chris, I'm telling you, put a fan on that laptop. And I'm not just messing around, because my laptop's literally sitting on something over there, and my Xbox is sitting up on something. I got fans on all of it. Cause
Mario just $10. Yeah,
Do
when
what?
the chat heats up, man. This is what I learned, Chris. YouTube made me do this. Would you see this? If this is still happening,
TurboGrafx, yeah.
looks like it's nice and live still. He's just the one who's lagging out. Look, on YouTube made me buy a TurboGrafx 16. Now I got a good deal on it because I got it from Joel. But
YouTube didn't make you buy that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it did. Yes,
you bought it because you wanted it.
I mean, there was a piece of that in the purchase, yes, but no. I mean, come on. Here's Legendary Axe. You don't want to play this right now with me? Hang out behind the controller.
If I was at your house, I'd play it with you and drink some beers for sure. Hang out.
Run. For real, dude. If you're in 10 IC, man, you come through, man. I'm in NC. We could meet in the middle, man, up in the Appalachia.
Congrats on 10 years, dude. Speech.
Yeah, Mario, thank you so much for the $10 dono, man. That's awesome of you. Thank you so much. Your package is on the way. I sent Mario a package. Mario was nice enough to send me a Genesis 6-button controller because all I was working with was an at-game 6-button controller. And he sent me a 6-button Genesis controller and said, throw that at-game shit away. So, yes, sir. So, yeah.
Oh, hey.
Super awesome, dude. Thank you so much.
Speaking of
Blue is here. Hangout. And Nick T. Wolf. What's up, Nicky?
Oh.
So actually, that's a good topic, Chris, because I just watched your video on the controllers and stuff, and for a Smoke, SNES has got it. For a first-person shooter, the S controller for original Xbox or the controller for 360 is the best.
Yeah, 360 controllers. Actually, I think 360 controllers a little bit underrated when people do their best controllers list, because I think it's an awesome controller, even though I don't play a lot of 360 stuff. And listen, there are some really good shooters on the 360 that people don't talk about. Death Smiles, Akai Katana, the Raiden. There's some Raiden series on there, but Raiden Fighters Aces actually isn't a Raiden game. It's a game called Gun Dogs that they put the Raiden name on to get it to sell a little bit more. But it's like a $30, $40 game, but there's 3 games on it. So you're getting a lot of value with Raiden Fighter Aces. So I definitely, if you like shooters or you collect 360, definitely grab that. And that kind of goes into what we were talking about. Like, I didn't really collect or care about the Xbox 360 until I started being in the YouTube gaming community and finding out about these consoles and these games and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a perfect example, Wood, of a game or a system that I normally probably wouldn't have collected for had I not been in the gaming community.
I mean, it's crazy how many SMUPs are on modern consoles nowadays, and I'm not really much of a SMUP. I mean, I play Gradius and stuff like that on NES, but I'm more of a first-person shooter type guy, like Halo and stuff. So I really do prefer the Halo controller for that, or the Halo controller, the Xbox S controller. Yeah. Remember the Duke controllers for Xbox?
Yeah,
the old Duke. Remember those?
I have one. That thing is like the size of my head.
Yeah. Remember the awesome
massive
logo in the center of it? This is so cool. If it lit up, I lost my freaking
I remember
mind.
that. I actually used to have one of those.
I got one right over here.
Every single
Those
time.
things are massive.
Every time the Hyperkin remake comes online, I want to buy
one. I was going to guess that Wood was wearing camouflage. I was going to guess Wood was wearing camouflage shorts. I knew it.
Yeah,
look at that bad boy.
Chris.
Dude, if that had lit up, man, I'd have lost my freaking mind, dude.
And
actually,
cool
nowadays, it fits my hands perfectly. But back then, for a kid, what was we playing Xbox at back then, Chris? Like 11, 12, 13 years old or whatever it was? Well, this thing was too much.
Xbox came out, I was in the military. Yeah, no 10-year-old can be a pullback controller.
No.
Every controller is small to me.
Well, that's because you're a big dude.
Sorry if I'm a big dude there, Chris.
Hey, Matt, won't you calm down there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll calm down. I'm not calming down.
For nobody.
I'm just warming up.
Anyways.
Yes, Nick, you guys are doing great. Nick just did an unboxing on his video. He bought a bunch of hero clicks from my eBay store, which I'm always appreciative of. So I hope you enjoy those, buddy. I do like the sculpts on those. I don't really like the paint jobs that they did on them on some of the earlier hero clicks because they kind of look kind of janky, but the poses that the characters are in are pretty awesome. Toaster Crumb says Fortnite is awesome and Street Fighter is good as well. Yeah, Street Fighter, man, I remember when that came out in the arcades, that was like gangbusters. You couldn't get on that machine in Mortal Kombat.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
For
yeah,
sure,
Nick
yeah.
Wolf, you can call me 283. These things are hard to see out of. I just subbed that guy.
Street Fighter 2 Turbo is probably the best, in my opinion.
Yeah, Street Fighter 2 Turbo is good.
For sure. Nick, since Nick does hero clicks, I don't know. I think Matt does hero clicks at Goodwill.
Yeah.
They had the DC hero clicks, the Spectre, the 16-inch hero click, the Spectre, at the Goodwill in the box. They wanted $60 for it. I got it on half price day. I got it for $30. It was a convention exclusive. It's pretty sweet.
You didn't.
I don't even play hero clicks. I don't care about DC. But I knew $30 was a really good price. There it is. Look, it's Ant-Man. Like, look how cool those look.
I'm gonna look through all.
That's actually sick.
And Chris, I'm gonna send you a couple.
Yeah, Matt won a contest on my Toy Freaks channel, and got a whole box of them.
Oh, and he also
And
sent
the
me
PS2
Rise
game.
of the
That game is actually really. I was ready to like destroy that game. I was like, this is gonna be a bad game. I played it. I really enjoyed it. It's Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer. You could get that game for like $5, and it plays like Marvel Ultimate Alliance, but you play the Fantastic Four, and you need each of their skills to get through something. So there might be a crack in the wall, and you need Human Torch to like shoot a flame through that crack and light a lantern that drops a door. So there's some puzzle solving to it as well. Enemy selection, like
really good.
Not very good, but it's actually really fun, and you need to like use all of their skills.
Yeah, no, that's for the channel right there. Sorry, you can't see that information. That's for the channel right there. I'm gonna do, like I said, music and mail call. You know, like I said, theming on these episodes just kind of all over the place, whatever I think of. So, hey, Mario, why don't you join, man? The link in the prescriptions.
Where would go?
Let's say Mario. Mario.
Yeah, where'd he go?
Dude, I'll talk to Mario. I love Mario. That guy's awesome. You start doing the whole like 90s Mario.
It's so funny. Wood and I would stay up till like 4 o'clock in the morning on Google Hangouts. It was crazy. We shouldn't have done that, but we did. We were young.
Dude, some of the best times I've had in the past like 5 years have been just doing this right here. Like just hanging out, palling around, jack-a-lacking, whatever you want to call it.
Greg says, what was your last collecting mistake? Well, there were a couple times when I passed on things that I should have bought. Like earlier, I was talking about my Mega Man X Kirby Superstar. I picked them up for $5, and the guy's like, "Hey, I got these Saturn games, stack of Saturn games," and I didn't own a Saturn at that time, so I was like, "Oh, I'll pass. I should have just bought all the Saturn games." But I don't really regret this. But a couple of years ago, GameCube was really, really expensive, like crazy expensive. And somebody made me an collection of GameCube stuff, and I was like, take it. Gave me cash. But I kind of wish I still had my GameCube stuff, even though I never really played my GameCube. So I don't know if that's a collecting mistake or stuff like this, right? Like, I remember going to Cap City Games and asking about a copy of Bucky O'Hare. And they had some there. Yeah, we have 3 copies, and they're $40 a piece. And I wish I would have just bought all 3 of them, because that game's like a $180 game now. You know what I mean? But
instead of kicked him, can you drop the link? Cheers to Mario. This is my last drink. Cheers,
yeah.
Mario.
You know,
that's a good dude right there. Mario's a great dude.
I wish I would have gotten the Castlevania Symphony of the Night copy like back then. It was like only $30, and I regret like getting it ever since then.
Mario,
Games
I know.
have just gotten so pricey right now.
Chug it, Chris. Chug it, Chris, he said. But he meant it to me. Chug it, Chris. So chug it, Chris.
Oh, I just did. That was crazy chug. I chugged it.
I don't have any more. It's tomorrow's Sunday. Blue Law's here. I can't freaking buy it tomorrow.
Ooh.
Either that or I go buy some beer like Chris.
You got my haircut today?
I know. I wasn't going to mention it because I'm a dude and I'm your friend. I was just going to be like, eh?
Oh, there he is. Wood came back. I thought maybe
it does look high.
I thought maybe
tight,
Wood
man.
Wood had some hose dropping by. Here we go. Yeah, so usually I would kind of like real short, but I went with I was like, can you do like shave it on the sides and then kind of have a little on the top that I can put some product in, you know? Try to get away from that that military look that I've had for 20-something years. So here he is. Look, here's the dude right here, Captain Retro. One of my favorite dudes on YouTube, man.
The camp, man.
Captain
He's
Retro. He used to jump in
The
the
pinball wizard.
That dude's pinball wizard for sure. Putting stuff together, man.
Wizard. Plus, no, Captain Retro. Don't ever miss haircuts. Just remember this like little razor thing that you roll over it, man. Dude, I want to be there one day. And then the bandanas, I can like tuck it all in, and I'll have to have crap hanging out the back. Although it's all tagged up right now. Just saying.
So, Wood, the question that was posed was, any collecting mistakes? Were there any things that you didn't do or you did do that you should have done differently?
What was the question?
I was about to say it was
collecting
collecting
mistakes.
mistakes.
Was there a lot that you passed on, or maybe something that you got that you shouldn't have bought?
I was about to say this ties back to what you guys were saying earlier while I was downstairs. You guys said like what was like some regrets. I said I had a big collection of NES stuff, and I regret selling it. I had like a Master System, had a couple games for it, an NES, and I'm 100% sure because I had 2 copies of Mike Tyson's Punch Out. One of them was 3-screw and one of them was 5-screw. And I remember that pretty distinctly, and I regret selling all of that because
and it was crazy because nobody cared about 5 screws or variants 10 years ago. You know what I mean? It wasn't like a thing.
Yeah. And then the other thing I regret is I still regret buying that Just Dance copy of Wii.
Okay, Matt. You know what? It was my question, bro.
For $20, it's still buyer's remorse on it. After all these, it's like worth more than $20.
I'm gonna come up there in your square and whoop your ass. It's my question, bro.
Dude, just punch me in the...
Why don't you calm down a little bit? So, yeah, I've had many regrets. Some I wouldn't want to talk about, but the worst one was a big lot of PS2 stuff I bought that every disc was destroyed. Every one of them. And the dude wouldn't take no less
Was
than
it like
$200 for it. And there was 400 games in there. There's some good titles in there on PS2. It was mostly horror stuff. Everybody knows that's Silent Hill, Resident Evil, Clock Tower. That's the first time I found it. It's not on film anywhere, so I could be lying. Don't believe me. But it was the center ring of that clock tower was broken, and it had disc rot. All the games had disc rot. It's the first time I've ever seen it in my life. And it was cool. I had to sell off manuals and cover art, and barely got my money back.
Where did you get that lot from? Was that like a
flea market,
Facebook lot, or
no,
did you
the
buy
flea
it off the
market
eBay
downtown.
kind of sight unseen?
That was the flea market downtown. Flea market.
Oh yeah!
Downtown. Can you guys hear me? Am I muted? Can
we can hear you.
Okay. Chris, can you hear me?
Chris, we love you. Please stop being frozen. Batman, swing in. We need a Batman graphic. Can someone get him a Batman graphic?
Again.
But it was at the flea market, and it was one of those deals where it was a late day, and either you're going to buy it or you're not, and this is how much I want for it, and I don't have time to let you look through it, so pay me now or this and that. And everything was ruined. And most of the cases and stuff were water damaged. So I had to just pop on it because I seen there was even a copy of Kuon in there. But it was destroyed. I mean, it was not salvageable. This is before I was making any kind of videos back then. I mean, this was early. This was before I met you, Chris. Honestly. So it was just everything was destroyed. It looked like it had been in an old trailer sitting in the redneck hills of South Carolina, and moisture and black mold all over everything, and it was just terrible. But I seen those games in there. I knew what they were. I mean, I know what Kuon is, and I know the Silent Hill stuff's worth, some cash. And Resident Evil.
Those are games that I never see. I never see Silent Hill games on.
Yeah. I just sold a bunch of them on eBay.
Well, let's. That's crazy. And that's such a heartbreaker. Like when NCAA, college football 4 on PS2 is all destroyed, nobody sheds a tear. But when your Kuon is water damage, it's like it hits you right in the gut. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Damn.
You get Kuon and Clock Tower in here, and it's trash.
Yeah, crazy. Mario back there.
I mean, and you try to save it too. You try to take the case apart, and the cover art just flakes off and sticks to everything. There's no way you could save it. It was terrible. I still have nightmares about that shit.
Yeah, almost as terrible as your fact that you've got an amazing beard.
Another thing that I wish 10 years ago I just would have started buying. When things come in like Blockbuster cases, I would see Blockbuster VHS tapes or DVDs or video games, and I would just pass on them. but it's like the cases are worth more than the movie, you know what I mean? And people buy that stuff now. So I don't know if that would be a collecting mistake, but yeah, I've never popped out that kind of money for a lot that I couldn't see. I see Retro Tiburon back there.
I miss Blockbuster.
See if we get Mario in here. It's probably going to shut down the whole universe, but
I miss video stores, period. I loved that shit back then, man. Go in and pick
You
out
could
a
always have
movie.
a fun time with the family too, with the video stores.
Because like my mom, every Friday, we was poor, man. We didn't have nothing. We didn't have running water back then in the house. And I'm just being honest. And she would go out to the video store and rent a VCR and a freaking VHS tape for Friday and get pizza, frozen pizza. And it was the best freaking Friday night on the farm, man. I'm telling you.
Wood, you are 100% right, because you didn't have water back then, and even if you had flowing water, you had to go outside and pee. No one gets that North Carolina jokes here. I guess it would like translate to Tennessee.
We didn't have pond water, Matt. We had spring water, but you had to go tote it to the house.
That's what I'm talking about. You still don't go inside. You don't pee inside. You go outside.
I mean, we had an outhouse. I'm like 40-something years old.
That's outside.
Yeah, you had to go outside and take a shit.
Well, as a man, there's nothing better than going outside and peeing on a tree.
It's not good to go out and take a shit when it's 20
right
degrees.
Yeah, you're going to tell me when it's like 20-some degrees. You
Rich,
just didn't go outside.
He's in the house. What's up, Mario? Thanks for stopping by, man.
Sorry. Hey, Mario.
Cheers.
It's good to see
Hello.
you.
Cheers.
I saw you posted a video on. Thank you. On best Super Nintendo games. I wish I would have been in on that one because I've been playing a lot of Super Nintendo games this year. So I have like a lot of Super Nintendo games that are like fresh in my mind.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was a Sega kid, so
Yeah,
I was there.
Make sure you check out Retro Wave.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the shout out. I'm just here to sit at the cool kids table.
You are definitely at the cool kids table.
Hell yeah.
I was about to say.
Well, that's the first console we had
Greg
brand
says
new.
not
My
checking
mom
discs.
took us to Walmart
For
back
sure,
then
for
and
sure,
said,
for sure.
"Do you want to buy or do you want? Which one do you want?" That was a Sega and a Super Nintendo. And most of the games at the video game stores here in town was Sega stuff. Back then, you would not believe that. You'd think Nintendo would be all over, Super Nintendo and all that stuff. But it was mostly Sega games, so we picked a Sega Genesis, and I still got it. So, yeah, that's what we grew up on, Sega, man.
Nice. What games did you guys used to rent back in the day? For me, it was Battletoads. I would always rent Battletoads.
Oh, yeah, I can't zoom in. But anyway,
Chippendale.
yeah, we was renting the hard ones that you couldn't beat by the time you had to take them back. It was like, yeah, Battletoads was a good one. Battletoads Double Dragon. Oh, what was that other one? There was a Castlevania on there of the Sega too, like Bloodlines or something like that.
Yeah, Castlevania Bloodlines. That's the one.
That's a good one. But yeah, we was renting stuff back then. You didn't have you had 2 days, right? 2 days to bring it back to return it, and you always had that one game in the video game store. So it's like, I would really love to play that game, and it's always rented. Like somebody always had it rented all the time. Like you never could play it.
Yeah,
it's like it pissed me off, man.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to play
Ghost. I was a little bit more savvy about these Blockbuster exclusive games, like I would have thought those.
Well, the one that comes to mind for me, I always wanted to play the Ghostbusters
time because I think like they would do like. Oh, okay. Okay.
It was always out.
Yeah, for sure.
Somebody always kept it.
But they would do like I think the last thing I remember about Blockbuster is they would have like 5 movies for 5 days for $10. So it was like $2 a movie for basically a week, you know. And then that was it. I went in the military and got out. Yeah, it was like you could rent the movie the whole week, and it was like $2 for the whole week.
Well, we had like 3-day rentals at Magic Video.
Yeah,
That's all you got. 3 days.
Magic. Like a mom and pop store videos. I love those.
Yeah, it had like a unicorn like laying down with a lightning bolt shooting out of its unicorn horn. It's crazy. But you could rent consoles down there. Like you could rent a whole Super Nintendo or a whole Sega Genesis. And Mama did that once we moved to the new place and we had running water over there. I was dealing with cattle. Every Friday, man, we got pizza and movies or video games. I'll never forget that. Never.
That's my parents were divorced, so when my mom would pick me up, we would basically do that, man. We could go over to the video store, we could rent the game and a couple games and maybe a movie or something, and then that's what I watched and played the weekend that I had visitation at her house. So yeah, you get pizza.
Well, that's
There's
awesome.
a little joint down the road called B&B Pizza, and I always liked that they did the crumbly sausage and not like the sausage chunks, you know. I always prefer that type of sausage on my pepperoni pizza, and I was just loved it. But that was a staple, man. That kids all over the country were doing the exact same thing, you know. Parents didn't want to cook on Friday night, we'd order pizza and go to the video store and stuff like that. But Mario says he doesn't really remember renting games, but he would borrow games from friends. We weren't really allowed to do that. Like my parents were really crazy about like.
We couldn't do that.
I spent good money on it. You'll never see it again. Like, it was crazy.
Not even if it was an even trade, like an even swap, like price value.
No.
No.
No, I got a friend from Ohio, dude, Chris.
Even if I wanted to loan out my Madden 95 and somebody was going to let me borrow Castlevania or something, that was a no-go.
Yeah, it still was a no-go.
Money on that game.
Here you go.
Yeah, because that Madden was like what back then, like close to $60.
Wow.
So this was the movie store we went to before.
And video game prices weren't standard. You know, like some games were cheaper than others.
Yep.
Dude, this movie store got taken over by Hollywood Video. I rented it one weekend. They went out of business the next weekend, and we never got charged for it. It's my loose copy of Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
Oh, and in a rental case. Nice.
Like, yeah, I mean...
Hey, Matt, I don't know if you understand, but there's no game in there.
It's in my collection. Right over there. Do you not see, like, all of the carts and stuff?
All right, Matt, I'm just messing with you, man. Calm down.
There's the freaking $900 freaking camera and tripod I used to make the stupid show no one watches. Jesus.
I watched
the whole setup.
Freaking laser beams at freaking sharks.
Yes, I want freaking laser beams and sharks with the freaking. I'd like some stingrays too, there, Chris.
JJF Gaming. Longtime fan. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out tonight, man. I talked about some of the old times on YouTube. And what's funny about those rental stores is I found this copy of like Warham Journey to the Center of the Earth or whatever it is on Nintendo. And back in the day, gamers I rented that from the video store. It was in Michigan. It's right by his house. So I literally sent him a copy of this game with the sticker on it. And he sent me the same game without the sticker on it because he wanted the one with the sticker in his collection. Mm-hmm. And you remember when we first started doing the retro game thing like 10, 15 years ago? It's like, get those stickers off there. I want it in mint condition. Now it's like, I wish I would have left every one of those rental store stickers on there just to show provenance, you know what I mean? To show where they were from and like the history of it. But it's just, again, how the attitudes on the gaming community have changed over these years.
Oh, dude, if I had done videos about replacing labels on NES games like 10 years ago, I'd probably be hated for the rest of my existence. Which, I'm all right with. I think it's okay, whatever. But, no, I mean, I've done it 4 times already. I've got at least 2 more of these labels, man. I'm telling you, I find those roach labels, I'm going to freaking fix them, and then it's going to be called the OCG Matt Collection. Barbie Eye Baseball. It's going to be worth tens of dollars. So I ordered a watch today. So I ordered a watch today, Chris. So, Chris, you got a watch on? Chris?
No, I don't wear a watch.
Exactly.
I don't like restrictive clothing, so I don't wear like rings or chains or anything.
Well, I'm kind of transitioning into a place in my life where I'm like okay with wearing a watch, right? Because like I'm getting older and I want to like stop like baking myself on roofs all day. And so I bought a watch, which is something I'd never do while I'm working outside doing construction, right? But like I bought the first watch that I've ever wanted in my entire life. When I was a kid in the 1980s, there's nothing more I wanted than a freaking Casio calculator watch. And I freaking bought one tonight. Like, I don't know if that's related, because, like, honestly, you were talking about synchronicity amongst these YouTube channels, and, like, people, like, we exist, we boost each other, and then, some of us are still around, some of us are still, like, in the background, like, watching, I think. And, like, buying the watch is, like, full circle for me. It's like saying something like, I own my own time. Put this watch on, I can look at it and say, that's my fucking time. Sorry. Excuse my language.
Was that the watch that could turn off TVs and change the channel on TVs?
No. That's like when I was like 14 or 15. No, when I was like 12 or 13. I wanted nothing more than a Casio watch that did calculator. That was you could take the pen, take a little pen. I don't have a pen. There's no pen here. You take an audio jack, and you could sit there, and you could type out with the audio jack. That's what I'm saying. They still make this watch by Casio.
Yeah, see, Mr. V Games and Toys is saying he remembers there was a watch that could turn off the TV.
No,
could turn off TVs. You know when they would have school days with like, let's watch a movie, and there was always that kid with the watch that would be
I remember
the
that
prankster and would turn off the TV or change the.
That was me. That was me, but I had a Palm Pilot that did it. I was a bit richer of a kid. I'm in a giant paddock.
But for me, I was like a senior in high school before
that
that kind of technology.
I remember that in elementary. There was a watch that they would point it and it would like turn off the TV and stuff.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like I was that dude in the 90s, and I remember that dude in the 80s. That's kind of who I modeled my life after. The guy who liked Macho Man Randy Savage. I got a plate bum right here. It's 10 years old.
Hey, Chris, I have a question for you. Since you've done 10 years on YouTube.
Go ahead. Yeah, question.
Yeah, because I just started the YouTube stuff like a year ago. So I'm like meeting people, and I've talked to some certain people, and they're like, oh, I used to be friends with this guy on YouTube, but then this happened. I used to be friends with this guy, but then he got jealous that I surpassed him and he stopped talking to me. Have you seen like a lot of that throughout your time on YouTube? Like where you're cool with someone and then there's drama and then you don't talk anymore?
Oh, dude, no, hold on real quick. Chris is so, like, so cool. But, like, I've heard so much crap about him. I'm like, dude, no. Like, you don't... I've talked to this dude, like...
Matt, let him answer the question, bro.
Real quick. No, real
Matt
quick.
said, I got this. I got this.
His freaking heart's in the right freaking place, right? Okay? Like, people talk trash to me about Chris all the time. Real quick, I gotta defend this guy. This guy, like, is deeply, deeply cooler than anyone thinks. And if you know him through the internet, if you never actually talked to this guy or like listen to any of his thoughts, right? Then you don't know him, right? I mean, like Chris, I'll admit I don't 100% like, but you and I have like last week we were talking about how disappointing the whole 10-year thing. We couldn't make it work. Your whole freaking laptop was gonna explode, and I was like, dude, man, let's see if we can start like something to figure out how to fix your shit. Look, I want to hear his answer, but I gotta tell you, man, like I've heard so much people talk so much crap about so many people on YouTube, And the reality is, you just got to know who people are and meet who people are, and like Mario. Like, if someone talks trash to me about you, I defend you like this because you've never, like, dude. You're a bit of a wholesome dude. You got a lady. She's doing like right by you. She actually makes your streams better. You should like incorporate that. All I'm saying, it's like wood, dude. That beard makes you like everything that you say makes it better. Henry G, I don't know what you've been doing lately, man. I'm literally disconnected like a crazy mofo with you. I'm glad
We're keeping up.
Your thoughts, Matt, but we're
No,
all
but-
grown boys here. We can
and
handle
I'd
this
love
stuff.
to hear what Chris has to say to that. But like, I've heard people talk trash about him. That's unfounded. Like, and if you want to find something, right, then show it to me. Show me like record the live stream where Chris is like, "That's right, I'm the most evil person forever. I don't care about micro machines at all." Show me the clip. Except not the clip of me
I
doing
would
it.
say, Mario, to answer your question, the first one that comes to mind is Roaming Dan. Roaming Dan and I always got along. He's a PlayStation guy. He's in Canada. He's a great dude. Apparently, I said something. This one is my fault. I'll take 100% ownership over it. That upset him, and he no longer comes around my channel. Again, I'm not really sure what happened or what I said. Apparently, I was probably snarky one night and said something that he didn't really like, and that's okay, and I didn't mean to do that, and I can't even recall what it was, but Roaming Dan's a great dude, and he's a really nice guy, and he's a great guy to have on your side, man. And then another time, Jason Vectrex was this guy who did like classic gaming, Coleco, Atari, and television.
Vectrex.
I had the audacity to have Tommy Tellerico on my live stream, and he unfollowed me and sent me a nasty thing about how I was clout chasing and all this stuff, and never talked to me again. Blocked me, all that stuff. It was weird. And then I would say the last time, like, Canadian Gamer started sniffing around the channel a little bit, and he's like high drama nonsense. But for a month, he was like really nice. I'm sure he's a dude, right? Like, he just loves gaming. Like, we all love gaming. We're just dudes. But I think he wants to be in that drama thing. So I made a video about why people shouldn't have to show their faces on YouTube, because that was a big thing with him. And then he made this like whole overreactionary video about how I'm fake and that all I care about is promoting my eBay store on my YouTube channel and this and that. And then later on, he was on a stream with Master System Marceau, and he actually apologized. He was like, "Yeah, I overreacted," but still, he's never come back on my channel and done that like on my channel or made a video saying I overreacted on this, whatever. So yeah, I mean, there are definitely relationships that on YouTube that you're going to have that just aren't going to work out. And I want to make sure that we understand those are different than like Wood and I have talked for 10 years. If he suddenly has some life things and I don't see or talk to him for a couple of years, that's different, and then he comes back and we sort of reconnect. These are people that were mad at me for one reason or another. And you just can't take it personal. And, you wish them the best, let them go on and do their thing. YouTube for me is a fun little hobby where, as Wood was saying earlier, that, we originally got on here to sort of connect with the community and share our love for gaming. And it's not like that anymore. Especially some of these YouTubers, they want to get a rub from a bigger YouTuber so they can build themselves. They don't care about the community. They don't care about collecting. They don't care about these games. All they care about is views and the almighty YouTube algorithm. And those aren't people that I really want in my circle. If they want to go do that, that's cool, but you're not really going to kind of do that there. Surf Blue says, Chris does answer your comments. Yeah, I do try and answer comments. Video Game Lover, thanks for stopping by. Because, if you're going to take the time to watch my video, you're going to take the time to subscribe to the channel, you're going to take the time to like the video, you're going to take the time to hit that notification bell so you know when the next video comes up, and you leave a comment. I damn sure want to make sure that I try my best to leave a comment or comment to your comment.
I was about to say,
I think it's just a respect thing.
No, I love.
Some people
I love
aren't
when
built
you
like that.
I love when you respond to my comment because, like, like I've watched the whole video and I just commented something in the first 5 seconds. But Mario, I'd like to ask you, at your point in your YouTube life, have you encountered things like that?
No, because I really just started like last year. Like it's only been like 13 months, and then I knew Chris through Mr. Tightwhite, and then I met you, Matt, through watching like CM Retro's lives, and
Well,
then
I
I
mean,
met
just being around. Yeah.
Omega. Yeah, I met Omega and that crew, and they kind of like brought me in and were like, "Hey, you're part of our crew." And but they were telling some people were telling me, "Hey, be careful with this guy, be careful with that guy. That guy used to be in our crew, and then he went off on us." And I'm like, I thought this, like Chris is saying, I thought this was supposed to be video games and fun. Like, why is there like all this drama?
Well,
But
like because YouTube thrives on it, like reality, right? Like it's not a real thing that actually like builds communities,
Right.
right? If anything, it splits communities. And the reality is like it's basically like a microcosm of politics just on YouTube, and most of us ignore it. Like, would you ignore that? I mean, honestly, I don't even care what any of y'all's particular politics, personal or politics YouTube are. The reality is like I said earlier, you only get one quarter. You got 3 lives to play this game of Pac-Man. It's your only chance, right? Like when I was a kid, like sometimes I only had one quarter, and I played harder than I ever played in my entire life.
Right.
That's how I go. That's how I go when I make videos, right? Like I think within the next week, I'm going to be filming a music video on this $900 camera. I told you.
Well, Matt, can I have a second here?
Sure.
To your point right there, that one quarter that you had, you play hard, right? If you're not going about anything like that in your life, you're already a loser.
I literally just said that's what I'm doing in my life. See this
Yeah,
big special
you
camera,
got to go hard, man.
dude. Here
You
I've
got to
got a
fail and fail and fail and fail and fail before a win comes, right?
retro
That's
shorts
the way it
like,
goes.
that were made in 2000. I'm just saying, not for real. You're right, dude. Like what you're saying. Like I defend like any thought that I'm not doing that in my life, dude. I was on a roof, and then today, right here's the next video that I'm putting out. It's coming out Friday. Like if I'm nothing but consistent. So a week ago, I had a friend of mine who told me that I'm like the most unreliable person. I was like, dude, I'm always reliable. I always have all the tools you need to fix your car, right? The only thing I can't do is fix shit for you, right?
I'm
Like
just saying on a basic line for anybody, do not
every
quit.
yeah,
Keep going till you
Right.
win.
yeah.
And if you don't keep going, guess what? You're not going to win.
You learn more
That's
from
true.
failure than you do from success.
That's right. That's where it comes from.
You
How
learn
many
way
Nintendo
more.
games have you played till you just got so damn mad you couldn't stand it? Like me playing Ninja Gaiden 3 right now. I won't quit till I
What?
beat
It's
Just got to
that
keep
game.
trying.
I will
single
not quit.
Nintendo game. It's every single Nintendo game.
Hmm.
That's why,
It's
like,
about life too, man. It's all
dude,
real.
it's
Right.
You
every one
cannot
of
quit. You cannot give
them.
up. You gotta go. You
Even the
gotta pick
shittiest
yourself up and go when you don't want to. Every time.
are even the shittiest Nintendo games are tough as fucking hell.
And it
It
relates to life. It really does.
does. I agree.
You can quit and lay down. Yeah, it's easy. Anybody can do that.
No, I get it.
so
Or you
have
can keep going and take defeat over defeat and
yeah.
finally win.
But have you guys faced that like where you used to be
Yeah.
cool with someone and then it's like jealousy, whatever, or falling out, and then you're no longer friends
That's
Yeah.
on
happened to me a
YouTube?
lot. I'm not gonna lie. But
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this right now. Like Matt, you mentioned like you don't know what I was doing, right? I quit doing retro stuff for like a long time because I fell to like mental illness, and I wanted to take care of that because I wanted to better myself as a person and be like the man that I am right now. Like I love myself for what I am now. I had to like sacrifice a lot just to get to where I am right now, and now I can have that fun that I used to have like back then to you know be happy and just be with the people that I'm around with.
100%, man. Dude, sometimes you got to create your own family when you ain't got none.
That's that way to go, Henry. You got inner peace going on when that happens.
Yeah.
That's, dude, yeah, for real. Like, some of my best family is people that I just met and, like, jived with. Also, I am evil Yoda. I say things the correct way.
But, bro.
I'm coming to your
Retro
house.
Caprian or whatever.
I think you can call me Mario. My name's Mario.
Mario. So Mario, you was asking about following out with YouTubers and stuff. So most of you guys probably know about the Xbox Club, right? I'm just gonna lay it all out right here in the way it happened with me and Tight White. Because all you guys know Tight White, right?
Yeah.
Everybody here does. I grew up watching, well, I was already grown up basically, but I was watching Chris and Tight White and Henry, and that was before Oak City and all this come out. There was Spruce game hunting and all this other stuff around at that time. So I got to watching Tight White, man. I loved his videos. The production value and the way he did stuff I really did like it. And he found some really good stuff. He was the original, like, Goodwill Hunter, right? Him and Fluffy Gamer, right? Am I wrong? Anybody?
No, yeah, for sure. And Tight White's got that great sense of humor that we all have, but we can't say it on the internet because, you know, we got to protect our Christian values and we all have jobs that we like. But Tight White wasn't afraid to say it, you know?
Yeah. So all his videos was good, and then I got in the Xbox Club. That's where I met Shad Juice 513. Everybody here knows him, I would suspect. Right?
Yep.
No?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
I've heard of him. I don't know who he
Yeah,
is.
we all know Shad.
Well, anyways, I got in the Xbox Club, and all that was, it was to get on Xbox and play Halo together and fight each other. So, Tight White said some bad stuff about my mom after she just passed away, and I never forgave him for that. So, it was over with. So that relates to your question, Mario. So yeah, me and him, I don't like Tight White. We're done with him, just because of that. And he was really hateful, and the things he said was really disrespectful about that. And everybody knows he liked to drink a lot, and he said and was really mean. But you guys don't know that because you didn't play Xbox with him on the Xbox Club. So, but that's the way it happened, and that relates to your question. So, there's your answer.
Mario, and that sort of thing too is that I try to avoid like drama. That's what I did like for the past years. It's just avoid, like, take a break for a while and just avoid everything and just come back stronger than I was before, you know?
Oh my God, it's Quato.
Yeah, I was just saying because the reason I started doing the YouTube stuff and the podcast stuff was because, you know, when you get older, it's hard. You kind of like separate from your friends, and maybe they move, they get new jobs, we get married, and then it's hard to like game with people and do that geeky fun stuff we love to do. So I was kind of like missing that. So when I started doing the podcast and the YouTube, I'm like, oh, there's other people out here that do this, and like I just want to play video games with these guys and talk about horror movies and video games. And you know, to me, it's like friends are the family you choose, and this has been awesome to like meet new people. I mean, I've gamed with Matt. We played Fortnite. Matt and Carla carried us, and it was like fun. It was because
no, I was about to say we definitely
I don't
carried you, bro. That was great.
Yeah, we don't. I don't have really friends that game at my job. I don't talk about video games with everybody. I wear a polo shirt and very, you know, PG. You know, so I would think this is about having fun and, you know.
No, I was about to say I totally got it. That's why I told you, man. Every time you play Fortnite, I'll be there, man. Let's just have some fun, dude. Getting 2 dubs was like a great experience for a new player. So.
I got Fortnite.
Catch up real quick. Back in the day gamer. What's up, dude? I've been waiting to jump in there. He says, congrats on 10 years. Hope you have blah 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 blah. Okay, just wanted to say hi. Yeah, back in the day, gamer, awesome. Love his channel. Does the
Yeah.
video games monthly thing. I just want to touch on what Wood said. We were all like in this text group, and that sort of faded away. And they started this Xbox club. I didn't get in on that because I don't do Xbox, but that's crazy, man. I never heard that story before. I don't know if you ever told that story before, but yeah, that definitely is inappropriate on so many levels.
Right.
And I'm sorry that happened, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
No,
Wood.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it hurt my feelings because my mama just passed away. I mean, she died in a tragic car accident, and he said some really mean, hurtful stuff. So that's,
I think like when people are like vulnerable, man, you gotta like make sure you like lift them up. You know what I'm saying,
Right.
like
Yeah,
I've been
there's
through that
just
before.
there's just lines we don't cross. I think as
And I love
guys,
this
we can
channel.
joke around, but there's lines we shouldn't cross with
Yeah.
each other. You know, like
Yeah,
I mean, I love this channel. I watched it religiously. I traded with Tight White and all this other stuff. Just like me and CM did. But when CM would send me a trade package, the disc was nice. The manual was turned backwards, so it didn't crease the manual. And it was just a really nice trade, When you trade with other people, I don't even want to get into shed juice trade. It was terrible. I got robbed. I literally did.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So when you get into that kind of
Because,
stuff, I mean,
and I don't know
you
the
start
part on that, but
understanding the type of people you're dealing with, right?
Yeah, because you've brought that up before, but I don't know if you've gone into the detail about it, about how, like, let me make sure, like, you sent Shad something and he was supposed to send you something back, but he never sent you something back, or he didn't send you back, he didn't send you the right thing, or
Okay.
what was that all about?
I'll drop it right here like a sinker in Center Hill Lake on a line right here. We made a deal. I had some nice complete inbox NES or N64 stuff. Complete inbox like Beetle Adventure, some rare stuff. Really nice, complete. You've probably seen the pickup video, Chris, if you remember. But anyways, we made a trade. I was supposed to get a Master System and a Gunstar Heroes and a bunch of Sega stuff, and he sent me some stuff that was like, and I'll show you one of them. Hold on just 1 second.
oh, was this a trade gone wrong? Like a
Yeah,
trade gone wrong?
this was
Because
a
I know you mentioned
Gunstar
it before.
Heroes that I got from Shed Juice. Everybody can see it's in terrible condition.
yeah, it looks like greasy.
Yeah, I was supposed to get some box games for Sega and Rocket Knight Adventures, complete in box and all this other stuff, and I did, but it was like sun faded as hell. And I didn't get the Master System in box or none of this, and I didn't blast him out on. I could have made a video and just trashed this guy, but I didn't. And looking back now, I wish I would have, honestly, because he fucked me, man. I sent him, I don't know how many thousands of dollars in N64 complete in box games and game protector. Just like, well, I don't have no complete in box ones, but just like these back here, there's NES stuff, complete in box and protectors. And then he fucked me like that, and he wonders why I don't fucking watch his channel.
That's
And
fucked
he
up.
sends me messages.
But was that like an agreed upon thing? Like he said, "Oh, I'm gonna
Yeah, that's
send you
pretty
like a
messed up.
nice
It wasn't a
mint."
agreed upon thing, just like me and Chris do, or have done, and Henry and I have done, and we've all sent everybody exactly what we said. And
That's
then
messed up. Yeah, that's messed up then. Because
it's
if
gonna
you
be like
if
that.
you
That's
give
pretty
someone
messed up.
something without expecting anything back, I think that's different. But if you agree, hey, I'll trade you this, and I'm gonna send you this, and this
That's
is the
it.
condition, then
Well,
that's
Mario,
that's
that's
messed up.
exactly how it happened. And Chris can tell you, I will underrate what I say about things. He knows this. These were complete in box games, nice condition. That's what I'd say. And good condition. And I'd say that to Chris, and he'd be like, "This is way better than you said."
Yeah,
But
because
that's
sent me a copy of a.
film negative tone about stuff. But anyways, so that relates to your question,
Especially
Mario.
when you're on YouTube, we're all sort of like in this thing together, and we're grouped up.
Right.
And it's like you would expect if I said I'm going to send you something, then I'm going to send you that. Some like random dude on eBay that read the description wrong or something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, that's weird, man. Yeah, that's
No, dude,
kind
I
of stuff that
agree.
gives people a bad reputation. Definitely
Yeah,
don't.
always send what you say you're gonna send. Always 100%.
And see, you guys right now are the only ones that know everything I've just said to you. Chris knew a little bit about stuff going on, but all you know the truth about everything right now, and I've never made a video about none of it. Anybody that watches my channel that's actually absent right now would know.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the thing about me is that like whenever I like trade or something, I always make sure that everything like looks good, and I always like to send
Max
like
says
stuff
we're not going
back
to
to
talk about
people. You know
that.
what I'm
He's
saying?
saying you should talk about white.
I just
Yeah,
always love giving people stuff.
everything I've traded with you guys was it worked
Henry,
first off,
What's up?
and it was in good condition.
you're the chirping one.
Time to change the battery on the alarm, I think.
Hey, man, 9-volt batteries are expensive.
Yeah,
with
Max
all
says
that,
whose
dude.
fire
I will
alarm is
get that
chirping in the
fixed
background.
someday.
That's Henry.
I will get
Been
that
chirping
fixed
for
someday.
4 years.
Apparently, they cause fires too. Those 9-volt batteries, like if you put it next to
Easy
metals.
now. That's the Henry G nostalgia right there.
It sounds like birds chirping like in my house right now.
I think the worst
See?
part, Henry,
I think the
is
first-
that you've like, gotten so used to it, you just don't hear it anymore.
Yeah, that's the
Until
problem.
someone says
I think
something.
I
I don't
the
even
first
take
ever trade
notice
that
of
I
it.
did with Wood sent me a copy of Magician on Nintendo in the box that I immediately put in a box protector, and I was like, I can't take because I don't want to like bend the flap. You know what I mean? Like I don't want it's such a pretty box. If you've ever seen that box, I'm like, I want to play the game, but I don't want to accidentally bend or crease the box taking it because it's in such good shape. Maybe I'll give this a try
Well,
on
that's
an
the one
emulator
thing
before I start.
That's the one thing about everybody sitting right here. If you trade with them, you're going to get a quality item. I'll tell you
Right.
that. Outside of this group right here, which Mario I don't know that much, but outside of all these four right here,
Oh, hey,
you
and
will
we'll
get a good price.
Yeah.
do a game,
Well, Mario said.
game to send you, an NES
Mario
game.
said.
You hear me?
Mario was like, "Yeah, I'll send you a 6-button controller, and I got a box this big. Had like Crew Ball in there, Royal Rumble in there, NHL in there. Like, he just sent me a box. I'm like, this is a little bit big for a controller, you know."
I like doing that. Like I'll just send you something, but you like not expecting anything. Like this is just for you. Like you have that stuff because he did the podcast. I was like, that was like a thank you for doing the podcast. Like,
oh, hey, speaking of which, I'd love to do a podcast with you, man. I love your podcast.
yeah, we're gonna do one.
Work, so.
We're gonna do a Fortnite tutorial podcast with you explaining how to win at
Here
Fortnite.
you go. Hey, here's the big book of Fortnite. It's a little out of date. It's from when it came out, but it's the big book of Fortnite. It's from like season 4 of this game.
I want to see CM Retro play Fortnite, live stream Fortnite.
Oh, I'm terrible.
Wait a
Fortnite.
minute.
I used to play with my kids just because that's what they like to play. I'm good at shooting, but I'm bad at building. So,
Hey, Chris,
like
we
when
can
they
play
had
no
Fortnite
build
and they would have,
mode.
like, the 50
Yeah, there's the
We
zero
can play
build
no
mode.
build mode.
Yeah.
We can start the PS4 club.
Or
Or
whatever.
whatever.
Give that a try. I always wanted.
Hell yeah.
One time I was there was a time I used to watch Captain Retro was playing a lot of Rocket League, and I was like, that kind of looks cool. Maybe I'll get into that. And then by the time I was like, everybody's so good at it, you know what I mean? I'm terrible at it. But yeah, I wish they would do the 50 on 50 because then it's kind of fun because it's you have a whole 50-person team, and I just play with my son who was like playing it all the time. He played it, and he was so good that I would just take bullets for him, and then he would go kill everybody, and then come and revive me, and then I'd go take bullets for him. I was like the perfect bullet sponge partner in Fortnite.
Sounds like me, man.
You right back.
But are you guys playing Fortnite on a PS4 or PS5 or?
We were all on different consoles. So I was on the Xbox.
Oh,
Matt's
I'm on my
on the
Xbox.
PlayStation. Yeah, he's on the Xbox. Someone was on a Switch. Someone else was on a PS4.
It's
You can,
cross-platform. I
yeah,
forgot.
it's cross-platform, but it was fun. Like I had fun. It was Matt was like one of our captains. Carla, she's another like YouTuber. Myself and one of my friends. Yeah, I had a lot of fun, and I hadn't played it in years and years.
I'd
Weirdly,
love to do that.
Yeah.
Hey, CM, I'd be your bullet sponge, man.
It's fun. The zero build is fun because I had the same issue like Chris. Like I would build a wall, like just 2 walls, and then the other person built like a skyscraper and was above me, like shooting me, and I was like, I can't do anything against that.
Yeah, I couldn't either. I mean, they built like a tower around me and boxed me in and kept building it up. I couldn't get out, and they was just shooting the thing out, and eventually killed me. I was like, "What? I'm the best on Halo, man. Halo 1 multiplayer."
That's the thing too. I'm a Halo and Gears guy, so I was like, I can shoot, but I can't do this building stuff. Like I don't know how to do this building stuff.
I never understood how bad kids could talk to a 40-something-year-old man. It was so it made me feel bad. Like, what? And there's like 12-year-old kids talking to me like this. I was like, hell, Halo ain't got shit on this.
It's because there's no accountability. There's no accountability. Remember back in the day, you would sit next to the person.
Oh, I love that.
You would sit next to the person. If you were gonna talk trash, they were right there. You better be able to put up a fight.
We had a lot of kids in our neighborhood, and it was like that with Tecmo Bowl. Like, what's that? You think? Oh, okay. Why don't you come over tomorrow? We'll play some Tecmo Bowl and we'll see what's up.
Yeah.
And if you were gonna talk trash, you better be ready to put up your dukes. Like you better be ready.
That's right.
Right.
Nowadays, you just curse out somebody's family, their wife, and you just go like nothing happens to you. Like it's fine.
Right.
Yeah, I don't really play online games that much. You know what I mean? Like if the kids are playing Fortnite, I'll play Fortnite or something. But usually, I just pop the game in my console, play the one-player game, and I'm happy with that.
I only play online games because my friends play online. You know what I'm saying? I don't really play online that much. So.
Yeah, me too, Henry. I play Halo and Call of Duty Warzone and stuff.
You should give me your gamer tag. We could probably play some Halo together.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
I don't know.
He's glitching out.
I just don't have any friends.
You would like Halo, I think. CM.
Yeah,
I never
you would,
played Halo.
Chris.
Man, I would say
CM's
Xbox is like the weakest console for like games that I play in my.
Yeah, Halo. If you're gonna, that's
How long is the main campaign on that? Like you were just playing
Halo. The OG Halo. What is it, like 8-10 hours? It's not that long.
Yeah.
If you play on normal, if you play on Lasso, it's way longer than that.
Yeah,
and Legendary, it takes like a couple of days.
Yeah, if we're trying to get Chris to like Halo, he should play it on normal.
Yeah, play on normal.
Tough.
Yeah,
play it on easy. Play on easy.
Yeah,
I usually play it on Legendary, so I would highly recommend normal for like a beginner. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? We should freaking play Halo together, man.
Yeah, we should. Bro, hit me up.
We could have a whole freaking team.
Yeah, we can.
Halo 1 on Legendary?
I can get one of my buddies, too. He plays Halo on PC. I play on PC also.
Yeah, it's fun because you can do four-player co-op for a lot of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you can play through the whole game, 4 players.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oak City Gamer, thank you so much for the 99-cent dodo. Very generous. You don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. You're the coolest. See, I didn't know that. See, my Xbox knowledge is like so low compared to like Nintendo and PlayStation stuff. But I am thinking about getting an Xbox One. So I get this weird feeling that we're on the precipice of a shift in gaming where they're just going to take away physical media. And I really want to get an Xbox One because I see a lot of Xbox One games at pawn shops and thrift stores or whatever. And I'll buy them if they're cheap. But again, I don't know what's good on Xbox. I don't know what I should be looking out for. Maybe Metal Jesus should do a Hidden Gems video because apparently people like that crap, even though half the game. I got my theory on hidden gems videos. It's like half the crap isn't good, and then the other half is like, I just want to show you the rare game. Blood will tell. It's a hidden gem. Yeah, but it's not accessible to everybody, bro.
I know a game
Like
that you would like,
Impossible.
Rare Replay. You should get Rare Replay if you ever get the Xbox One.
I do have Rare Replay. It's
Oh,
I
you
bought
do?
it because
Nice.
I love Rare. Rare's my favorite developer. Yeah, for sure. And I bought it because eventually I know I'll get an Xbox One. But you know, these consoles are going to just not have disk drives or cartridge slots if you're a Switch
True.
fan.
Because
I think
everything's
that this is
switching
really the last.
online.
I think PS4 because it's region free, Xbox One because the games are everywhere, and Nintendo Switch because all the games. There's a lot of really good games on Switch. This is going to be the last great console generation. Mark it down, because all they seem to want to do is sell you online stuff and Grand Theft Auto 5 for the 30th time. You know, so I would if it were it is me and I am doing this, collecting heavy on PS4. And Switch when I get a chance to, and then Xbox One when I get an Xbox One. But yeah, it's just sad state of gaming.
You know what the good thing about having an Xbox One though? You can get the games super cheap. Like Switch games are hard to get cheap. PS4, yeah, you can get PS4 games cheap, but Xbox One, you can get them like $1 or something. They're like because nobody really wants the Xbox One stuff.
And you got Game Pass on there too.
Yeah, you get Game Pass.
Yeah, that's true. You get so much off of Game Pass.
Yeah. Games are cheap for the Xbox One.
It's all pay for service and download. And even like when a new game comes out and it's download only, it's still the exact same cost as a physical without the manufacturing and the shipping and the give the retailers their cut. It's crazy. Like, why couldn't you sell it to me for $40?
They should fix that.
Yeah, to your point, Chris, it's going to get to where you don't go into GameStop or somewhere and buy a video game anymore. It's going to come to that. Yeah. It's going to be
GameStop's considering starting to buy
because GameStop's failing anyways. Honestly, that's over with.
I don't know how your GameStops look, but some of mine out here.
Yeah, you walk into a GameStop, it's almost like a toy store and a gaming clothing store. And some of the GameStops have already started to go back to buying retro, but they got taken for a ride so far on the last time they tried that. I remember Retro Bro made a video where he bought a copy of Musha from China for like $5, took it to GameStop, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll give you it's clearly a fake game," and they were like, "Yeah, we can give you $26 credit for it," and he's like, because Retro Bro's a good dude. He's like, oh, okay. Well, I wanted to see if GameStop's, super trained team could spot a fake, and they couldn't. And I imagine they lost their ass on buying a lot of fake retro games, especially like Pokemon, Game Boy Advance games. But
and those Pokemon games are hard.
Nick says he would really use Game Pass. He would rather. Yeah. Nick says he won't use Game Pass, would rather have a physical copy. Yeah, me too, man. And I don't know, maybe it's because my age that I like having physical stuff. Maybe this new era of gamers, they don't care. They don't want the clutter. They don't want the headache. But, I definitely love that stuff. And thank you so much for your eBay purchase, man. Nick just bought more Hero Clicks. So enjoy those.
I prefer a physical copy, too, just to have, like, the game.
What?
I said I prefer to like have like physical
it's also
copy.
in a situation like I just played Need for Speed: The Run, which was a 7th gen game. It's a great game. It's awesome, but half of the cars are locked behind online missions, and the server shut down, so you can't even play them. You can't even get those cars. So it's like there's got to be some give and take here, where that content has to be available for people. And if they're just going to say imagine buying a copy of whatever game. And then 5 years from now, they go, "Oh, we're just going to shut down the servers." Well, then what's the point of having the game? It's
like that Mag game that came out on PS3, I believe it was. Remember that game? Anybody remember Mag?
Yep.
And it was only online. So you can't even play it.
I think
Happy 10 years.
That's crazy.
Happy 10
Thanks.
years, Chris, my boy. They told me I should
Thank you,
be
sir.
here to strip. I love you. I subscribed to you in 1955.
Well, I
Hello?
appreciate that, buddy.
I love you.
I have a question for Chris
Thank
too.
you.
I have a question, Chris. You have any regrets? Like if you're like, man, if I could go back, I would have done this differently on YouTube when I first started YouTube.
Don't do that.
From a YouTube perspective, probably not. But I will say that, like, if you want to, make it on YouTube, whatever your version of making it on YouTube is, uh, it's awesome if you know a lot about games. It's great if you have the best editing software and you know how to edit and all that stuff.
Right.
But now you really got to promote on social medias to get the brand out there, because there's 1,000 dudes that do the exact same video that you do, and they do it better, or they have an audience that they can bring over. And that's why, like Wood will tell you, we probably both struggle with this. I have items on my eBay store that are cheaper than other people's store, but those people have 2,000 people following their stores.
Yep.
And I have 65. So those items, even though it's expensive, those are going to sell faster. That money's going into those people's pockets. Kind of the same thing with YouTube. If you're doing this as a hobby, just to kind of hang out and do all those things, then there's really no need to like do any of that. But if you really want to make it on YouTube, and I hit 5,000 subscribers, I feel like I've made it. You have got to promote and do all those things, especially not going to name names, but you've got to be willing to grab onto the coattails of other YouTubers that are climbing and go with them to get subs, and views and all that stuff. That's just something that I'm not really willing to do. But I wouldn't say regrets. I wish I would have learned how to like edit a little bit better, earlier. Like I just use basic lights and Shotcut Pro, the free version to do the picture-in-picture stuff. But yeah, I don't know if I really have any YouTube regrets from how I run my YouTube channel. How about you guys?
I don't have any regrets for mine either. I think like I'm living where I want to be right now with YouTube, but like at the same time, like I could always be doing better. Not saying that much, considering I've got other things that I'm doing right now with these expensive things that I do to make this channel. All I'm saying is like, you build your own regrets into your own stuff.
Right.
Right. It's over there. I'm not gonna go and walk. I have to walk past the gigantic freaking soft light. Sorry.
I would say though, like, I've kind of been pretty true to, sticking to pickup videos and like Hangout live streams, that kind of thing. I've dabbled before in, sort of, I guess, off-brand content like drama. Like I did a thing on Lady Decade, or I'll do something on the Amico or something if that pops up. But I'm not going to do like 10 straight videos every day on the Amico. That's just not who I am. I'm not interested in getting those Amico views. I'm not interested in getting a rub on some other drama channel, because those subscribers are going to come here and they're going to expect me to do that content every day, which I won't. I don't know. It just kind of changed, in the last 10 years from a more community, family oriented type thing to it's a business now. And if you're not willing to be down for the business of your brand, then you should be okay with having whatever your view of low subscribers is. That's sort of everybody's own personal journey. Like I don't know what everybody's channel goals are, but when I started my YouTube channel, I never thought 200 people would watch my nonsense. And now that I've got 5,000 subscribers, my channel has over 1 million views, which is fucking mind-boggling. I feel that I've made it on YouTube, for where I want to be. So anything else is just a bonus. Yeah, regret is a hard word, because that means that you're still dwelling on the past and not looking forward to the future.
What's the song? Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention.
Secondhand
what?
Toy Dealer wants to know, Matt, if you still have the Scott Pilgrim game. Do you still have the
I
Scott
said no.
Pilgrim game?
I said it's right over there. I have to walk past a giant softbox light to get to it. You see this? Here, pull the whole
Can you
cover
show that
off.
again? Everybody wants to see it.
$40 freaking light box over there. Just tore it apart. It's amazing. Here.
Did anybody watch the OSW reviews movie review of Scott Pilgrim? It was pretty good.
Is that the guys that review the
I
wrestling
wish I
stuff?
got better.
The
better.
British OSW
Old
reviews
school
the
wrestling
wrestling
reviews,
guys.
OSW reviews.
Yeah,
Great
I
channel,
like those
man.
guys.
I love it.
Those guys are hilarious.
Yeah. They're from Ireland.
Yeah. What bar is
Yeah.
he? I like that. What bar?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Secondhand Toy Dealer.
Fluffy Gamer says, no regrets.
I'm saying I don't have that next to me because, like, man, I came with novelty glasses but I had a pair of sunglasses to go over it. I've got Pepsi. Pepsis. I drank like a whole bottle of liquor almost.
Do you have some half and half creamers so you can cut the cream of the crop promo? No.
Hey, Chris, there was something I wanted to run by you.
The honky tonk man said, I can't, but I can make room here. Yeah, ask Elizabeth. The Macho Man was great. You know, Secondhand Toy Dealer just sent me some glasses. He sent me some Top Gun glasses, and he sent me some. I gotta put a battery in those. They light up green.
Has anybody been paying attention to this?
It's Secondhand Toy Dealer. There's what?
The Nightbot guy that's always in the comments of videos, it's from gaming to all this other stuff. This guy must be making money. Anybody know about Nightbot? It's always there in the comments. It's like a moderator.
Oh yeah, I remember that actually. I've encountered that a couple of times.
You can put Nightbot in your chat and you can tell it to do things. So like one of the things that really turned me off to the Game Chasers, and I'm sure they're nice guys, that they were live streaming, and it's funny how all these guys live stream like a month before.
We lost them.
But one of the things that turned me off to is they were. It's funny how all these guys used to live stream a month before a convention so they could get all that convention donation money. Oh God.
Yup.
I need some better internet. My internet's shoddy. But so a third time. I was watching the Game Chasers, and it's funny how all these guys would live stream a month before convention so they could gather donations to take with them to the convention. But I saw in the Game Chasers stream that Nightbot was like, if you want the stream to continue, donate $2 now. And it's like, how many people donated $2? And it's like, that's kind of shoddy, begging your money for an audience like that. And then it's that kind of stuff, man. We get these terms like e-beggar. But yeah, that's all Nightbot. You can like program that into your stream. I think MC Murr uses a Nightbot, and it'll come up and it'll say, "Don't forget to like the stream, subscribe, and hit the notification bell." Because some people need prompts.
So I thought that was a real person, like a YouTuber or whatever.
It's just a moderator.
No.
So it's not real.
You can add that to it's like a I don't know what's it called, like a plug-in or something that you can do, and it'll do that.
So if you melted a popsicle on your most expensive games, you wouldn't ask for donations from your followers yourselves?
Nor would I say, guys, I'm going to start a museum. Send me all your rare and expensive stuff.
Nope.
Nick says it's sad when someone wants you to donate money to run a stream. That's some serious Twitch stuff. I dabbled in Twitch. I got off there real quick because you can't compete with all those people that are. I'm just a weekend hacker, man. Play a couple hours a week. You got to be on Twitch all the time.
It's all about making money for the most part.
Crazy.
True.
That's the way it is.
Yeah. Remember I said earlier that's like the biggest thing that ruined the community, in my opinion.
Yep.
So if I had something going on in my life and I needed money, I would certainly start a GoFundMe for like help if someone wanted to do that. But I would first be putting out my stuff. Be like, hey, what's up? I'm selling everything I own. Buy it now before I frickin' die.
Yeah.
Because like that's where I got all of this stuff.
That's one of the biggest complaints I have.
Say what? What'd you say, Chris?
I was watching it's a channel it's either called That Junk Man or Dat Junk Man. And he's a big action figure guy.
Yep.
And he was man, his kid was having some medical issues. Now that's terrible. But he gets on there and he's like, "Oh, some people thought I didn't want to do this, but I started a GoFundMe, and if you want to donate." Meanwhile, he's got like thousands of dollars worth of vintage Star Wars figures behind him.
No, I'd start selling everything first. I'd sell it first. I'd be like, "Hey, go to my thing." But if you don't want to buy my crap, you don't want to put more work on my shit. I get that, right? You just give me like $2 or whatever. Do that. I get it. But like trust me when I tell you, like I ain't gonna stop making videos because I'm just gonna go find the stuff and then sell it until I die. So
well, honestly, you can't hate on for somebody for trying to make money, however they try to make it. That's the way I see it. I mean, whatever it is, if they want to get on YouTube and try to make some money, fine. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to send them donations.
I think, yeah. So I think like if you monetize, right? Like you get Google AdSense and you monetize, cool, no problem. You sell merch, no problem. Somebody's buying a product. Thank you for buying a shirt, Nick. I definitely appreciate that. Or if you're doing like super chats and people want to donate or give money, I think that's cool. But what I don't think is cool is like if you guys don't start donating to the stream, I'm just going to shut it down. You know, like Darkside Phil. Or if I'm saying, oh man, I had a water leak in my basement. Forget about the $50,000 worth of games I have here. You know, I need you to pay for my lifestyle. Then that's sort of where we kind of crossed the line, in my opinion. I got called out for being an e-bagger.
That's when you quit watching. That's when you quit watching that channel.
I mean, I told people, like, comment, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. And somebody said, you're an e-bagger because you're asking people to hit the subscribe button. That's how far some of these guys took that. Oak City, 99-cent dono. Thanks, man. Yeah.
Hey, no, I never donate to anybody. Screw that. I was about to say you're going to get back charged on all 4 of those dollars. $3.97. Damn it! I'm gonna freaking no. You can't have that money. No. Look, I'm just sending it to you. Like, look, for real. Like a buck or two. Like for real. Like just drop it. Like, you care about someone, drop a buck, right? If they don't think that's enough, never drop another buck. Right?
I say do what you can do, man, to make money, whatever it is. But if you're doing it for nefarious reasons and trying to pull people into acting like there's something wrong with you, like the dude that got up out of the wheelchair on live stream, it was like a professional live streamer gamer, and then he got up out of the chair and it was exposed. People like that need to be just kicked off the fucking YouTubes, man.
I mean, real quick, Wood, I always donate 99 cents with nefarious reasons. Because once I do it, someone else is going to do it. Like Mr. V Games and Toys, man.
That's nothing nefarious. This dude literally said, this dude sat in a wheelchair and built a Twitch gaming stream.
Yeah.
Where he sat there and played video games, right? And he had all these people, and they were donating to his cause to try to help him with what was going on. It was some kind of back problem or whatever. But he ended up getting up out of the wheelchair on live stream.
Like,
oh, I remember that, actually.
Yeah,
I heard about that.
Get him out of here, man. Get out.
Actually, Wood, I'm more interested in finding a good actor to be like,
I'm going to have to.
I am broken. I cannot stand up.
It was a miracle, Wood. It was a miracle.
That's what they said. That's what yeah, Mario. That's what they tried to say, and that's what he tried to say. I was healed. The Lord healed me. No, you think it healed you in like 20 minutes?
Yes, it did. The Lord works in mysterious wood.
Or like review. If somebody donates $50 to Rich, he takes off his shirt. Or do you remember that time Adam Korsharsky? He's like, if somebody donates me $40, I'll shit in a box. If somebody donated $40, he went behind the couch and like crapped in their shoebox. I'm like, what are we doing, guys?
Man.
Well, at least he did what he said he was going to do, you know?
I remember one time I donated to Aaron Kosharsky.
Yeah,
Right? No, hold on. Because he was like, yo, man, I just need a fix, bro. And I was like, all right, go get your fucking fix. Here's $5. And he was like, thanks, bro. And he fucking dipped out from the stream. Like, and then came back and was like, what's up, man? I'm going to play some video games.
His wife. Yeah. His wife messaged me on Facebook like years ago. And I think her name's like Lauren or something like that. And she's like, yeah, Aaron really likes your videos. You should consider subscribing and joining our. I'm like, what? No, leave me alone. You guys are weird.
Dude, they're Florida people, bro. Florida man.
Weird, man. What a crazy dude. See, I'm just saying, like,
I have
all
a
these
question.
characters that used to be like, where are
What's up?
and you never hear from them again.
Questions?
Chris, what is going to be your next collection video? I'm curious.
You know, it's funny. I was just thinking about that. Video Game Over 58's been doing like a lot of handheld collections, Game Boy, Game Gear, stuff like that. But I was kind of looking at my collection videos last week and kind of figuring out what would be appropriate, what's been long enough. So I don't have GameCubes anymore. I have very little original Xbox. I gave a lot of those to you guys, really, that collect Xbox.
Yeah, you did.
So I wasn't really sure. And what do you think, buddy? What do you think I should do, Henry?
PS1 collection. How about that? I think
PS1?
it's sort of that time, and I think it'll
All right, that'd be a big video.
work. But I love seeing me some PS1, so I definitely look forward to seeing the collection from you.
Maybe we'll put that up in the community tab as a survey.
Oh yeah, we could do that too. That'd be kind of cool.
Does anybody else have any collection videos you guys want to see? You guys in the chat, let's interact a little bit. What do you think my next collection video should be? I did add like 15 to 20 Game Gear games, so that would be a bigger collection.
I'd love to see the Game Gear, bro. Because
Yeah,
I got mine right there. Every Game Gear game I got and the console. It's been recapped too, and I did it myself.
Oh, nice. Why didn't they ever do like a Game Gear, Super Game Gear that you could put the cartridge in and put it in your Genesis, you know?
Didn't they do that for the Nomad?
Because
Or no, the Nomad.
Become a collector app.
The Nomad
How many?
fit Sega games. That's right.
nobody gave a shit about the Game Gear. I think.
I
Yup.
love it, man.
I have
No,
about
I got a cool story about that.
215 replacements.
If you guys got a minute.
Dude, I love the Game Gear, and I agree with that statement.
So let me just tell you guys a quick little story, and I'll try to be brief about it. So for Christmas one year, I did get a Game Boy, and guess the game I got with it was Battletoads. That's where the notorious Turbo Tunnel for me come from. It wasn't a console, but I had a buddy at school, and I'd take it to school and hide it in my backpack. And he had a Game Gear, and he had Sonic, and he showed me that, and I seen the colors, and how I was like, "Holy crap! Can we trade for a night?" That's the only time I ever did that. He took my Game Boy home with Battletoads, and the very next day, I didn't want to give his Game Gear back. I didn't, because the colors and the game was awesome. The sound was really good, and it felt really good in the hands. And he was like, "Here, take your Game Boy back. I hate that game, and that looks terrible." And I was like, "No, don't take that." And he took it back. I was like, "Dang!" But I got nostalgia with all of them. I love them all, man. It's like you got those Ford guys and the Chevy guys and the Dodge guys. I'm the guy that likes everything, like Toyota, Isuzu, I like them all. So I'm not gonna just sit here and say I like one better than the other. Never, because there's good and bad in all of them.
Surf Blue. Surf Blue says Papa Pete's going through all of his original Xbox One favorite. Yeah, Papa Pete's great, man. Everybody loves Papa Pete. Dino988 said just stopping by to say hello. Hope all is well. This dude right here, you want to talk about hell of a package? I said it had like a GameCube Zelda Collector's Edition case and manual or something, and I sent it to him. Homie sends me Final Fight 3 for Super Nintendo.
Nice.
Pretty valuable game, and I'm like, So I picked up another copy of Mega Man X2, and he was like, "Oh, dude, can I have it?" And I'm like, "Dude, I'd love to trade it to you, but I wanted this to be my 5,000 subscriber giveaway thing." And this was like years ago. And I said, "Tell you what, if I don't hit 5,000 subscribers by the end of the year, I'll hook you up." And I didn't, so I hooked him up. So I'm happy that I was able to repay him for sending me Final Fight 3 on Super Nintendo, and I was able to get him a game that he wanted in his collection too. Really nice dude right there. Great pickup videos back in the day, man. Yeah. Secondhand toy dealer says that the Game Gear was a serious battery eater. Well, that's why you get the Sega Game Gear battery pack dildo.
Yep.
Or yeah, but Sega Genesis Model 2 Power.
You,
I was
you
gonna.
gotta, you gotta admit, this guy with hair is haunting. It's haunting, man. Dude, dude, Chris, tonight, this guy's gonna haunt your dreams, bro. I'm telling you.
Do you have that modded wood, the Game Gear? You have like it? Is it modded with the LCD?
The display's modded and it's been recapped. It's beautiful.
Nice.
Oh, speaking of caps, man.
I wish there was a way I could play Game Gear
bed.
games on my TV.
Go to
Yeah,
bed.
why didn't they do it like the Super Game Boy, right? You could have had like a Sega something where you put a Sega game in it, put it in your Genesis. Why didn't they do that?
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't. But you know what? I found out that if you have a Retron 5, there's an attachment for the Retron 5 that will play Sega Game Gear games. And I'm like, well, do I want to get a
plug that into the side? I thought
Yeah.
that was the fifth game thing you play on.
I didn't know they even made that.
Yeah,
Period.
I have that. It's a cartridge you put on the Retron 5, and then you attach the Game Gear game on the side.
Because it does like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega
I am
Genesis,
definitely getting one of those.
Yeah.
Game
But
Boy,
it's hard to see those little screens, even if they're nice, you know.
DBA. Anyway, I gotta go. It's 11:45 at night. Good night, Chris.
All right,
happy 10 years for real.
Night, Matt.
Wood, I
Yeah.
gotta get
See
this.
you, Matt.
Chris
I
is
got a
stone face right now. There he goes.
I got a copy
He
of.
froze.
I got a copy of a freaking Goonies 2 to send you. Remember the last time we talked? Man, I hit hard times. I did hit Chris off with his. It's been whatever. But no, it's been fun. Like I said, oh hey, Smash JT, what's up, Jeff? But no, for real, Chris, like you talk about the epitome of people that like have been around on YouTube. You definitely exemplify some of the best character traits that I've ever encountered on this website. So I appreciate you. Thank you for 10 whole years.
Some people call me a pillar of the gaming community. Yeah.
Did you say you're a shiller of the gaming community? No,
I'm a shill. Check me out at the
CMRetrogaming.com
or eBay, CMRG, Games and More. Buy a t-shirt.
Tell me all your crap, Chris.
Artistic nudes on OnlyFans.
No, for real. Like,
all right, man.
No, it's always about how you got a real love for this stuff, and I appreciate that. So happy 10 years. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Said, hey, what's up? And I'm going to leave my channel link. So catch you later. Peace out, y'all.
See you, Matt.
Farts.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. J Chip Show says, congrats on 10 years, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Smash JT. Remember spending $8 on brand new Energizer batteries for my Game Gear, and it was blinking low power as soon as it turned it on. It lasted about an hour. Yeah. Jeff says, "Congrats on 10 years." Thank you, man. I definitely appreciate it. Yeah, Jeff was a part of that first trade show. We were talking about that time when we got done with the trade show, Jeff, and you were like with the tape, and you were packing boxes. It was like destroying the whole stream. Who knew you would go on to be a major market YouTuber and a player in the gaming community? So I actually said that. I said Jeff will have way more subscribers than me on that live stream. And look at him now. He's YouTube famous. We have a celebrity. It's Woodbury and Retro Game Hunter, and he's right down there. Yeah, man. A lot of great times. It's so crazy where we were, our journey to get here, and that we're here now, you know. So everybody check out Oak City. Everybody subscribe to Oak City Gamers because he's going to be doing an unboxing of a box that I sent him because he won my contest on my other channel, which is called The Toy Freaks.
Is that going to be a Matt's
Micro Machines,
desk?
check that out.
Matt's desk video?
Yeah, is that gonna be a Matt's desk?
Matt's desk.
Yeah.
I told Matt, I said, because Secondhand Toy Dealer did the intro for car vlogs, right? It's like, car vlogs. Oh, yeah. Go video in my car. I said, why don't you talk to Secondhand Toy Dealer and you'll make a video for Matt's desk, you know?
That's a pretty good intro video, song there. Car vlog. I like the car vlog with the enthusiasm, you know.
You got to say it with some chutzpah.
Car vlog.
Yeah. And I thought, you know, like, again, something that's different about YouTube is 10 years ago, we could go out and find stuff and do weekly pickup videos or bi-weekly pickup videos. Now it's so hard. You've got to find a way, again, to get that brand out there twice a week, 3 times a week, if not every day. So, you know, something simple as a vlog that takes 20 minutes of your time just to get that video up there to stay relevant in the old algorithm, you know, is something that you might want to do. You know, I thought about doing on TikTok game of the day and just picking out a game of the day and doing one every 2 or 3 days. But then I was like, TikTok is stupid. I'm not doing that. I got to figure out how to do YouTube Shorts. That's what I got to figure out how to do.
It's easy. You can do it from your phone, Chris. Literally.
Yeah. That's what I heard. I'm just.
There's a way.
Diner says, "Okay, Chris, have a good one, man. Dude and a YouTuber built up an awesome community." Well, thank you, dude, and you're part of that community, and you are awesome.
The car vlogs, I was wondering, do you do those? Like, is that like you going to work? Like you on your drive to work before you head to work or after work?
Yeah, well, what I do is I write some notes down a couple days before, and then on my way to and from work for the next 2 days, I kind of think about developing the topic. And then Wednesday, I leave my house about 10 minutes earlier. I get to work, I pull in there, I just put the camera in there, and I go through my spiel. And then before work starts, I just jump on, throw it in shortcut, add some pictures if I need to, and then upload it to YouTube. You know, save it as a MP4 or whatever YouTube likes, and then upload it to YouTube. So, yeah, I just kind of do it that way. It seems to be working for me, but I try and stay away from drama. I want to keep it game top, but it's so hard, you know, because you're just surrounded by hate and evil that it's hard not to talk about hateful and evil things sometimes. But try and limit it.
I just try to stay neutral, everyone. That's what I tried to do.
Should we let Retro Heck in here?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
He's a good dude. He's a mechanic, right? Working on cars and stuff.
It's a vlog. Yeah, man. Yeah, like Rebel Gaming Club, man. They did the CM Retro Gaming intro. I'll have for the rest of my life. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave Retro Hack in the backstage. Ha 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 ha. There he is. Look at this.
What
guy.
is up, homies?
There he
We
is.
can pull 5 in here.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up, guys? What's up, man?
I'm here in my little storage room here.
Just
straighten
kicking it.
some
10
stuff
years
out.
on YouTube.
10,
I can't
bro.
believe it. I made
I've
it
been
10
following you
years.
probably for 9.
Appreciate it.
Don't remember how I
What are you up
found
to tonight?
Me, I'm just here cleaning up some games and stuff and straightening out my room here. I don't know if you can see, but
I think you told me this story one time on how you found my channel. I think you were like, I was at home and I was sorting through some games and cleaning some stuff, and then I jumped on YouTube and I just typed in "raddest fucking dude ever" and your channel popped up. I think that's what you said. I think that's how it happened.
light's bright as fuck. I forgot. I think I found your link through somebody else because they
Oh, you were
mentioned
talking
you.
Yeah, that's how we used to do it back in the day, man. All shout outs and links.
Yeah, because I was
You know,
watching retro.
We're talking about regrets. I one time, like an idiot, traded Retro Hack my TurboGrafx 16, and then as soon as I dropped that package off, it's not like I hated the stuff you got because he sent me a bunch of like limited run games that I've been meaning to play on PS4 because I definitely love PS4. I was like, man, I shouldn't have traded my TurboGrafx 16 up. Thank God I found another one. One
Well, I
foot
got
flipper
two now.
pages here. Check out this dude, man.
Is that?
This
So if
is
you
the one
haven't,
that you
make sure
traded
I'm
me
a-
right here.
I always wondered, is that
Yeah.
Zach Morris on the cover
Yeah,
of
it's
the
an
box?
awesome everyday console.
Is that
But
Mark
Penny-
Paul Gosselaar on
I
the
don't know who
cover
that
of
is.
TurboGrafx?
everybody check out 1 foot. Hey, real quick, if you guys sell on eBay or you're interested in reselling, check out 1 foot flipper, man. And he does it right. He cuts through the bullshit, gives you all the great information about everything that's going on with eBay and how to sell stuff. He's $100,000 a year seller. So this is the dude that you want to listen to. So make sure you check out Paige's channel.
A little
A lot
better.
of great information. But yeah, Paige, thanks for stopping by, man. Hope the family as well. Hope the business is strong.
So,
And
Chris, you're
definitely
not
check out his eBay store. One of the
you're
best
not doing
things
it-
you can do for an eBay seller is just following.
Chris, you're not doing
What's up, Hank?
you're not doing a just had the name in my head. Trade show this year? No trade show
We
this
were
year?
just talking about that. Yeah, there's a lot of things that just sort of died out this year. Like I didn't do my 5 channels under 1,000 subscriber video this summer either. You know, and the trade show, nobody asked about it. Nobody was sort of interested in it. I like to make a video with all the stuff that I have for trade. So I mean, we're coming up on kids having to go back to school and tied up. I do things on the weekends because of college football. We have a lot of overtime. So I like to have that done like this week or sometime in the summer. So for this year, that's going to have to be a dream deferred. And unfortunately, like with the 5 channels under 1,000 subscribers, which is a video that I always love doing. It's a labor of love, and that's what we used to do is promote each other, right? But it's just one of those things where it never gets any views, and then I start getting backlash about why didn't you give me a shout out, and I don't like that person, and this person told me to fuck myself one time, and it's like now we're creating drama off of something that should just be a positive thing in the community, and it's like, do we even really want to do that anymore? And I don't know. Let's see, Jeff is here. Can we hold 6? I don't know.
I'm gonna get going, so you can.
But yeah,
'cause
man,
I know
it's
that
just,
it was
it's just
slow.
a weird thing.
I'm gonna get going,
Might
but
have been for
can you guys hear me?
Nice
Is it
collection, Mario. See you,
Yeah,
buddy.
yeah. I'm gonna get going.
Bye.
Nice meeting you guys.
Later, Mario.
Hopefully, I can find your guys' channels. I just wanted to say for CM, since you're 10 years, I think I only met you like 2 years ago. And the one reason I think I would always like go back because you reply to the comments. I think that's huge. And I remember every time I would see you, you would always remember my name. And to me, that's like big, because I myself, I'm bad with names. So I was like, oh, I like this guy. Like, this is like a good dude. So just wanted to give you that FYI. So yeah, congrats on 10 years. I'm out of here. Have a
Man,
good
I
night, guys.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Good night,
Good to
guys.
meet you, Mario.
Yeah,
Thanks,
like-
everybody.
Bye.
Check out Retro Wave Podcast. Subscribe to Retro Tiburon.
Yeah, Chris's episode's dropping next Friday on my channel, Retro Tiburon. Check it out. Later, guys.
Later, man.
Yeah, there's plenty of room, Jeffrey. Secondhand toy
I think I'm
dealers
gonna get
here.
going too. It's been fun.
Look at this guy, man. We're just doing it up tonight.
All right, Henry. Nice to see you,
See,
man.
Henry.
You too.
All right, Henry. Hey, it
Uh,
was good seeing you, man. I hope everything's well.
Everything is well. I'm just trying to do like the right thing and try to make the right
Make
choices.
a video.
I will.
Yeah.
I promise.
Make a video. Top 5 original Xbox games you need to own.
I will definitely do that. Actually, good idea.
All right, brother.
It's been
Good seeing
good
you.
talking to you guys. See you soon.
See you, Henry.
Bye.
Yep, great seeing you. Okay. Here we go. Secondhand toy dealer is here. Oh God, look. Everybody bow down. The almighty Smash JT is also here. Jeffrey, how are you?
So, what's going on, guys? First off, Chris, congratulations, man. And before I don't want to talk too long, I just had to come on and tell a quick story that is going to make you crack up. I don't know if it was I don't know who it was, but one of the last 2 people that just jumped off, they had a fire alarm that was beeping. And
Henry.
What's that?
That's Henry.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
Henry. See, I
That thing's
didn't,
been
I didn't
beeping
know
for
that.
the last live
So-
stream he was in.
I think it's been beeping since the first time we saw him here.
Oh, he was. Yeah, that's
I'm
nostalgia at this
like,
point.
no joke. I literally was watching you guys for like 25 minutes before I chimed in. And I was like, I'm not going to say anything. I got to find the freaking fire alarm that's beeping in my house. I changed I'm dead serious. I changed every single fire alarm and started like
Oh my
yelling. I'm like, I don't know where it is, but it's beeping.
Wow, that's
And it
funny as
won't
hell.
stop, and I don't know. I'm like, is there a fire alarm like in my attic somewhere? Like, what? Where is that beeping coming from? And I'm like, I gotta go on this live stream and tell Chris. I'm like, that is literally what I was doing for the past 25 minutes while I was listening to you guys.
That's hilarious.
So tell him to freaking put a 9-volt battery in and fix this.
I think we've been
Been
telling
doing
him
it
for
for
years.
years.
How do you,
JT.
how do you sleep with that every 5 seconds? How do you sleep with that?
We've been doing that for years.
That is
Yeah.
classic.
We should all pool our money together and get Henry a package of
Send him a
9-volt batteries.
case of batteries.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
And I think every stream he's been on for the last 8 years, that damn thing's been chirping.
Dude,
Yeah.
I mean, I almost
So-
should thank him because I haven't updated my batteries in like 3 years. So I was like, it's time to replace all the batteries.
He might have saved your life.
He might
You don't
have,
even know.
like, ironically, he may have saved my life tonight. So, yeah, I guess thanks for that. But man, that was driving me insane. I ended up putting my headphones on because I was getting so sick of the beeping, and I'm like, oh my god, it's coming
Oh.
from the stream.
Discovered. Yeah, I played like Call of Duty with him back in the day, and it was still doing that.
That is hysterical.
Oh my God.
We're talking about Modern
the
Warfare
worst ever.
2.
Funny. But yeah, I didn't want to take the whole floor. I just want to say congrats. man.
Secondhand toy dealer sent me a package, and one of the things in the package was a silver bus micro machine. He wanted me to autograph it or whatever. I'm like, hey, can I use profanity? And he's like, what did you have in mind? I'm like, how about you bleep bleep bleepity bleep bleep? He's like, well, that's a bit much. I'm like, I'm just kidding, dude. I would never.
Well, I was sitting there and I asked my wife, I said, do you think he's being serious? Read this. And she's like, I don't think so, but I don't know. So I wasn't sure if you were being serious or not.
Right. No, you got kids, man. I don't want your kids to go in there and see something like that. But yeah, I got to dig out those micro. One of those Fearlesses on your list was the Easter pack from the Easter pack, and I bought like a ton of those. So I've got that whole. I'm gonna send you a whole set of those, which I will not curse on.
Yeah.
So that's cool. So what are you up to?
Not much. I was expecting to see those bright green lights on your glasses that I sent you for your live stream. You've got it nice and dark in the
I was gonna put
background.
the Top Gun one. I was gonna put the Top Gun ones on.
Yeah, well, for your intro, while you're playing that intro song, you need to have those on. You need to have your hands on the steering wheel and like doing this like really like I got it going on kind of pose.
Yeah. We Ohio State University, their new athletic director is a graduate of Top Gun. Just
Well,
crazy.
you can
His
wear
call
those
sign
to
was
work
Slapshot.
and
I couldn't think of anything. Yeah. Those Top Gun ones don't actually look half bad. I got a weird shaped face. It's like straight and then it goes pointy. Basically, it's like a stretched out home plate if you look at my face. Square rectangle, and then a triangle. And now you're never not gonna see that. So you're gonna see my face. But yeah, man. It's crazy.
Chris, you going to Torg again this year?
I'm thinking about it. But you know, it's crazy to go to those things anymore. Video game conventions are nuts. It's not again, not like it used to be 10 years ago. Paige says viewers only send his daughter packages. That's true. I don't think Paige has ever gotten a package from a viewer. They always send his daughter plush animals and whatnot.
Yeah, Retro World Expo is down here in Connecticut this year, and I was thinking of going, but it's like there's nobody. I don't have my wife's in Ecuador, so I was going to go with her like on Sunday, but it's like to go by yourself and just walk around and feel like a dummy.
Yeah. Well, my thing is like, it used to be you'd go there and like it was like resellers that were just trying to get rid of their stuff. Like there was always like $1 Nintendo bin or something, and it's not really like that anymore. Everybody's a reseller. Everybody's a professional reseller, and they want to protect their margins, and they don't really negotiate a lot. I mean, there's probably still some good deals that can be had, but if you're trying to get a really expensive game, it's going to cost you the same to get it on eBay, have it delivered to your front door, and not have to pay the $5 for parking, the $15 to get in, the 3 hours of time it's going to take you. I don't know how some of these conventions stay in business.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I went to Game On Expo in Phoenix a couple weeks ago, and one of the vendors did not price his items. And I was like, how much do these cost? He's like, oh, what game do you want? I'll tell you. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, oh, the prices are going up so fast. I can't keep repricing them. I'm like, are you trying to sell them or are you trying to make as much money as possible off these? And he's like, I mean, I'm just market price. And I was like, all right, cool, bro. And I just walked away. I'm like, this guy's trying to make a buck here instead of get rid of his stuff. And to your point, that's unfortunately what's happened. It's gone from I need to offload these to, oh, it's worth something. Let's try to make money here.
Yeah, I see that a lot. Like when I go on Whatnot and stuff. Crazy.
Yeah. I'm not against people making a profit, but if some guy has a $100 game at a convention and uses eBay to price it, it's like, did you take off 12% for the final value fees? Did you take off 30 cents for the transaction fee? Did you take off 40 cents for the shipping box? Did you take off the convenience of buyer remorse? I can't bring this back when I leave the convention. Like they don't think like that. So that $100 game is really about an $85 game, and a $75 offer is not that bad of an offer, but they think of it as they're losing 25%. And that's not really how conventions used to be a place where you could go and get deals. like, yeah, I've had this $300 game in my collection or in my store forever. $225 sounds good to me. Give me cash. And that's how it used to be. And I went to it was the Columbus Toy Show. This was 2 or 3 years ago. Tyler and I went. And, early bird was at 8. General admission was at like 9:30. Well, we get there and we're in line, and all the early birds that paid to get in early, they're walking out with complete in box Millennium Falcons and complete in box, all this stuff. And it's like, it's already been picked over. It's like the third person at a garage sale. Like, why are we here? So conventions for me now are really like, I just want to go meet people that watch the channel and hang out a little bit. I really am not even looking at games that much when I go to conventions. Not like I used to. I used to always try and hunt down like the $2 PS2 box and the $1 NES box, and they just don't have those anymore. It's just a different thing from 10 years ago.
100%. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I went to a convention in Connecticut up north, and it was like a cosplay convention and a gaming convention at the same time. And I was looking for this game, which is hard as hell to find with the poster. And they had one there, and it was in decent condition. And I forgot how much the guy wanted for it. I think it was like $50 or something. And I go to him, I said, would you do 40? And he was like, oh, no. So then I went walking around almost towards the end. I went and asked him. He said he wouldn't go down from 50. So I said, whatever. So the next day, I think I went on eBay and started looking. And I found one for $35 with the poster and everything, shipping included. He could have sold that game. He could have sold it for $40 and got an extra $40 in his pocket cash. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand these people.
Yeah, for sure. Not had to pay, because if he sells that game for $50 on eBay, he's going to be paying 12% of 50. It's what, 5 times $1.20. So that would be $6. So now we're already down to $44. What's another $4 to get it out?
But the other thing you got to consider, the vendors are needing to pay for a booth, and these booths at these conventions, because they're getting so popular, are getting super expensive. I mean, we're talking like, for a popular convention, for a tiny like square 10
which
by
is
10
which is a ghost cost. I mean, let's be honest, it's a ghost cost, because they're gonna write that off on their taxes.
Yeah, but it's true.
It's cost of doing business. Hey, I went to this convention.
Right, but and you're right, but it's like.
But looking games up, that's a new one to me. I've never seen that at a convention.
Yeah, I rolled my eyes and walked away. I was like, all right, bro.
Look up a game.
Kept walking.
That's not crazy.
But back to
I would never buy anything from that person.
Right, and yeah, but as far as the booth itself, like a 10 by 10 booth, you're looking at close to $1,000, and for a 3-day convention, how much do you have to move to make that money up? So a lot of dealers are hesitant to discount too much because they need to make up the cost of traveling there, buying the booth, getting all the stuff, getting it all set up. So I almost don't blame the vendors. I almost blame like the convention and the convention centers for how much they're charging, because it's become big business. Like, they know there's money here.
Yeah.
And once they learned that, they started jacking up all their prices.
Well, I know the video game market and the toy market are two probably different things, but I am curious for all of your input. I'm getting ready to do my first toy show. I've done a couple flea markets, and most of the stuff that you can see behind me is all new and packaged stuff. And when I try and sell something, I'm trying to just get my money back. I don't care if I'm selling something that I bought for $10 and it's going for 80 on eBay. I'll just sell it for $10 because I just want to get my money back out of it. But when I start pricing things, I'm like, okay, so do I need to price it high enough to play this song and dance game where I'm like, okay, I got $10 in it. I got to put 25 on it so that when the guy comes up to my booth and says, I'll give you 15 for it, then I can say yes. Or do I just say, nope, I'm cutting to the chase. I've got 10 in it. That's what I want. I'm going to put 10 on it. And when the guy comes by and says, wow, this is an $80 item, and he's got 10 on it. I'm going to see if I can get it for 5. And I tell him no. Is that turning everybody off? And everybody's like, well, if he's not willing to work on any of his prices, I'm not buying from him. Do I need to mark up so that I can come down?
Okay,
or
so
if I've got good prices, is that good enough?
at least you need to double your money. You can't just sell something for what you bought it for.
Well, it's just
Can't
a
do that.
hobby for me. I just want to get rid of it, get my money back out of it.
Well, I mean, how much do you research your items that you have? You got some nice stuff, looks like, back there. So
Yeah, I mean, none of it's old
I
enough
wouldn't
to
just want to
really
give
be.
it away, you know.
Yeah, right. And I mean, I'm not looking to give it away, but I mean, honestly, I'm just looking to break even on it. I mean, there's a few things that, like it was original retail cost. It was like a $35-$40 item. I got it on clearance for like 10 or 15 bucks. And I'm like, okay, well, so if I've got to spend $40 a table, I got 4 tables, I'm going to be 160 bucks just setting up there. So I'd like to make some of that back. Maybe I'll put $25 on this $15 item that was originally $35. Somebody maybe comes along and says, "Oh, 25 bucks. It was 35 at one point. You can't even find them in the store right now." So, I mean, is that a good deal, or do I need to start marking stuff up so that when people are wanting to talk people down, do I need to account for that?
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do.
Yeah. So you think that if I've got $10 that I want to get out of it, I should put 15 or 20 on it so that when people want to cut me down, then I'm happy to let them cut me down because I'm just trying to get X out of it.
If that's what you're wanting. If you're wanting to make money, you could do a little bit better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, it kind of turns into being a used car dealership or just a car dealership in general, where they mark it up knowing that they're going to be talked down.
That's right. Good point.
Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, like when I'm at a toy show, I don't think I've ever asked anybody to come down on a price. I'm like, you got 20 bucks on it, I'll give you 20 bucks for it. If I think it's a fair price and I want it, I'm just gonna give him what I've never really gotten into the whole, all right, well, let me see if how far can I cut you down on this thing?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. It's funny because it's all trendy to be like, oh, how much can we talk people down? But the reality is, of like, if it's a good price, I'm going to buy it at that.
Right.
I mean, sometimes I do it just to see if I can get it lower. But at the end of the day, if I want the game and it's a good price, I'm getting it. And if it's not, I'm moving on.
But I think you just mentioned that you sold at flea markets and stuff before.
Yeah, but from what I only went to one flea market, and the guy that was sitting right next to me, it was hilarious because here you've got this guy who's selling new and packaged toys. Most of them are not current production, like you could go into a store and find them. They're like from 6 months ago, a year ago, 5 years ago. Nothing like vintage where it's like, man, this is a 20-year-old toy. I mean, it's just stuff that hasn't been on the shelves in 6 months to a couple of years. And the guy next to me was selling like that cheap Chinese swords, knives, nunchucks, tasers. So these moms and their kids would be walking by, and she would see my booth and say, "Oh no," and pull up the kid's hand away from it. So we're not going in there. Take another couple steps forward. And she'd look over. She's like, "Oh my gosh, heck no!" Pull the kid even further, saying, "You're not looking at any of those things either." But that guy told me, he said, you know, for a flea market, people are looking to get deals. They're looking to, okay, this is a $10 item that you bought in 2015. They want it for $3, even though it's brand new in the package. I mean, it's not sun faded, beat up. It's like mint on card, looking really nice. People still at a flea market have this flea market mindset of, I really want to get it for a lot less than you would have even bought it new at the store 3 years ago. So I mean,
I mean, think about the name flea market. It's like that's what fleas go on, is the stuff that no one wants, and they take it away and remove everything like that. Just living up to the name.
But secondhand toy dealer, what's your name? First up,
Richard.
Richard, my name's Joshua. I do sell at the flea market down here in town. I sell every Saturday and Sunday. But what I have noticed is the fact that everybody quotes eBay. At the flea market, all the vendors do it. When a seller comes and asks, it does turn people away when they say, well, it's going for this on eBay. And I'm seeing it at garage sales and flea markets or yard sales. Everybody's quoting that.
Yeah.
So to your point, I understand your conundrum there.
I'll say too, and I made a video about this like 4 years ago, but I feel like eBay really ruined the hunt because it's not exciting anymore to go to a convention and try to find a game. You be like, oh, just buy it on eBay if I really want it. And it's like that whole, you have to really restrain yourself and pretend the internet doesn't exist and create that world to live in so that you still manufacture that adventure. Because otherwise it's gone because eBay's there. So it's a double-edged sword. It's kind of it's given a lot of,
and then to your point, JT, when you get to the end of that adventure, there's no castle. There's a dead end.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't think I've ever gotten to the end, so I'll take your word for it.
It goes to the eBay.
Everybody, welcome Paige from 1 Foot Flipper. What's up, Paige? Good to see you, buddy.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up?
Good.
Do I sound okay?
I want to answer a secondhand toy dealer real quick. Yeah. If you're going to sell at a convention, I would not suggest pricing. Say it's a $50 item. I wouldn't say make it $55 to leave some haggle room. What I would say is if somebody came up and said, hey, would you take $30 for this? And that may be a $20 profit for you, but that's not something you're comfortable with. Honesty is always the best policy, in my opinion. So I would tell that person, like, I can't do $30 on it right now, but if you come back at like 2 o'clock and it's still here, I'll do $30 for you. You know, and then that leaves you another 4 or 5 hours there to where if somebody picks it up for 40, then it's gone, you know. But
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's sort of how I would probably do it. I would never intentionally price something over what eBay sold is, and that's different than looking on eBay. A lot of these people don't look at eBay solds. They don't understand that eBay is going to put. It could be a $10 game. If you put $800 on it, eBay is going to put that right at the top because they're going to get the biggest profit on it, especially if somebody's promoted that listing. But in a convention setting where you're dealing with cash, if it's a $50 item, I probably wouldn't put 60 on it, hoping that there would be some haggle room to haggle down. There's a comfortable price on that item that you're willing to accept. And if you're not willing to accept it at that particular time at the convention, just tell them, like, I can't do that right now, but if you come back at whatever time and it's still here, I'll totally sell it to you for that price. You know, that's sort of how I would do it. But Paige is here. Paige is a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the eBay machine, and maybe he can help out with that conundrum. So, Paige, what do you got for us, brother?
Before Paige goes, I gotta hop off. I'm gonna be listening. Thank you so much for having me, guys. And again, congrats, Chris, on your 10 years. Much love, all.
Thank you.
See you, JT.
Thanks. And Jeff, thank you so much for being a good friend, man. I definitely appreciate it. I can text Jeff whenever.
Always, man.
It's awesome.
Back
He's
at
a
you
good
too.
dude. I love Jeff.
Much love, bro. Have a good one.
Thanks
Thanks
bro.
again. Bye.
All right, everybody. Well, thanks for having me on here. I figure since this isn't my channel, I can actually drink a beer on stream.
There you go.
Since my viewers aren't going to see it, or
Back,
at least
I'm back.
Hey, now, are you guys at all worried about collecting long-term for the consoles, PS3, Xbox 360, and newer? Because I think there's going to be a definite hardware availability problem for those consoles in the future. It's not like a NES or a Genesis that, you know, has no moving parts and nothing runs hot, and a human being with a soldering iron can repair them. What do you guys think about that?
Chris, you want to go first?
Well, 7th gen, I definitely have some concerns. Real quick, Mr. Venegas, thank you so much for being here. I definitely love your channel. We had some great times before, and thank you so much for the donations. You totally didn't have to do that. So everybody check out Mr. V because he's an awesome dude. Legend says, what's your favorite beer? So I like any beer, especially the cheap kind. But definitely those 7th gen consoles. And a lot of the hardware, like I'm sure there's people that are going to be able to fix the hardware. But my thing is really the online aspect to those games where they shut down servers where you can only access certain parts. Like we're talking about Need for Speed The Run. Over half of the cars were locked behind online missions, and they shut down the servers for that game last year.
Well,
So,
what?
there's definitely a lot of issues with those consoles, PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii disc drives. That you're absolutely right. Unless you can fix them, they may be scarce in the future. And I would definitely say, if you don't have a PS3, now's the time to get one. Just me, but yeah. What do you think?
Well, my big concern is not the things that people have already figured out how to fix. I mean, these consoles are basically at PC hardware, level of complexity, except everything's soldered to the motherboard. It only takes, one bit of RAM to go bad in that thing, which, doesn't tend to happen in the first 5 years of the console's life. And then it's essentially unrepairable. I don't know if you're going to be able to find a working PS3 or 360 or PS4 20 years from now without paying $10,000 for the thing.
Yeah, that surface mount technology is really hard to deal with to repair on your own.
Or even, tracking down what chip it is in the first place.
Yeah.
Because I largely collected arcade games and not console stuff. I mean, and there's only a few geniuses here and there who know how to fix some of those really complex boards, and that's the stuff from the 90s tech, not the stuff from 10 years ago. I don't know. I would be really scared collecting any console. I think PS2 is the last safe console to collect, in my opinion.
Honestly, I'm worried about disc rot on all that old disc-based stuff, and I've already got some that's happened like that with. I'm afraid to even collect any more of it, honestly.
I guess that doesn't bother me as much because I think most people, it's more about having the big shelf of games, and if you have to play the burned copy instead of the real one, you're still fine with it as long as you got the real one sitting there in the box in the background. I don't know. Maybe you feel different about it than I do.
Well, do you think that it's ever going to get to the point where, like this Super Nintendo Classic that I've got, it's basically a Raspberry Pi with all these games already preloaded on it. I mean, if you would have gone back into 1992 and said, you're going to have this system, every single game that ever got released in America for this system will be on this thing, and it'll be half the size. I mean, like, I would have been like, that's crazy. You're talking
it would have blown my
crazy
mind.
talk. I mean, so 20 years from now, will they be selling an Xbox 360 Classic with every game that ever came out on Xbox 360? I can understand the nostalgia of having the physical media in addition to being able to play everything on a console that has everything preloaded. But, I mean, do you think that that's a possibility, that if they're doing it for the Super Nintendo and the Nintendo, all these classic, older retro stuff, do you think that 20 years from now, they'll be doing stuff like that for the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3?
Most definitely.
Well,
I mean, it happens over generations.
I don't know.
I think the difference there, though, is that you can easily brute force emulate those cartridge-based systems. You can do it with cheap hardware. You can't brute force emulate an Xbox 360 properly even today. They'd have to actually build Xbox 360 hardware into that unit, and and it's too complicated to burn on an FPGA. And the way processor speeds and everything are going today, I don't think those systems may ever be brute force emulated in our lifetime.
Do you think that's what the guys would have said in the 90s too? Like they'll never be able to do something like that.
Exactly what that said. Yeah, that's exactly what that said.
The NES, the SNES, and the N64 were all full speed emulated in the 90s.
Yeah. Well, I that's certainly not something that I have any knowledge on. I'm just looking at what my experience is. I mean, as far as like seeing like the classic come out, and I'm like, man, that's just mind blowing to me that they were able to do something like that. I mean, like I wouldn't have, as a 10-year-old, I would have never believed that this was possible.
Oh yeah, so. that would have absolutely been the best. But
yeah,
okay, sorry, I totally threw this thing a different direction. So guys, go ahead and go in some other direction now.
No, because it's a good topic, and it's like, those old cartridge-based games that were, if your Nintendo starts blinking, you just replace the 72-pin connector. The 7th gen games, especially the 360 and the PS3, they start having problems right out the bat, right? Like that's that generation where we started saying, don't buy the first iteration of the console, buy the second or third iteration of the console because of red rings and blue lights and yellow lights and all that stuff. So a lot of those consoles are bad and they were thrown away. Like from a rarity perspective, how many of those consoles are even still out there that were produced because so many of them went bad? So yeah,
Not
I
many
don't know.
for,
I mean, it is hard to
USB
emulate those
PS3.
disc-based games. Sure, you could download them probably. You know,
I'm lucky.
yeah.
I have
Go ahead,
two PS3 backwards compatibles, and one's a 60 gig and one's an 80 gig. And the 80 gig was supposedly a little bit better than the original ones. That's backwards compatible. They didn't. I guess they don't red light as fast.
That console, we bought one brand new for Christmas. We got it for Christmas. Mom and Dad bought it. I said we. But anyways, it's like $600 or $700 for that console. And actually, the two USB port,
Yeah,
I got
PS3
two
was
of them right here. It could play PS1 games, right?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
The second model could play PS1 games, right?
Yep. And PS3.
The first model could play all PS
1,
games
2, and
up
3.
to 3. Right?
Yep. 1, 2, and 3.
yeah.
Now, the other thing you're going to see with those cartridge-based systems, though, even if something weird breaks, a normal man with a soldering iron can replace that. I'm not even an expert electronics tech, but I can replace anything on an NES.
Yeah.
Whatsoever. But
the cartridges, if the chip goes bad, you could always burn a chip with the game on it and just solder it right back on the board.
Mm-hmm. And the NES motherboard
cartridge again, which is good,
That NES motherboard is pretty simple. I mean, it doesn't have a whole lot of chips on it, but they're not mostly surface mount and tiny. It's got a few caps on it. It's pretty easy, but I couldn't replace bad RAM in a PS4 to save my whole family's life.
Yeah, that's some tight stuff right there. Trying to do that.
And a PS3, you can get it reballed, but how much does that cost for you to send it out and get it reballed? At least over $200 to get a PlayStation 3 reballed and hopefully it works, right?
And then still hopefully after you pay all that 2 years later,
it
doesn't go bad.
Yeah, that it lasts.
Because those consoles run so much hotter than the old cartridge-based consoles do.
Yeah.
You can still you can burn something up at any time.
Yep. That PS3, man, it did run real hot. That's for sure.
The fan is a killer.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
you can even
It's the same too because it's such an awesome console.
Well, I mean, they're all basically PC hardware, but they're in cases half the size.
Yep.
So they're all going to run hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
and
PlayStation 4 is like an airplane taking off.
Yeah, a lot of people got them stuck in a little cabinet or where your TV's sitting or whatever, and it's stuck back in there, and it just cooks it and burns it up.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll be back in 30 seconds. I got to pee.
But that's the way they did. That's the way a lot of people did, man. They just stuck the stuff over there and they let it run, and it would build up. A lot of people had cats and animals in the house, and it would just.
It's so weird. I have the worst internet in the world, and I'm like from downtown. It's like.
Yeah, like my PS4, I bought these there's this company that sells.
All right, I think we're back.
These little feet that you put on the sides, and it raises it up like almost an inch, so you get some movement of air on the bottom of it. But it's like I cleaned it like maybe 6 months after I bought it, and then I had to take it apart again and clean it again 6 months because the little screens get all dirty and full of dust. Man, it's like.
The PS4 is the easiest, newer, modern console to open and clean.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you literally got to pull a couple things off, then you can blow it out with some compressed air with no water in the filters. Blow that thing out.
Yeah.
And like you said, I got like some little mounts 3D printed for mine. It's like a little, kind of like a coffee table, basically. And it's like setting up on those where it can get air under it.
Yeah.
And man, it works good.
I haven't even turned mine on in I think probably 9 months, 10 months probably. I've been playing games on PC, so.
Was that company? Was it like Nyko or that made the thing? The fan?
Yeah, Nyko.
For your modern.
Nyko.
Now, do you play your old consoles on CRTs or do you play them on modern TVs?
Sony Trinitron, bro, right over here, right there.
Yeah, my Trinitron is sitting right here on the floor, and then I got a big 37-inch sitting in my garage.
That's the only way to play them, bro. In my opinion.
NES Sharp TV. It's the only NES Sharp TV.
Chris has got the good
always
one.
got to give it that plug.
Flex.
Yeah. They flexed on us.
Yeah.
Ooh, give it the ravishing.
Is that the one with the built-in NES?
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Yes.
I use a Wells Gardner D9200 arcade monitor. It's tri-mode, so it's got the pure, 15 kilohertz
Oh, that's nice.
CGA, but it's also got VGA input as well. And I bought one of those that never was in an arcade. I got one brand new 20 years ago. Somebody had bought it. They were going to build up some arcade thing. They never did. They had bought it, and I got it local. It was a good deal, and I've had the thing for 20 years. And it just, you can run the, real CGA modes and plug a computer into it. So that's what I've been using forever now.
The colors on that's nice. Sure.
Yeah, and since mine's never been in an arcade, it's not all ragged out.
Yeah.
It doesn't have, 50,000 hours of, running the Golden Tee background.
Well, Paige, let me ask you this: with these 7th gen consoles, is it even worth collecting the consoles? Because they made so many special edition 360s and so many special edition, PS3s. Is it worth even getting into that as a gimmick for your collection? Because you never know what's going to happen with the consoles.
I think it's honestly, I think games, there's always exceptions, but I love video games. I play video games constantly, but I think console games from 7th gen forward are not a good long-term area to be in. You've both got hardware availability. You've got the fact that most of the good games you're actually going to play, the price goes to zero on them because, every time that casual collector, his 360 or his PS4 dies, he doesn't buy another one. He just dumps all those games onto the market. So, all your Borderlands 2 and 3 and all that stuff that everybody loves, what's that stuff sell for? $3 now?
Yeah.
$4. And you've also got the fact that except for the exclusives, all that stuff's available on PC as well, on Steam, for the most part. And they keep updating that stuff for PC, but they don't update the console versions anymore.
Nope. They don't.
They still update Half-Life 1 for PC, and that's, 23 years old now?
Wow.
Oh, geez, that's way back there, yeah.
Yeah, I see that get an update every few months on my Steam account.
Chris, have you gotten on Steam yet?
I do not own. I don't do a lot of online gaming, which is I'm not really into playing like online multiplayers and stuff. But I like the older stuff. I like the single player Nintendo game, stuff like that. I will stream like Mega Man or something, but that's not really online gaming.
Well, Chris, I hate online gaming for the most part because usually if you go play online, I'm a grown man. I don't. But anybody you play against online, that's probably all that person does. They play that game 40 hours a week. But Steam is more than just online games. It basically has everything. At this point, I know it has the largest library of anything out there. And there's plenty of classic style stuff and one-player stuff. The only thing I'll ever play online is like auto racing games because you're not expecting to win when there's 24 cars racing. So you don't feel bad when you come in 14th.
Yeah.
Now,
I
we're
think
all
too,
of the
it's more
age.
of a time thing. Like I've got other games and stuff I can play that I don't really need to go on Steam and buy a bunch of like modern retro style games, because I have so much. I'm just very fortunate, very blessed to be able to have all this stuff and be able to play it whenever I want to. That I never really dabbled into like, Steam or I don't even have PS4, the PS1 pass or whatever. I don't have any of that. So.
And any of you guys do any arcade boards or anything like that at all?
Yeah, it's just not something that I would normally play.
The only thing I have is I have a
Nope.
Neo Geo Goldie cab. That's what I have.
You got real cards, or you got one of those 96 in ones or whatever?
Yeah, one of those. I have one. I think one real card, and
Yeah,
it's too expensive.
That's the same thing I had. I've owned multiple Neo Geos, but every time I got one, I'd sell every game that came with it, even if it was a 6-slot cab, and I'd buy that one fake cart and slap that in there.
Yep, and just play off that, man.
That's a weird market. There was a time a few years ago where NES Contra was selling for almost the same price as the PlayChoice 10 Contra cartridge, and about the same price as the Contra arcade board, which I think is absolutely ridiculous. How many NES Contras did they sell? 2 or 3 million?
Mm-hmm.
And how many PlayChoice Contra cartridges do you think there were? 3,000? 4,000?
Okay.
Same thing with the arcade boards.
Mm-hmm.
Those prices have normalized a bit now, but I think that's an area where there's a lot of price growth still to be had in video game collecting. Because eventually, when you've got a room, when you've got $80,000 worth of games in a room, and you don't have a play choice,
yeah, those arcade
it
guys,
sort of gets
man,
a little weird.
Because there's got some money to play in the arcade realm. That's not me. I'm not rich.
Until very recently, console collecting was more expensive. Absolutely. I mean, I sold my arcade game collection when I lost the leg because it's not comfortable. I've got a prosthetic, but I'm not comfortable standing up for long periods of time, and I'm not comfortable playing them from the wheelchair, so I sold them all. But yeah, until very recently, it was definitely cheaper to have a room full of arcade games than it was to have an extensive console collection. I mean, you've got NES games that are $600, and if you had been trying, you could have gotten 4 arcade games for $600 not too long ago.
Yeah, I'm actually looking into getting a Millipede. Somebody's selling one for $300. So,
I would grab that immediately because that's 10, 15 years ago pricing. Even if every single thing on that is broken, that's not a bad price.
I think the only thing was a monitor. Probably it needs caps or something.
Oh yeah, that's easy. Even if you're not willing to do the work yourself. Usually, in most areas, there's somebody who'll do caps. If not, there's always people you can send it off to, and they'll go over the entire monitor board. And it's usually about 100, 125.
You can send it to Wood. He recapped his thing of Game Gear.
I was going to say you could replace it with the LCD monitor.
Nah.
Oh yeah, if you want everybody to hate you and you want your game to look bad.
I won't do that. I like original.
You guys got it. Nice.
Oh.
The only time I like seeing an LCD monitor in an arcade game is when you actually go out and see one in the real world. I would rather see that than having that, irreplaceable monitor being ruined by being on 16 hours a day.
Yeah.
And getting played 8 times a day.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what I thought would be cool is I think One Up made a pinball cabinet with it. It was like a flat screen TV type thing with a pinball machine. That would be pretty sweet.
That was a big deal.
We don't have to buy all these pinball tables.
People still do build virtual pinball cabinets. The One Up one wasn't very good, but they've got some really good pinball simulation software out there. And the screens have come down so much in price. That's not actually a very expensive thing to build anymore. But you used to be looking at several $1,000s to build one of those. Because you needed at the time. You used to need a high-end PC to push it, and you needed, the LCD screens the size of the whole playboard and the whole backboard, and that used to be really expensive, and now that's nearly free.
I got 2 arcade One-Ups right over here. Mortal Kombat and that one.
I want to get me a pinball machine, but I want one of the old analog ones, the ones that are real noisy, because that's what I started playing on when I was a kid.
You talking rotating score reels?
Yeah.
Those are the bargains in the space. Those can still be had for the $200 to $500 range. Because most of the time, once the collectors, they really build up a big collection, they start moving those things out, and they have not appreciated in price like the other ones have. So you've probably got a cartridge behind you somewhere on a wall. You could probably just sell and get one of those things.
I got a few things that I could sell. But
yeah, It's crazy. You
Yeah,
remember you know, 10 years ago or whatever on YouTube in the gaming community, we all had this idea that we're going to buy these, we're going to keep, because it's an investment. That's how we sold it to our wives and how we justified it in our minds and our hearts that we're buying all this stuff as an investment. It's like the market's high, we should sell into the market. None of us are selling our stuff, which is keeping the game prices really high. It's like we're psycho. We're all psycho.
I actually did it though. I sold off my entire collection during COVID money time, and my house is paid off now. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Prices are still high, man. So if you got something to sell. I have a sealed DuckTales too that I've been thinking about getting graded, but I don't want to wait a year to have it. You know what I mean?
You got. I heard CGC is not that long. CGC, I think theirs is not that long.
I feel like there's a lot of trust issues in the whole graded games area, both in the grading companies themselves and in whether or not the sales are real. Because when you look on eBay, you'll see the same graded game somehow sells multiple times. You know, it's like these games aren't actually being paid for. It's, you know,
good point.
You know, CM Retro, he'll put his up and, you know, Wood'll buy it, accept the offer on it for $2,000, but he'll never pay. And then it puts a $2,000, and maybe they're in it together, maybe they're not, but it puts up that $2,000 price point for that game. But that game never changed hands.
And that's a good point, because I got Earthbound complete in box. It's right up there. I got it on eBay, and it's been on there for, I don't know, 6 months. And it's on there for $2,800. Big box Earthbound. Not sold.
With everything. Yours has everything.
It also amazes me how Earthbound is so expensive, because I remember everybody I knew had Earthbound. Maybe it was just my friends, but it seems like most of the games that everybody I knew had are ridiculously expensive now. You know, at least the good ones, you know, Earthbound and the RPGs, not, you know, Flintstones and Dinosaur Peak and that Bubble Bobble 2 and that sort of crap. Not that Bubble Bobble 2 is bad, but I know it's expensive.
But to you guys' point, I mean, the market, I mean, I've got the game, it's on the market, and it's not selling.
Do you ever get any offers?
Yeah, 2,000 is the most I've got for it. So I'm just saying, and that's real shit. And it's really right up there.
Now, if you could have taken that sale off eBay and done it in person, I'd have done that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not going to take 2,000 for it because it's nice. It's still got the stickers in the book and stuff. So that's why I'm not.
I remember the video that.
But I'm just saying, to your point, 1 foot flipper and Retro Heck also.
Page.
The market is relative, right? I mean, that's real stuff on the market.
I guess, because I sell for a living. At some point, I'd rather move something and get that capital back and put it into something else that I can move 7 or 8 more times, even if I don't get the maximum dollar that I want for it.
Right. But that's a nice copy. And to Chris's point about going to VGA and waiting on all this stuff, that is a really nice copy of Earthbound, big box, complete. So I really want to go wait all that time, but I want to accept a low offer on it, knowing it's nice. So what do? I know the game's nice. It works. The save battery works.
What does that game? What does that game normally go for? And like Paige said, have you gotten any offers? Like,
yeah, $2,000. $2,000's the offer I've got on it right now, currently.
And that's too low for you think?
On the market, it is. Yeah, I mean, there's some on there that's in worse condition than mine. That's on the market for $3,500 up to $4,000 right now.
Oh, okay.
You can eBay it right now. Look at it.
Well, anybody can put a price up, though. It doesn't mean it's selling for that.
I'm talking about sold listings, not.
But are they really sold listings?
That's what I'm getting at. See, you're on my page, man. You're on my page.
I always operate with collectible type of things that I feel like anything can go bad at any time. I mean, I lost, on paper at least, I lost about $8,000 in Magic the Gathering cards because I wasn't watching prices slow enough when they started dropping 2 years ago. So I treat, if I have a collectible that I'm only selling for monetary purposes, I treat that like it's a sandwich that's going to go bad. Because
Right.
because there's no guarantee that 20 years, 10 years from now, that the nicest copy of Earthbound in the world will be worth more than $400 because maybe nobody will care then.
Right.
You have no idea where that market's going to go long term, but short term you can get whatever you can get for it.
Yeah, that's what I see a lot of people like I'm on Whatnot a lot, and I see a lot of people on there, and they keep throwing that. This is only going to keep going up. This is only going to keep going up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, how do you know? Can you tell
for
me
how
the
long?
numbers for the next lotto so I can win? If you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Dude, Whatnot is the worst.
The first 2 years of Magic the Gathering cards only went up until they dropped by half price 2 years ago. You can't count on anything only goes up.
The only thing I could give anybody advice is to have good condition, describe it as it is, and price it kind of in the middle of the market, even if it's in good condition.
And a lot of
and that's what I've done, and that's the offers I've got. 2,000, 1,800, 1,900 in there, and that's a really nice copy.
And I watch a lot of Paige's videos, and Paige will say, if you're not pricing it at the lowest point, then it's going to take a while to sell because all the ones that are cheaper than yours are probably going to have to sell first before that person finds yours. And if you're on page 3 or 4 of the eBay pages, you're not going to be found.
They've got to both sell first, and
crazy.
they have to not be replaced. When it's purely about money for me, I want mine to sell first. If I've got an Earthbound complete in box, super nice, I'm going to have the lowest price on eBay for a super nice complete in box Earthbound, and I'll drop the price on it 10% every couple months until it sells, because I feel like that's the price it's actually going to sell for, and it doesn't matter whether it's an Earthbound or anything else. But for me, this stuff is all about the money. I'm not holding on to the Earthbound or whatever it is because I love it and I want to have it and keep it, and it's worth $2,000 to me, because it's not. I mean, I got to compare. I sold my Play Choice 10 arcade game for $2,200, and it both monitors were rebuilt. It had the modification to take NES cartridges. Then it had the NES cartridge in it that has every game, the EverDrive or whatever it is.
Ship that?
The buyer was on the East Coast, and he used one of the regular trucking companies that do it. It's usually between $200 and $400. But
the ship LTL.
Yeah, the truck guys came here. They carried it out of the basement and they hauled it away.
Huh. Wow.
But when I compare something like that to like a single cartridge, it's just nuts.
Mm-hmm.
The different. I mean, which one of those things would you rather have in your game room?
I'd rather have a Play Choice.
Exactly. I played my Play Choice more than any other game that I had. Absolutely. And I'd sit there and I'd play dumb games on it for hours. I'd play Monopoly. I got really good at Monopoly.
Well, I mean, it's nice that you can just sit down and have something that's got all this stuff on it. I mean, I get it.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Bathroom.
What did you counter offer that guy?
No, I declined that immediately.
Did you send that guy a counter offer?
No, I declined it.
Oh no. Okay.
Now, Wood, did you find that out in the wild?
I found it here in Woodbury, Tennessee, man. Chris has seen the video. He's seen it. He knows what's up. Yeah, it was found right here in town, man.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
That was before prices were way up, though.
It's one of the most epic videos. It's one of the most epic videos on YouTube if you're into Super Nintendo RPGs, because it wasn't just Earthbound. There was like Secret of Mana. There was like Chrono Trigger. There was like any.
I don't know. I
Think
don't
of an
think I've
RPG
seen
on
that
Super
video.
Nintendo that you would want complete and bought.
Yeah, I mean,
It
it's a
was
terrible
nuts.
video. That's when I first
It was
started.
absolutely bonkers.
Secret of
But-
Evermore.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bunch of them in there like that. I'm not an RPG guy, so
So
I'm
that's why you want to
platformer.
sell it.
Yeah, I'm a platformer type guy, or a shoot 'em up, or a run and gun type guy. So
Yeah, that's what I migrated to, because, like, you know, in the '90s, you know, when I had Nintendo and Super Nintendo, that's mostly what I had, and Turbo Graphics. You know, I played RPGs, yeah, you know, but then I was all this time till 2017 that I started collecting. It's like I look at RPGs, it's like, damn, do I really want to waste all that time to play a freaking RPG?
yeah, I just didn't have it.
So
The
you
time
know,
for it. But you can take like a SMUP, or like sit down and play some Contra, or
Yeah.
Castlevania, or I mean, I got some SMUP or RPGs back here, Demon Souls and Dark Souls and stuff like that, Bloodborne on PS4 and PS3, and The Witcher. I mean, if I'm gonna play an RPG, I'm gonna be over here, honestly. And I love Super Nintendo and old stuff, but not so much on the RPGs on the old stuff.
I never want to learn a new RPG. It feels like there's so much time I got to put into it that I could plow through, you know, Final Fantasy 1 for the NES or PC Temple of Elemental Evil 2 or 3 times while I'm just learning how to play the newer one. So I've been playing the same half dozen ones of them for forever.
Well, those are not easy RPGs, man. You know what you just said? Those RPGs on the old consoles are hard.
Oh,
You got to learn that shit.
I have played through Final Fantasy 1 so many times. I've never, like, I'll play with one character now. I've never beat it with just the White Wizard, but yeah, I'll play with one character. I'll play with all fighters. I'll play with all wizards, all white mages. I mean, that game is actually so broken that if you learn it enough, you know, not even without doing these exploits that you see, you know, YouTubers do where they know exactly what encounter they're going to get or any of that. That one just has so many issues that it's exceptionally easy once you really, really learn it.
Yeah, I know, but you go back to the first time you played that game.
Oh, it was awful.
Yeah. Same thing with all this new stuff. But for
I never would
me,
have put the time into learning anything new, to tell you the truth.
well, would you like a platformer or like Contra or
It seems
Mario
like
and stuff like that, or a
anything
SMUP
new-
like Life Force?
I mean, the thing is, anything new, I'm like, okay, and like I prefer to like play most modern games. I prefer keyboard and mouse, but I'm like, man, this has so many controls, because it felt like it had to use every single button on the Xbox pad. I mean, all of the modern shooters seem to have that
My
issue.
problem with
you know,
RPGs is like,
right, you see in retro. Let me guess, you got to learn the crafting
the
system, and you
crafting
got
elements, man. I think
yeah,
I sit
and
there
know
for
all that
hours.
stuff.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
So
Like if you
we're all
add
in
this to your
agreement.
shotgun, it has this. But if you add this other thing, it's like, oh my god!
That's the thing. That's
And
what
plus, I
gets
want
me
to play
is
my
that,
game. I don't want to
like,
read it.
building shit and like doing all these spells, man. I started playing Nino Kuni, and I got to the stupid rat, and I kept trying to beat him, and I just fucking gave up, man. I couldn't do it anymore. I was like, fuck. I have Nino Kuni too, the fucking big ass collector from GameStop.
I just want
and
Ninja,
it's
I just
still
want Ninja
sealed.
Gaiden,
I'm like, do I
Castlevania's,
really
Contra,
wanna
and
fucking
Battletoads.
play
That's
this
all
shit,
I want.
That's what,
Or even when there's not crafting, even like Borderlands, you know, you go through a mission and you've got 70 guns and you got to figure out if any of them are better than the one you've got. And even with that series, I find myself just playing the first one over and over again, as opposed to going to the later games in the series, even though I have them all.
It's too much like work. It ain't fun to me.
not like it was back in the day.
Secondhand toy dealer. Do you play video games? I see you up there. Where you at? There you are.
Yeah.
Right there.
Not
What do you play, man?
not to the caliber that you guys do. I mean, I play Black. I mean, I am a extreme creature of habit. I play Black Ops 2. I play Baseball Simulator, 1000 on Super Nintendo.
Ooh.
I'll play some of that ESPN 2K5, but I don't have the time to really. I mean, jump into a bunch.
You have a Super Nintendo Mini hooked up there in your toy store, right?
Yeah. Did you ever do you have a physical
Play some
copy?
Mario World.
Yeah.
Greatest game of all time.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Do you have a physical copy of Super Baseball Simulator 1000? I thought I'd egg you on just a little bit and you'd play it during your 6 months stretch.
I
But
know. You've been banging on for years about that stupid game. Hold on, let me check my.
I actually think I do not have that.
Secondhand toy dealer. Have you found that game has gotten extremely easy over the years because you've played it so much?
oh, I love it. Yeah. But that's the thing. I play video games to feel like I'm a rock star at life. I feel like I don't like hard video games. I don't like video games that I'm gonna fail at really easily. I want to sit down, play a fun game, and so you have it or you. That's a thumbs up right there.
I do have it.
He's got it.
Is it
This is Super
cartridge
Baseball
only?
Simulator what?
Super Baseball Simulator 1000.
I used to have it.
No, I don't have it.
I
Did you
knew
play
Chris
it much,
had it.
or-
I figured he did.
I no longer actually have any. I no longer personally have any consoles. I have about 15 PS2s stacked up around here somewhere. I've got a Saturn. Let's see, I've got a Saturn and I've got a Genesis with the Sega CD, but it's all either inventory or upcoming inventory. I don't actually try to play them anymore.
Chris, is that a cartridge only, or you got the box and the manual, or what do you got with it?
I probably have a cartridge only.
Yeah. See, that's one of the things I have in my display case. I have the cartridge, the instruction manual, and the box, and they're all in really good shape.
You know, one thing that still drives me crazy is that the Super Mario Duck Hunt cartridge has value now.
Yeah, right.
Really?
Well,
On what market?
And they're different variants too of it. You know?
Oh no, you can still sell them. I remember when I first started on eBay, like 99, 2000, I sold two things: Nintendo cartridges and CDs. I'd just go to pawn shops and I'd offer to buy their entire inventory at X price. You know, I'd say, but I'm not paying for the Duck Hunts and the Super Marios. And I would just stick those into other people's orders to get rid of them. And now you can actually sell them for money. And I probably gave away 200 or 300 of the things.
How many of those do you think were made? Imagine how many of those were made.
And now it's like $10.
Well, I'm sure it outnumbers the consoles. I mean, although NESs are pretty, resilient, they're not as resilient as the cartridges are.
Plus, they made the games separate. You can buy Super Mario separate, and you can buy Duck Hunt separate. So
Yeah, and those were 5-screw carts, right?
yeah,
I've got both of them, I think, back here.
I think there were variants on. I think there were a bunch of variants on that cart, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Not that I knew about that.
Duck
Back
Hunt,
then.
5-screw, and Mario Bros 5-screw. I'm not gonna try to dig them out right now, but I know they're back there.
Yeah, and like I said, that was variants that nobody cared about. Nobody cared about Super Mario
Now
Bros.
everybody-
3 Left Side Bros. No one cared about
yeah.
that.
I never knew
now
that
it's
there
like
was-
the thing.
I didn't know
That's
that
right,
either
yeah.
until this year, I think.
I never knew there were different amounts of screws until 5 years ago, or that anyone cared.
Right here.
Or
Oh, there it is.
You know what I mean?
5-screw.
5-screw.
I was more about playing Contra. I love NES Contra because it's one of those few examples where the NES game is better than the arcade game is. I don't know if you
You
guys
say
ever
that
played
every
arcade.
time. Every time you make
I
you throw that in there.
And I do agree with him on that.
I
I
have
love
owned
the
arcade.
NES version.
I have owned arcade Contra. Oh, it's prettier. It's a 16-bit game, with a fast 16-bit game. It's got a fast processor. It's got better graphics than a Super NES does because it has better hardware. But the game is half the length and is
The
vertically
charm's
oriented.
gone, bro.
And it's vertically oriented, when they put that together for NES, it was just so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to. In my teens, I used
One of the
to
all-time
wreck
greats. I give it a
Contra.
10 out of 10.
Although Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game,
It's
the
one of,
arcade game
it's
is
a
better.
game.
Yes, it is.
Although
NES
the
Contra
whole four
will live on forever. Like my neighbor
Yeah,
doesn't
man.
play games, but he bangs on about NES Contra, and I'm like, okay, I'll hook that up in a couple of weeks. Come over and we'll see what happens. You know,
I remember
when
I first started collecting again.
It's perfect. It's a perfect game.
I was looking on. I forgot where I bought it. Well, anyway, I found somebody that was selling a NES with a gun and 2 controllers, and she had a bunch of games. I think one of them was Contra, and I tried to Jew her down on the price. And the first game she grabs, he said, "Okay, I could give it to you for that price, but without this game." And it was freaking Contra that she took out. And I was like, no, I'll pay you what you want. Because I wanted freaking Contra, man.
Yeah, I have a complete unboxed Contra, and somebody wrote on an index card like Dad's high score, and then the kid's high score, and then like they wrote down the 30 life code on this index card, and I'm like, this is staying with the forever.
No, that's
never,
good
ever,
shit when you find
stuff
like that.
Because some people, these people bought it, they loved it. Awesome.
I don't use the code. You guys use the code anymore?
Mark
I don't use
over
the code
stuff like
anymore.
that.
I haven't played.
I can't beat it without the code.
I finally got good enough at it to beat it without the code, but I've been playing it for 30 years.
I'm not as good as I was back.
I actually have a no death run on my channel, and I have a no death run on my channel, and then last year I was like, I'm just gonna start a game of Contra and see how many loops I can get through. I almost made it through 5 loops. But Contra is one of those games too where if you find the right spot, you can shoot enemies and rack up unlimited lives. So I didn't play it that way. I just kind of wanted to see how far I can make it with 3 lives, and if you earn
Wait a
lives,
minute, how do you do that?
How many loops can you do?
How do you do that and rack up lives like that?
Do what?
There's spots where
enemies... you find a spot where an enemy's like gonna constantly spawn, like on the waterfall stage. Enemies are always gonna spawn above you, so if you just shoot up and just shoot those enemies, you're gonna rack up points, and those points will accumulate into extra lives. So you could literally sit there forever and just rack up lives if you wanted to.
On the Sega, on the PlayStation.
Yeah, Raiden Project.
And then it had this written in it, like it was written. They wrote down whatever freaking codes on the back of the manual. Highlight difficulty option, hold this, and this. I'm like, that's cool shit,
And I've actually gotten used to playing all the NES games and everything, not with the gamepads anymore, but either with
like somebody fill out the registration card.
They didn't fill it out. They wrote the codes to how to get stuff on the game. Where the registration card is. Free play, like a free play on it. I'm like,
I'm used to playing the NES games now, not with the actual NES gamepad. I had the Play Choice for so long. I was used to playing with those awful joysticks. And I don't know if you've played a Play Choice. It has the worst joysticks in the entire world.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's like this little midget stick shift. It is just awful. It's just everything that's bad about Japanese joysticks combined with everything that's bad about American ones. I mean, the whole time I owned my Play Choice machine, I wanted to rip the sticks out of it and put in like modern American ones or even modern Japanese ones, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, I've never seen a Play Choice up close. I've always seen it like in videos and pictures. So.
Yeah. All the early
it's so easy to slip off of the daggum things. The problem.
All the early Nintendo games had awful joysticks. Really, all of the early Japanese joysticks are awful. American joysticks have always been way higher quality in the arcades than Japanese ones were, because apparently the Japanese customers, they weren't as boisterous or likely to break things. So everything was just lower quality.
They have little hands. That's why.
Oh yeah, little hands too. Oh, there's something in one of my there's a joke in one of my videos. At the end of every one of my videos now,
Yeah.
at the end of every one of my videos now, people do these things where they make fun of me, and somebody has one about where I had a midget girlfriend who had little hands, and I said the little hands make everything so big, look so big. But I've gotten really good at the NES games playing with modern arcade joysticks, because you know I'll play them through emulation and everything else, and I've got to set up with modern arcade joysticks, and at some point I've gotten better with them than I was with the actual gamepad. But that might just be from practice, because overall I think gamepads are easier than joysticks. And we've lost CM Retro Gaming again.
Yeah, he probably went to get a beer. I'll be right back.
Oh, I got one left. Wood, why don't you take this over for 30 seconds?
All right, we can take it over. So I want to talk to secondhand toy dealer and ask him about Thundercats.
Thundercats?
Yeah. Do you
What
ever
about-
see that vintage Thundercat stuff on card?
No, I haven't. Not anywhere that I frequent. I just went to a toy store. Like it's one of the bigger ones in the Midwest, and I didn't see anything Thundercats there, so I don't come across it.
I couldn't imagine that would show up much, because Thundercats, you know, G.I. Joe 80s can show up on card because you had, you know, grown men who had their 60s G.I. Joes who were interested in save them. But Thundercats, that was purely for kids. I couldn't imagine that showing up much on card anymore. How often does He-Man show up on card?
What vintage He-Man stuff?
The first run. You know, the original stuff. I don't think I've ever. I mean, I'm not a toy specialist, but I don't think I've seen any, you know, first gen He-Man stuff on card anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, the He-Man stuff I found at the flea market and stuff, being there early as a vendor, it's like a bin of like broken He-Man missing their legs and this kind of stuff, and missing swords and all this kind of stuff. So I never see any in good condition anymore at the flea market. And they're still asking eBay prices for broken He-Man.
Yeah.
And She-Ra and stuff like that.
When I was the buyer at the hobby store back when I had two legs, sometimes I'd get collectors who would bring in, because the place I worked at was called the collector store, so people didn't know what that meant. It was mostly a baseball card and magic card shop, but people would bring just freaking anything through the door. So I would sometimes get really quality He-Man stuff there for the store, because people would come in with it and try to unload it, and I'd be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll buy it, but in the wild, never.
So, secondhand toy dealer, what's the best cool find you've ever found out in the wild as far as toys are concerned? There's got to be something really awesome. I mean, I got Earthbound up here, best video game find.
Yeah.
So what's your best toy find?
I don't know that it was the best, but it was definitely an interesting story. Let me grab it. So I do a lot of clearance shopping, and they had one of these little mini arcades here that it's Tetris, and it was, I think it was normally $25, and they were clearancing them. And I went to, I thought, you know, that'll be fun. I'll put that in. I picked it up, put it in the cart, went up there and scanned it, rang up for 20 cents at Walmart. I went back and grabbed every single one of them they had back there.
Oh,
so I mean, like it maybe it's not the coolest toy, but it's one of the cooler stories with something that I picked up. But
that's a hidden clearance that they do at Walmart.
Yeah.
Does that have the original Atari Tetris, or does it have the Nintendo Tetris?
I don't know if it's either. I mean, like it looks like a very, I mean, like modern. I mean, like
okay.
So I mean,
Because
it's emulated Tetris.
Yeah, I'm really partial to the Nintendo Game Boy Tetris. That's the one. That
Nintendo Game Boy and NES Tetris are so much better than Atari's original arcade Tetris, which I don't know how close of a copy that was to the PC version from Alexei or whoever his name was. I probably just made up a random Russian name. I don't remember the guy's name. Yeah, because I've owned that too, and it does not compare to the console versions. They just got it so much better.
Yeah, but for what he paid for it, I mean, you can
Oh,
flip it
what
all
he paid
day.
for it, I would buy 1,000 of them at that price right now, and I have no storage space left.
Hell yeah. Way to go, man. Okay, so we're still running this. So now we need to go over here and ask One Foot Flipper, what's the best video game find you found?
Oh, that's got to be arcade
And monetary
stuff.
value, like the best.
Okay. Do pinball games count as video games or not?
Yeah, hell yeah, they do.
Okay. Doctor Who prototype pinball machine. The prototype version was the first 30 or 40 units made. The difference between them is that the Dalek on top of the unit in the prototype versions moves and talks. $200.
What's that go for on the market?
Today, $7,000.
Whoa.
Exterminate.
I think we sold it for $2,500 at the time, but yeah, it wouldn't power on. We $200. We got it home, broke it open, and there's a resistor in it that goes across the two AC wires that was not resisting.
It was just power to ground resistor.
Yeah, it was just power to ground. Cut it
Yeah.
off, and perfect after that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of arcade stories like that, but I mean, my best personal one is that I managed to find a City Connection circuit board. Just because you remember the NES game City Connection, right?
Oh yeah, I've got it right here.
There's
it's
an
terrible.
arcade, but the arcade version is incredible. But Jaleco only made like 200 of the things, and very few of them came to America. And I managed to get one of the circuit boards for free, essentially, because I had put out in the community that I was really looking for a City Connection, and I was at an arcade auction, and a guy walked up to me and said, "Oh, hey, are you TBBK?" Because that was my nickname in those things. I'm like, "Yeah, I am." I was like, here you go, City Connection. And the guy handed it to me.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty awesome.
And,
Chris, did you hear about secondhand toy dealer's deal that he did?
Did you ever hear about the Tetris story?
For reselling, this is a hell of a deal.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I there was they were originally like $20-$25. I went and picked one up out of the clearance aisle. When it scanned, it rang up for 20 cents. So I went back and bought like a dozen of them, and those helped offset some things. I mean, as far as like if I sell something that I bought it for 100, and I mean, I overpaid at the time, and now I got to sell it for less. Then that helped eat away some of the loss from that thing. So,
I also have a really good more traditional video game one. I had one of those Mega Touch arcade games, things you see on top of the bars. I put that on Facebook Marketplace. This guy said, "I don't have any money, but I got some console stuff I can offer you." I said, "Sure, bring it over." He brought me a Nintendo 64, a Super Nintendo, and a NES, and about 200 games. And he gave me this stuff for this game that I paid $25 for.
Wow.
And it ended up being about $1,500 when I sold it all.
Crazy. Hey, I just want to shout out MC Mur real quick. The Merman is here. Andy, another great friend on YouTube. We were talking earlier about how our lives sort of connect on YouTube, And MC Mur and Captain Retro actually went to high school together. Then they, lost connection, and through YouTube they were able to reconnect again as old high school buddies. So, the power of YouTube, man. And I always say on my channel, relationships are important, and that's just a crazy, cool story, man. That's awesome. Love MC Mur, man. Doing great things over on his channel.
I also found an Apple II Cranston Manor at a thrift store. Cranston Manor Apple II, I found at a thrift store for $1, and I got $200 for it untested. That's one of the most expensive rare Apple II games. So I guess those are my best video game pickups.
All right. Retro hate.
My best video game pickup is I went to this garage and I asked this guy, "You got any video game stuff for sale?" And he said he had this Sharp NES TV in his basement with a couple games.
Guy, man.
And he goes, I said, "Well, you want to
Give
sell it?"
up already.
And he goes, make me an offer. And I said, "Well, don't kick me out of your basement. How about like $40?" And he's like, "How about $50?" And I immediately pulled $50 out of my pocket. So I got my Sharp NES TV for $50. I sold Mike Tyson's Punch Out for $20. So I got my Sharp NES TV for $30.
Oh,
but you had to ask for it at a garage sale. A lot of people don't do that, man.
I forgot. I got another one. Joplin, Missouri, they had a skating rink there. Tornado destroyed it. But that skating rink also had a huge arcade. And several years after the tornado, they had finally sold the building, and the buyer for all the arcade games fell through. And the owners of the building just posted on the internet that the stuff is free. And I drove 300 miles there. And I had a flatbed truck, so I was okay there. And I was the last guy there, but I was still good enough because the owners weren't around until I got there. So I got 8 games on the back of the truck. Then the owners let me come in and raid the parts room. And I ended up for free clearing like $7,000 off of that. I mean, it was just crazy, like stacks of Play Choice cartridges and
I love you, Murph.
The ROMs that go into the Nintendo Versus things, and the arcade zapper guns and boards forever. There was a Sega Color Vector monitor in there that brought me $600 untested. It was crazy. And luckily, my 1976 Chevy truck made it the whole trip.
One of the craziest stories that I have is a guy, his name is Davey, he used to watch the channel. He went into a Goodwill and found 4 sealed copies of DuckTales 2 on Nintendo for $4.99 each. $4.99. And he sold one, and I think market value at that time was like $900. And then he traded one to myself for a bunch of stuff. And I think I had like $120, $150 into this stuff. And then he also traded one to Power Player Paul. Power Player Paul actually sold his sealed copy of DuckTales 2 for $10,000. And I still have mine. And I'm like, I cherish it. I just want to get it graded. And I thought when this whole grading thing started, it was sort of gimmicky because video game grading isn't as established as like coin grading or even comic book or old sports cards grading. And I thought I'd get it graded just so I could have something cool, you know what I mean? Kind of preserve it, piece of gaming history. But yeah, that's when I really started to think like this video game grading thing, as shoddy as it sounds, because I know Matt, who's doing Forever Games in Pataskala, Ohio, he works for CGC. So it's like, I'm sure I could just ring him up on Facebook and be like, "Hey bro, can I just send this to you? And can you grade this? And can you put like a deal on it? Can you hook me up? Put a rush on it? Can I get this done in like a couple of weeks?" And it'll probably get done. But yeah, man, that's the craziest story I've ever heard. Like walking into a Goodwill finding sealed Nintendo games for $5.
Yeah, just say, "Can you send to the top of the line? If I get it back real quick, I'll send you a nice care package. You'll be happy." Now, I'm not a big believer in grading, though, but it's only because when I worked at the sports card shop, the owner of the shop, who is a genius as far as collectibles go, he said that grading is never, in the long term, is never worth it. We would only personally grade things that the store owned if it was to authenticate a signature. You know, if a player signed a card that wasn't normally signed, or if it was something from like the 50s. Otherwise, he said, you always lose in the long term if you grade enough cards. That you're just better off looking for the deals to buy things that are already graded at below market and resell them than you are spending that money to get the item graded. And the other thing is, I would see so many things come in to get, perfect looking cards. I would look at this card and I'd say, there is nothing wrong. This is pristine. This is perfect. And then we'd send it in for the customer and come back with an 8. So I feel grading is more like,
I don't know how they really gambling.
Well, because grading takes into account
Yeah,
things
I'm not
we
sure on the
don't
process,
look at.
but
Grading takes into account manufacturing defects that
Yeah.
we're unlikely to
And
see, like how good the centering and printing quality is on the card or the on the box of the thing. If they stamp, if they're a tiny bit of an inch off stamping that box with that graphic, it's not a 10, no matter how perfect it looks to our eyes. And the same thing with the cards.
Yeah.
Well, fellas, I gotta call it a night here. So happy 10th.
I just wonder,
CM.
like, thanks, man. Hey, I sent
Yeah,
you a
see you,
text
buddy.
earlier because I'm gonna send you that package back next week.
Right
I didn't know how
on.
to spell your last name.
What's that?
I'll just put Richard Dealer. That's what I'm gonna put on the package.
All right. Hey, we'll
great
catch you
video,
guys.
by the way,
Have a
on
good night,
finishing
Sam.
your basement or that room there.
Yeah, that was. I need to
All
get
right, thanks,
that
man.
cell pile.
Good seeing you.
All right. Hey, we'll catch you guys later.
Later.
Yeah, see you, man. Good to meet you.
Is it
Good
my
dude
turn
right there, man. I can always text him.
Yeah, Retro Heck, you're
I'm
up
like, hey,
next.
man,
Sorry, CM, when
should
you
I
was
get
away, we was running something. So, yeah, go ahead, Retro Heck.
The best thing I found this. I went to a Goodwill and I saw it on the shelf. So I thought it was just a normal thing to put a old school game console in there. Right? So I picked it up and it was heavy. I'm like, what? So I pulled the thing. So that console thing was in there. I pulled it out. There was a ColecoVision inside of here. It had like whatever freaking 8 games. There were 8 games in the side. I took it out. I was like, oh, I put it back right away. And I took it to the counter because it was only $5. The ticket, see, $5. But when I took it home, everything was in there, but the console, they had taken the board out. I guess maybe they took it somewhere to get it fixed. Maybe they thought it was bad. And what I did was I bought another ColecoVision on eBay for parts, and it came with a power supply. What turned out to be is that power supply has a 5-volt and I think 2-volt or some shit like that. The 5-volt was burnt out, so the console wouldn't turn on. I plugged in the new and I put the new board in there and it worked out 100%.
Nice.
That's like the best thing I found. I never had a ColecoVision before.
I still don't.
I'm still pissed because I don't know what happened to my ColecoVision. At one point, I had a Coleco with the Atari add-on, and I had a whole bunch of games, and I have no idea what happened to the damn thing. I had it, like, not even as a kid. I had it as an adult. I'd moved out of my parents' house, but no idea where it went. It just,
Hey, Chris,
disappeared.
ColecoVision even fun? I never even played one. Is it like Atari?
It looks better than
ColecoVision
Atari, I think.
It is awesome. And I have 2 ColecoVision consoles downstairs. And I had the Atari 2600 attachment, the IntelliVoice, but I sold all the games and all those parts, because I was like, I'm never going to play ColecoVision. But I got 2 consoles. I was just thinking about taking those up to the retro game store and just taking trade on them because I'll never play them. But yeah, ColecoVision's very, very cool. It's a very cool console to collect for. And if you're into classic gaming. But I think it kind of gets overshadowed a lot by Atari because 2600 games are so abundant. You know what I mean? You can find those sort of everywhere.
Yeah, I actually bought the Atari plug-in thing. I figured, it's kind of hard to get an Atari that actually works nowadays.
I think I still have the was there a tape deck or something for ColecoVision, or was that Commodore 64?
Everything had a tape
remember.
deck.
I got a tape deck
of
for
some
an old
sort.
classic. I got one.
Atari.
I got one
Atari
downstairs.
had
I
a
don't know
tape
what
deck.
to do with it.
Commodore had a tape deck. That is true with the Ataris. I bought like a lot of 30 Ataris for the hobby store when I worked there, and like 22 of the 30 had video output problems. They just didn't look right. I'm not sure what's actually wrong with them or what goes into that repair.
Capacitors.
Probably, but Atari also suffers from that. Most of the good games are, arcade port. Most of the games are arcade ports, and there are just better versions of those games readily available. So it's just not as interesting to play anymore.
Man, I love Combat on Atari 2600. I can
Now-
sit down and play that right now.
On the
And-
plus side, those really early Atari games like Combat, those still look good on an LCD because they're just so basic.
Yeah, I just got one because I remember my mom's buying it for me and my brother in 1977. So,
Oh, and it's got the paddle, which nothing else has.
yeah.
Kaboom. Now, of the early consoles, if you're going to buy one, I would go Vectrix all out. Because unless you're going to buy an Asteroids machine, you're not going to have a Vector monitor in your collection anywhere unless you get a Vectrix.
But Vectrix is all like shooter type stuff.
It's
no platforming in that.
No, but it's the Vector monitor. Have you seen a Vector monitor in person?
Yes, I've played one.
Right. It's just, it looks completely different than everything else. Honestly, having an Asteroids machine is definitely better. I love mine. I sold it. I had the kit to upgrade it to also have Asteroids Deluxe and Lunar Lander. But yeah, that's a tech that they don't make at all anymore, which is why if I was going to collect an early console, I'd probably go for Vectrix, even though the
I
quality
think it's a cool system. You got overlays you can put on it and all this other stuff, but it's all like shooter type games. I mean, there's no platformer games on the Vectrix.
That's because the Vector monitors couldn't draw fast enough to make a shooter. I'm sorry, they couldn't draw fast enough to make a platformer.
Yeah, I mean Atari had Pitfall. It's a platformer.
Right, but a Vector monitor couldn't draw that. You couldn't make Pitfall work on a Vector monitor. They were too slow to do it. Even like the last gen Vector monitor, like Atari's color one that was in Star Wars, slowed down significantly when it drew the Death Star explosion.
It probably would look like an Etch sketch, right? Look like an Etch sketch.
Yeah,
right.
It's a sketch, yeah. Anywho, I got like a pile of Atari stuff over there. It's ridiculous. I got like the 2600 of 3 different models. One of them's like the, what is it called? Television? No.
There's
like
you've got the Light Sixer, the Heavy Sixer, the Darth Vader, the Junior, I believe, are the models.
Yeah, but there was some that was like, Jesus, I'm gonna have to dig this out.
The only one that's really worth a lot is the original one, isn't it? It was a different case or something, I think. The original Atari.
Well, the heavy Sixer
was like Telegames model, and then they had the Sears model, all 2600 models.
1,000 made in the United States. Then they switched. They switched.
He's gone.
Well, you used to be able to get tape various add-ons to the 2600 that could run games off of tapes and CDs as well. I think it was called the Supercharger.
But the 2600, they had the Telegames.
Yeah, I don't know.
Then they had the Sears model. Then they had the original 2600.
Now, I've never seen a Sears model in real life. I've just seen the Sears cartridges.
Damn it, I'm going to have to dig these out. Hold on, I'll show you guys.
And I didn't know this because I have a Vader edition that is my kind of go-to console. And it says right on there, Atari 2600. But it really wasn't called the 2600 until that console. It was still called the Atari or the Atari VCS. That's kind of interesting, But I talked to the guy that works at the game store. His name is Dave. He owns a place, and he said he's seen a slight uptick in Atari 2600 sales. So I don't know if that means that Atari is going to get popular again or what the deal is. But a lot of those games are super cheap.
I've been seeing it on whatnot,
they're accessible, and I love the product.
I think people are wanting to get into the earliest collectors are wanting to get in the earliest portions of the hobby. So I think you're going to continually see upticks in Atari 2600. Just like since I focus more on arcade, black and white arcade games used to be garbage. People would give them away, or they'd be $50 or $100. And black and white arcade games are big deals now. They're, $500, $1,000 because they're the earliest games. And from a collecting standpoint, the earliest games can be the most interesting games, especially if you're caring more about collecting than you are about actually playing them.
Pong?
Pong, not so much Pong. Well, if it's a real Pong, yes. But there's also hundreds of arcade clones of Pong. I've owned many of them, and I think those are still a hard sell unless they have an interesting case. Like there's one that's in a fiberglass glitter case that is quite expensive, and there's a few other weird form factors, but otherwise, unless it's an Atari, it's not a big deal. But there were all sorts of other black and white games like before Space Invaders, and those things have there was a lot of different Snake games, there was a lot of driving games, and those things have just continued to go up year after year, and they're actually quite repairable, compared to anything else, because it's all
Okay, so this is the Telegames version.
Okay, 6 switch, good. So it can play the that can play the space shuttle game.
Telegame. This is the series version, and everybody knows the original Atari.
Four switcher.
Yeah.
That's
And
the
then
Darth
original.
Vader, right?
No,
Which one's the Darth Vader then?
the black one.
Okay, because I haven't owned one in so long myself.
So everybody knows the other one. So that's the other two that's different.
But don't you have to have the 6 switch one to play the space shuttle game?
Yes, you do.
Because it uses the switches as additional.
Yeah, it
And-
uses. I think it might be. I can get this on camera. Select and reset, maybe. That's what it uses. I don't know.
To do
It's
what
a-
with the game?
The game needed way more controls than the joysticks and the button could provide.
It's something like that. Yeah, not even player or something like that. That one probably.
Yeah, so it was hitting those switches and everything else. It's also amazing what they did over the life of the 2600 and then after it with the games, because the limitations of the console were incredible. But, you've got, late life VCS games and stuff they've made since then that look as good or even better than like NES release games is amazing.
There was a boxing game that was overhead that was pretty fun to play on there, and the combat.
That boxing game is actually a port of an Atari boxing game. There's an Atari black and white boxing game. It's the same overhead thing. Use track balls, believe it or not.
It's pretty good. You couldn't knock nobody out, like down, like in Mike Tyson Punch Out, but you could win anyways. That was pretty good for Atari, right?
Oh, I used to have most of an Atari Shark Jaws arcade game too. They made a whole separate subsidiary because they were afraid they were going to be sued by the people who made the Jaws movie. So they made horror games and created one game called Shark Jaws. It was an arcade game where, you just...
Never heard of it.
Well, if you wiki it, you find it. But yeah, I didn't have the cabinet, but I had the monitor, I had the board, I had the joystick, I had the plexiglass, and the control panel. None of it worked, but it's a ridiculously rare thing. They only made a couple hundred of them.
And what about the horror games? I got like Texas Chainsaw Massacre for Atari and one of the porn games. Wasn't that crazy? Beat 'em and eat 'em.
You have you have Texas Chainsaw Massacre on Atari?
Yeah, and beat 'em and eat 'em. And literally all you do is try to catch stuff dripping down.
Yeah,
like an old Atari game.
it's just a bad version of Kaboom.
Yeah.
Yep, we got it. We all know. We all been there.
And there's this one like this
We've all
chick
been in
had
beat 'em and
like
eat 'em situation.
cactus. It's like, and
You guys really making me want to get an Atari again because
Atari's fun, bro. Break it and play it sometime.
I mean, here's the thing: nothing replaces that paddle joystick. Even now, I have nothing I can hook up to anything I've got.
But there is.
I mean, I have a spinner on my arcade emulator downstairs, but it's not a pedal because the pedal has a pot inside it, so every position is exact. While our arcade spinners tend to be, what do you got there? Why?
Oh my god! Wow. Old Atari
It
Also,
works,
controllers.
Also, I do not like the Atari joysticks though. I was using Genesis pads with Atari from the minute the Genesis came out.
It works good, yeah.
Although it's
Genesis
weird that
controller works real good on Atari.
the middle button is the button.
Because check this out. I don't know if these, yeah, right here in the back. Look, Genesis controllers fit right in there, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yep, 9 pins.
Whoever invented the Genesis must have worked at Atari.
I don't even think that those are the only two that were compatible with each other. The dumber thing is that the Atari standard allowed for 2 buttons but didn't use it.
Yeah.
That joystick
That's
could have had 2
crazy.
buttons.
Like you think like all the things that they didn't do.
I mean, and then they'd come out with games like, Stargate in the arcade has 7 buttons, and then it was on Atari somehow with 1. Anybody any good at Defender or Stargate? I owned a Defender for 9 years, and I was still horrible at it.
I sucked at that game.
Yeah, so
I got good at Robotron finally, but Defender and Stargate just kicked my ass my entire life. From the Atari versions when I was a kid to actually owning the arcade games, I could never do it. I'd maybe I'm second level. Maybe I save all the guys once and then.
I got one question for everybody, a good one, and take some time to think about it. Then pull it in and think about it. Just simmer on it. A game that you could bet someone money on and beat them. If somebody said, "What game would you play for $100 against me to win?" What would it be? I got mine already.
I got 2.
And I only need one. This one.
What do you got?
Weapon Lord on Sega Genesis.
I'm going to go with 2. Money Puzzle Exchanger on the Neo Geo. I used to be able to literally play that falling down drunk with one hand and still beat all of my friends. This is 15 years ago, not recently. But the other one is NES Monopoly, as long as there's some computer players involved, because I could manipulate the AI on those computer players so well that they trade me all their property. So those would be my 2.
I'm talking about a fighting game or
Wow.
a puzzle or
yes,
platformer.
the Money Puzzle Exchanger on the Neo Geo. I am quite good at that. I don't know if you guys ever played it. It's a coin swapping game. You just match up. You match up thing, and anime girls make sounds in the background.
No, I'm no.
But basically, it's a Tetris. It's a reverse Tetris sort of thing.
If you just said Tetris, I'd have been like, "Oh yeah, okay."
Okay, it's more in the puzzle bobble area of games.
Yeah. What you got, Chris?
Come on, CM.
Oh, you think
$100? $100.
I mean, I'm pretty good at Contra. So if we're gonna do who can go the most loops on 3 lives, I could probably win that. But if it's a fighting game, I would have to. I'd probably have to say Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I was so good at that game back in the day. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's a tough one.
Here's the thing, though,
because I have enough hubris to think that I can beat anybody at Tecmo Bowl.
Anybody.
I probably rank 8 millionth in the world at Tecmo Bowl. You know what I mean?
I'm talking about a game that you feel that you could beat anybody at for $100.
Yeah, the thing about Street Fighter 2 is that's one of the only 2 games anybody knows how to play in fighting games. Because since I've owned a lot of arcade games, I'm telling you, nobody knows how to play anything other than Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat. You put anything else out there, nobody knows how to play it.
That might be to my
I'm pretty
advantage.
dominant at Ninja Gaiden.
Boy, you are too. I'll say that.
Oh, that's another one where the NES version is way better than the horrible arcade
Oh,
version. That's completely different. You ever seen the arcade Ninja Gaiden? It's a completely different game.
Oh yeah, that's his jam right there. Weapon Lord. Everybody start practicing.
Come get some.
I've never even played that game.
I wish we could play that together somehow. Man, I do.
My local retro game store, before it closed, it used to every few weeks would have some challenge, high score challenge on Friday. To whoever posted the highest score won $10. I would win that almost consistently because they'd always put some obscure game on it. Like some TurboGrafx 16 shooter, and then I just go practice it at home on the emulator, and I would win that consistently until the point the guy stopped doing the thing. But that's only because it was games that nobody knew how to play.
I was going to say CM would be like some kind of shooter, man. I mean, CM's boss at shmups. I mean, I was thinking there would be an Einhander or something like that.
It's the best shooter of all time. What's a shooter that I really dominate? Let me think about that.
Is there? How could we do this together? I mean, like, we could get together and we could CM could be like, let's play Einhander. Is there any way that we could challenge each other and play each other just together on multiplayer and nobody else in there, just like 1v1?
Is this is what you were talking about before this game? Baseball.
I can't really see it.
Baseball Simulator 1000.
Oh,
Yeah, that's it.
I guess I have a copy.
Yeah. Secondhand toy dealers talking about the one for Super Nintendo.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
SNES. I definitely wouldn't challenge you at Mega Man.
I mean, Soldier Blade. I'm pretty good at Soldier Blade on TurboGrafx.
Speaking of Mega Man, is it just me or is Mega Man 1 like 5,000 times harder than Mega Man 2?
I don't
It
know.
is.
That's the only one I do not have. I don't have the first Mega Man.
Because I can't beat the first Mega Man to save my life unless I'm cheating or something. But I can walk up to Mega Man 2 and play the levels in almost any order and go through it, without continuing.
Yeah.
Well, just watch Chris's playthroughs on Mega Man games.
Yeah, Mega Man 1 is definitely harder because they hadn't really developed the formula like they did in Mega Man 2 and the subsequent games. So things like we take
This right here.
for granted, like in Mega Man 1,
I've had hide and speak, although I never had it in box.
at the end there's sort of like a boss.
I mean, I've watched CM's streams and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
this is another topic I wanted to
it
kind of.
And it's just there's no energy tanks. Try play Mega Man 2 without energy tanks.
Yeah, I just picked up Mega Man 6.
It's pretty hard.
I just like to play 2 all the
And
time. I feel like they kept complicating it after 2.
Yeah, 2 is the best, but also 2 on the normal mode is like essentially the easy mode. So you would have, I guess if you were to compare, you'd have to play Mega Man 2 on the difficult mode and don't use energy tanks. And then do that and then compare if that's harder than the first one. Yeah, they kind of dummied the game down. They thought it would be too hard for us here.
All my Mega Man 2 playing for the last 15 years, though, has been on Play Choice with the horrible stick shift controller, and I still am awesome at it now.
Yeah, the normal mode isn't too bad, especially when you're using your energy tanks. And then there's some concessions too, like the metal blade is so overpowered.
Yeah, I often go
That
after
it just
first.
rips through most of the ball.
Or the Well, I can play most of the stages first at this point, except for Heat Man. But yeah, Metal Blade and the Boomerang.
I usually play Flashman, Quick Man, Metal. Yeah.
Yeah, I do the Flashman start sometimes.
It's a beautiful game, man. It's so good. Yeah, I always start with Flashman and then Quick Man and then Metal Man. Maybe change it up. I need Mega Man 5. That's the one I need to complete my Mega Man sub-collection on Nintendo.
I have 2, 3, and I just got 6.
Yeah, 6 is good. The latter 4, 5, and 6 kind of get a lot of shit, but I think they're good games.
I know is one the most expensive one?
I think
5.
2 probably costs.
5 is.
I think 1 and 2 are almost equally common, and 2 is so much better that probably costs more. But that's just me not checking any recent comps at all.
Yeah, the first Mega Man should be about $40 or $50. Mega Man 2 is going to be about 25, somewhere.
Oh, real? Okay. Yeah, I haven't been in that market for so long. And then didn't 5 and 6 come out after the Super NES?
What's the funniest game ever made? Like on purpose, not funny, bad.
It's like every time I want to pick.
What? What would that be?
The game that I always think is funny because you would never be able to get away with it today is caveman games, because there's like a a game on the caveman games where you throw your wife or something and you drag her out of the cave by the hair. Like, you would never be able to get away with that nowadays. You know what I mean? Without
then you run down and you toss her across the line to get the distance, and she goes down there and bounces.
I toss Maniac Mansion out there. I think Maniac Mansion would be worth mentioning in that area.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to answer that question.
Now, I know from it being bad, it would be Plumbers Don't Wear Ties for the 3DO, which I actually owned. Pre-internet, so I had no idea how to spend countless
Kevin
hours.
says Booger Man.
Booger Man, I actually got that game. I've never played it.
Yeah, me too. A pick and flick adventure.
Yeah. I honestly don't know the.
Yeah, that was another game I got a pawn shop for like $5.
Supposed to be a pretty good game.
Yeah, I'll pop it in. See what's up.
Man, I can't believe you've been live for 5 hours. Yeah. I run out of steam after one when I do lives.
Yeah, I was going to say. We're getting ready to shut this down. Well, I was saying earlier, Josh and I would go for 10 hours. We'd Google Hangout, and Google Hangout would cut off after 10 hours. I have to start another one, and we bullshit again for another 2 hours. It was like a job, you know what I mean? But
I always go live by myself.
Yeah, like Paige said, we've been going for.
Well, I always go live by myself, though, so
true.
I can't go more than an hour or so without having to pee in the evening. So I'm pretty much, after 1 hour, I'm pretty much done. I can't leave dead air while I go to the bathroom.
Yeah, everybody's sort of yawning, so we'll cut it short here. But I do want to thank everybody for being on the panel page. Thank you so much for being here, guys like Retro Heck, Wood, Matt, Secondhand Toy Dealer, Smash JT, HG, Retro Tiburon. All those guys are great friends of mine, and so welcome to the family page. So you're welcome anytime that we live stream. And I want to shout out Retro Bros, Stampede Gaming, Oak City, Mr. V, Mario. For all the donations tonight, making the 10th anniversary super special and super fun. So I appreciate all of you guys. And man, 10 years on YouTube. That's crazy town. We'll go around the panel real quick. Everybody that's here. Retro Heck, you got anything that you want to promote? Anything coming up?
Nah. I don't. I don't YouTube.
Okay. Hey, I just say Thanks for having me. Invite
Yeah.
me back anytime.
Would
Message me or something if you're going to have something, because I don't always notice things going down. And honestly, I could use some people to subscribe. For some reason, I am like losing subscribers as quick as I'm gaining them lately. I don't know why that's happening. I have no idea, but yeah, mostly I'm just mostly eBay focused. Buy this, sell this, make some money, and I'll give it over to Wood.
No, man, just hanging out, man. Glad to be here. Congrats on the anniversary, CM. I'll see you next time.
All right.
Later, Chris.
Thanks, man. I definitely
Good night.
appreciate it. All right, everybody in the chat, Mr. B was here, Cat Metro was here, Greg, Surf Blue, everybody that stopped by the chat tonight. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome, and I can't wait to do it again next time. Guys, I love you. Take care of yourself.
Later.
We'll see
See
you.
you on the next one.
See you later.